think of, proper storybook with fun covers, fun pictures, all of those things. That at the end of the day, the child would have something that reminds them, and questions, worksheet at the end of each chapter where it teaches them, okay, so what did you learn? Now, why do you save? Why do you do things like that? I feel like if we incorporate training into our children from primary to secondary to university level, a lot of the things we see today, we won't see them. There won't be people flossing on the ground. Why? Because they've learned that that's not the way. If people are flossing and they really have the money, there won't be people finishing their work and buying handbags of 100K when they earn 150K. Because now they've learned and they understood, and it's been ingrained into them from when they were children that you don't do like this, you don't spend like this. And you know what that would transition into? It would transition into a world where people understand the use of money. It would transition into young people like that growing up and becoming presidents and leaders and senate leaders and co. And they understand the management of money, the management of resources, because they learnt it. It is ingrained in them, like English language from when they were kids. So that's the whole essence. And I feel like this is, and again, this is the first time I'm actually talking about the books. Hopefully we release them in the next couple of weeks, and people can buy them on Seller, on Amazon and all. And I promise that your kids would get and understand things from it. And it's the first of quite a number of different range of children's book. I'm passionate about it because I see that my son looks at me and he now understands it. My son is 8 and I have a couple of other younger kids, but he's the oldest that's with us at home, and he's like, he understands mommy saying we're buying stocks of Apple, and it's like, yes, what other stock does mommy love? Oh, mommy loves Alibaba. Oh, why are we not spending this? That's because we need to save. We don't just do like that. Why are we putting money in this? That's because we're investing it so that in the future it becomes bigger. What are you see him with this huge piggy bank, and he says any money he gets, he says, oh, mommy, can I put 4,000? If you give me 5,000, mommy, can I put 4,000 in my piggy bank? Yes. And then I'll take 1,000 and you can take me to the mall and I can play the games. Beautiful.
Oh, nice.
So it's simple things like that. And these are actual conversations. It's simple things like that you start to teach the child and they start to understand, and you ingrain it into their stuff. That's why I'm passionate about it. And I feel like it's such a gap we need to fill now. It's not only about teaching adults how to invest and save and budget. It's about getting them to transfer that knowledge as fast as possible now
into their children.
Into the younger ones.
Interesting. I can feel your passion. So now let's talk about investing in Nigerian stocks. A lot of people are not encouraged. I know that, yes, there was a crash all over the world, and then the Nigerian Stock Exchange, I'm not the expert, so you are the expert. But every time now, because there are a lot of foreign apps, but there are a lot of apps now where you can invest abroad. But many people are not looking towards Nigerian stocks. Why is this so?
So if I'm being honest with you, Nigerian stocks are actually doing great, by the way. I have a few that I've done over the years, and they've done well. Now, the problem is this. Historically, the Nigerian stocks have not done great. I remember as a child growing up in secondary school, and there were all of these different IPOs that were happening, and people were buying those stocks. And today they're worth nothing. But those companies don't exist anymore. It happens outside the world like that. But just because here there's not been a lot of automation or tech-inspired reform in that system, a lot of people are just now warming into it, or there's not a lot of information available about Nigerian stocks. So people don't sort of go there in the first instance. You see what I'm saying? And then remember all because I'm sure you probably know your mom or your auntie or your uncle or someone who bought stocks, Nigerian stocks, and they don't know what's happening with it now. And they are now saying, oh, where can I go and get my DVD? Oh, they say we're not getting e-DVD somewhere or something. So all of those things didn't encourage a lot of people. I have had people who've come to us, which are companies, banks, and all of those things, who's worked with us at Wealth Motley, and who are now sort of making it life easier for people to buy those shares and buy all of those things now in Nigeria market. So people are buying Nigerian stocks, not as much as foreign ones, and for good reason. One of the biggest reasons is inflation. If I bought a stock in Nigeria now or I bought it last year, 2 years ago, when I bought, let's say, 100,000 Naira shares, even if that stock has made 20% last year, this year, now is worth 140, which is 40% growth, which is not bad. 140,000 Naira. How useful is that in this economy? Because inflation has effectively eroded everything I bought, just because the currency is in Naira, not because the company is not doing well or the stock didn't do well, but just because the overall currency has made my money or my gain essentially useless. Because whatever I could buy 2 years ago with 100K, I definitely cannot buy it now with the same amount, with even 140K. Plus, if I put my money in dollars in that time, the value will be vastly different. I remember when we started buying Nigerian stocks, one of the first US stocks, one of the first companies that opened up was Bamboo. One of those companies, I don't want to mention names because I'm sure you understand. I'm sure you don't want that. So one of these new apps opened up in 2019, very late 2009, November, December. When they came up, I remember dollar was 350. I remember buying shares for the first time then. I was like their number 0001 customer. I remember. And when I was buying this, a lot of my friends were like, dollar is 350. You better wait for it to fall before you go and buy all these stocks. I'm like, you guys, I'm not waiting for anything. I'm buying stocks every single month through my DCA method. I'm not stopping and all of those things. Today, dollar is 700 and something. Do you see? And that is how important it is to invest. So even if I had not made money all this while, my naira is still as grown astronomically because all of my stocks were in dollars compared. So those are some of the reasons why people shy away from the Nigerian market, Nigerian stock market. Another thing is just the transparency of information. So if I wanted to find out all the different details today about Apple or about Microsoft, every single detail of how much they sold in this year, how much they sold 10 years ago, how much their debt is, how much, I know that I can trust that information. The information is readily available to anyone. I can track, I can understand where exactly I'm putting my money, how much they're putting into research, how much they're growing new products. All of those things are there. How many companies,
Nigerian companies
have all of those that you are even sure the information is right? So those are the different things that affect people investing in Nigerian shares. It's the ease of investing in it. It's the fact that inflation in the country is not helping matters. It's the fact that it's the information readily available to understand, fully study those companies before I start to invest in them. So those are some of the things that make people run fast
from
the other side away from Nigerian stocks.
Okay, so we'll take a short break, and after the break, we'll be talking more about investing in Nigeria. Stay with us.
So this is 2023, the year where we make our money dreams come true. But that's not only mouth. You need to work hard this year, and it starts with investing right. I know I sound like a broken record. I talk about all of us investing. And this is Charles, by the way, the personal finance badass at Wealth Motley. Make sure you follow me on all platforms as much as possible, because I'll be giving you all the money gist, all the money info that you need to continue to grow this year. So starting with 2023, this is the year you need to invest. Warren Buffett told us that when everyone is fearful, that's the best time for investors to invest. And there is no time in the present couple of years that's more fearful than now. There's a recession looming, there's so much inflation, there's so much gist in the market. But this is the time that if you can't scrape together any single money, you should be investing it in your favorite stocks or your favorite ETFs. This is the time where you need to dam your resources as much as possible and find a way to safeguard yourself in the future. Your 10-year-old self, yourself in 10 years is going to be very grateful because you made that decision today. If you look at all of the indicators, everything is bad. And I know it sounds like a broken record when I say record, invest. Simple. It's because I understand that this is the time. And if you've been an investor before, you're probably wondering, I invested, my money is already down. My 10,000 is now 2,000. Yes, I understand. But find more to invest in this time, because now you're getting great companies at rock bottom bargain prices. So keep investing today, and you can keep doing. If you have to find a second hustle, find a way to ensure that you keep investing in this time. It's more important than ever in 2023.
My name remains Bayo Ali, aka Ali Bey. Join me in this time-traveling voyage, and let's relive those good old memories together. Welcome to my world of a glorious past. When I tell you life was good while growing up, believe me, it was really fun and exciting. Though of Ijebu origin, I was born at the popular Island Maternity Hospital, Lagos. My elementary years were spent in Surulere Axis, surrounded by lots of recreational facilities, peer groups, and schoolmates who not only made growing up fun, but also very memorable. I own up to coming from an upper middle class family. We were comfortable, but constantly reminded that the greatest legacy anyone can bequeath his offspring is quality education and good character. So my father, that was his greatest inheritance for us. So imagine us being one of the few families in Surulere who owned a television. Big deal? I still recall our Grandic brand, and some of the children in our neighborhood curried our favor just to be able to peep through the window and catch a glimpse of their favorite programs like Wrestling from Great Britain, The Combats, Dan Blocker, Penny Roberts, Michael London, and Long Green. You remember those characters, Village Headmaster, and another one, a Y50, the good old days. In our own little corner and space, we were privileged but not spoilt. Yes, we used to have occasional weekend treats at the Apapa Amusement Park, swimming at Roe Park, and the greatest fun at Shell Club, now Eagle Club. But our parents, amidst fun, will continually drum it into our ears that success in life is more paramount than all the temporary fun. Departmental stores rivaled what was available in England. It was the glorious era of Kingsway, Leventis, and UTC stores. Even back then, Kingsway was fitted with an escalator. The malls were better stocked than what we celebrate today when we enter ShopRite stores. How about the fact that the postman delivered letters twice a day, 6 days a week, and even up to the early 80s, a letter posted from London to Lagos will be delivered within a week. Sounds incredible, but also true. It wasn't uncommon to be informed several days about routine maintenance activities that would disrupt water or power supply for a few hours on a particular day. Even Lagos taxis were metered back then. You simply hail a taxi and fix your gaze on the meter. Great were those moments when we had less to bother about. Security was the least of our challenges because most houses in Surulere then had no fences or bulgar bars. In the area of transportation, the LMTS, Lagos Municipal Transport Service, was so effective as what operates today in some Western countries. Bus 88 covered Surulere to Yaba and operated clockwork. The timing was predictable. Days when newspapers were laid out by vendors on our streets at Adinogusu and Surulere with no vendor on stand, and passerby would just pick their preferred copies and drop the coin by the stand. You want to try that today? I recall with nostalgia those golden era when a brand new Volkswagen Beetle was sold for 3,500 and my monthly take home at the Nigerian Ports Authority was 145 naira. We had savings and were also able to fund our social activities from that so-called mega salary. Those were the days of luncheon voucher when organizations subsidized lunch break expenses. Wow, can we have those days back again? At what point did we miss it? I keep wondering, how can so much change happen or damage be done in a lifetime? Like every young child, my ambition was to be a medical doctor. I had always liked caring for people, looking out for people, and taking steps to ensure all around me were okay. However, what I couldn't achieve through medicine because of my poor science background, I tried as an adult to achieve through humanity and hospitality. My vocation as a mass communication specialist helped a lot in this regards. How I have fared in this regards is left to the assessment of friends and associates. Oh, how can I miss talking about nightlife in Lagos? So wonderful and exciting. There were no fears of robbery or harassment from any quarters. Growing up and doing what boys do, we had mad fun. In the late 70s, we had joined the Soul Train group, that saw the emergence of nightclubs like Lords, Paradiso, Phase 2, and many others. Imagine about 8 passengers in my Volkswagen Beetle, moving from one disco party to another. I guess the manufacturers of Volkswagen at that time must have seen us in action before coming up with a beautiful slogan, "You can't kill the Beetle." We had our fair share of fun when life was good. How I dream in wishes that few of these moments be brought back and a slice of it granted to the current generation to taste. How can we change the narrative? By working towards providing a greater future for the upcoming generations instead of reliving on the glorious past. I look back and think of today and the future. Can we ever have it so good like before? Yes, we can. Life is ever good, only if we're determined to get it right. It is equally still possible to reenact those age-long admonitions that good name is more precious than gold. Our children deserve a brighter and better tomorrow, not the good old days, which now remains only in our imagination. Let us make the difference now for the sake of our children's tomorrow. If you believe all hope is not lost, like I do, please join me as I join Sashomori Badijo in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
All right, you're welcome to the most undiluted show on this part of the globe. No Cap is a show for the free-minded, the radical-minded, and those who always have one question behind their mind. And that question is why. If you're one of those people who get upset or angry when somebody says something to you, like, look, this is not the show for you, because we say it as it is. We do not cover, we do not edit it, we do not filter it. It's no cap. Like, take the cap off and just speak. My name is Miles, the 8th wonder of the world, and I'm flanked by 2 beautiful women. They say, blessed is he amongst women, and when that Bible verse was actually for me, right? Oh, now to my immediate left, I have the beautiful, always smiling, by the way. We'll get to you later. Why you're always smiling? Frown small. I just frown small. I have the beautiful Booms in the okay, Booms. Sorry, yeah. Oh yeah, Booms in the building. Booms, how you doing today?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
And to my far left, I have the always dashing, hips to the side. She said hips to the side. We don't edit here. Have you forgotten? Okay. All right. I have Rosange in the building.
Rosange.
I like Rosange. Rosange, how you doing?
I'm fine.
You are fine, by the way. Bride price is an important aspect of marriage traditions in Nigeria, but how relevant is it in the light of today's world? Although Nigeria's diversity has created room for different types of marriages, but one thing that has remained constant is the payment of bride price. It has become an essential part of valid customary marriage in the country. Now, bride price is usually the payment in a monetary form to the parents or the guidance of the female partner made by the groom on account of marriage. Now, initially, this issue of dowry and bride price was more like a pleasantry exchange between husband-to-be and the future in-laws when it all started. In most cultures, though, it was little things that were just like little things. But these days, people now see it as, business. Especially the men, they now see that, oh, they have bought over the woman. Like, it's you now belong to me. Like, I have paid your bride price. So now, anything I tell you to do, you have to do it. Now, that's where we are today now. Before we get back into the studio and we talk about it and argue, because I know you people are already frowning and ready to explode.
Yes.
We went into the streets of Lagos. We talked to 1 or 2 people, and a lot of people were furious. People were angry. Some people loved it. Some people were excited about it. And they had this to say about bride price. Is it nonsense or is it sense? Let's see this right back.
It's not nonsense to our culture. Understand? We have to pay.
There are norms and beliefs now. You have to pay the bride price.
You have to pay the bride price.
Yes, because it's part of our norms and beliefs.
It says so. I won't collect my bride price now.
So that means you are for sale.
No, that's not what it means.
What does it mean?
It's just a token. I mean, it's just a token.
So why are you paying for your wife? Are you trying to buy her or something? I don't understand. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. I don't think you have to pay to get a woman. Like, that's not right. I just think.
Why do they have to pay to like get me? I don't know. You can gift my family every other day, but you can't buy me. Nah. So I don't buy the idea of buy bride price.
Absolutely nonsense. Absolutely.
Why do you think so?
You know, I mean, I feel like if I don't know why we pay. Why do you guys have to pay? Like, why? Come on, why can't girls pay? We want it. Yeah, we want it. Like, we want that payment. So why should it be only the girls?
Basically, it's kind of ridiculous, the cost, you know. Like it's something that is pretty small. So, but I think it's traditional, and I mean, based on your culture, you should just adhere to that.
It's sense, nah. I don't know, sense or no sense, me, I don't know. But my own mom, she's waiting for it because I'm the only girl. So, yes, now, sense or no sense, that is not my business. I don't have anything to do with that because my mom is patiently waiting as the only daughter. So, she don't write list, everything. So.
All right, you're most welcome back. Now, did you see that? It's still No Cap. If you're just joining us for the first, time, we're like, what are these people doing? Yeah, it's called No Cap, where we say things undiluted. We say things the way it is. They say the things, and yeah, we take off the cap. We don't lie about it, right? There's no point to risk it about it. What are you people? Anyway, so yeah, that was the street of Lagos, and you heard what people had to say. A lot of people had diverse opinions about this. Now, let me start with you people in this. You've ladies now. Bride price, sense or nonsense? I think Bumi wants to go first. Booms wants to go first. Well,
I mean, I feel it's utter rubbish.
What's utter rubbish?
Bride price.
Okay.
I feel it's literally nonsense. I mean, in the past, it used to make a lot of sense. But now it really doesn't make sense again. I feel like people use it as an avenue to get out of poverty now.
Ha.
Yes, to be very honest. Auntie, calm down. I should.
But yeah, no.
Okay.
Go on.
But honestly, like I see lists now, and I'm wondering what is going on exactly. What are you guys trying to do? Are you trying to ruin a relationship, a life that is about to start? Because by the time you see what they are asking the man's family to bring, it's enough to start the family they are trying to. Do you get like
open a store?
It's really like nonsense. And the one that upsets me the most is the people that even take it. I mean, an uncle from that I haven't seen in 15 years, or an auntie that
you've never even met before.
Do you get? And they are claiming rights on, we sent you to school. What? I mean, I saw when my parents were struggling to send me to school. Right. So where are you coming from to take? So I feel like it's ridiculous. The money that we spend on these things that other people are going to share, why don't you just give it to the new family to start? I mean, at the end of the day, by the time they share, it's little that comes to the bride and the husband. Except for some very few people now that the money, the father hands it over to his wife, and then the wife does whatever thing she wants to it. But I just feel like it's utter nonsense.
Okay, Razanj, bride price.
Nonsense. Like today, she said it all, yeah. So it's complete nonsense because, I mean, like, back in the days, I would have agreed to it. Yeah, a few tubers of yam, oil, and these 5, 10, 15 naira.
Do you get?
But right now, you're literally trying to open the store, you know, I barely started life. I mean, like, we're just trying to, like, put things together and all of a sudden, you're giving me 4 for scrap paper. Not me. You're giving the man to be. I mean, how do you expect him to survive? How do you expect him? What are you looking for, really? And then you now see like a boss with like 15 relatives that you've never met in your life. They're all sitting down waiting to consume you. No.
Miles is looking like he's interested in paying bride price.
Okay, we'll get to me. Let me throw it to both of you like this, since you're both on the same side now. Now, what happens, right, if the person you've been in a relationship with for a while and you guys are okay, let's just move to the next level, and your parents just boom, they bring out the whole bride price. They're like, oh, this is how much it is, this what blah blah blah, and it's a little bit too much for him. And the guy just feels like backing out. How are you guys gonna handle that?
I'll speak to my parents.
What if they don't agree? Like, what's your native name again?
Nwamaka.
Don't
do that. Don't do that. That's wrong.
I will tell you this. Your forefathers before you, you cannot. This is
my
and they
father.
do all that on you.
I hope you're watching this. he won't do that.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, because we'll come to an agreeable terms, like, oh, okay, so this is what's going on, this is what is on ground now, regardless, and this is my partner, this is my life partner, this is how I feel would run. So regardless of whatever it is, I mean, you should cut it down. But maybe to the public, we could make it look like, oh, it was
That
extra.
was the list.
This was the list. But I mean, in-house, because we're family, and then family, we cover ourselves up. We're meant to keep ourselves, you know. So
Do you know how many parents and uncles and aunties are watching this right now, and they're going to like, are these actually our children?
You know, I was going to actually say something as regards that, because this bride price thing, it usually doesn't just come from the angle of the parents alone. The uncles and auntie also have
external
a say
family
in it.
members.
Yeah, so if you say you're going to talk to your parents about it, honestly, trust me, they're not going to listen because they have other voices speaking to them. So for me, I'll pull a radical on them.
no, if your parents are vocal enough and they're pretty well grounded, and then they don't allow third parties come into their business, I don't think that even if the rest of the family members will make suggestions and opinions, it's still what they want for their children that will still be, because the world has evolved right now, and this time,
it just depends on
they're more
families, but
exposed.
I feel like most families have the voices of uncles and aunties, grandparents from somewhere,
And then
speaking as regards
they
their
trap
parents'
them
marriage.
based on tradition.
Yes,
This is
exactly. This is
tradition.
how we have been doing it from way
You
back.
have to.
So if anybody pulls that on me, dude, I'm going to get married to my man. Whatever when you
Travel.
guys are ready for
Jackpot.
bride price, like normal bride
Yes.
price, you call our number.
Okay.
Yes.
That being said, I'm gonna give my 2 cents about this, right? Okay,
Yes.
cool. So bride price has been there before we were born.
Yeah.
Where when we're still in liquid form, wherever it is we wear, whatever, if we're in the right sack or the left sack, whatever sack we share, when we're still in liquid form, bride price has always been there, right? So our mothers were paid bride price for them. So what is this new we are woke situation? People say, oh no, bride price is not a thing. Look, it's just what it is now. The price of let's say your timepiece that you're putting on right now, it's not the same price it was 10 years ago. Right now,
Yes.
if it seems like, oh, these guys are inflating things, like, look, a tuber of yam now, it's like a normal size tuber of yam is like 3,500.
More reason why they should reduce the amount of things. on the list.
I disagree with you. Now, in some cultures,
Yeah.
in some cultures,
Look at her sisters.
in some cultures they demand 20 tubers of yam. Some will say, oh, 150. Some different cultures will.
Have you seen the new list now?
Wait now.
Okay.
So if for the ones who say, oh, we want 50 tubers of yam, that's what they've been taking. That's what their culture is all about. Are you telling me that? Do you know how much a tuber of yam is? Okay, so do the math. And they are trying to pity you people, instead of you people carrying load and bringing load of, just they're calculated and put it into monetary form for you. Like, okay, cool. Why don't you just pay XYZ money? So I don't think bride price is nonsense. I just think it's just what it is. I don't. Okay, well, I have a daughter.
How many?
Now,
how
when
many
I am
sisters do you
wait
have?
now, I don't have. What's your problem?
You want to collect this
Like honestly, I want to see
Like
where
when
this
it's time to give my daughter out in marriage,
Yeah.
like I am definitely going to list it out. This is tradition. This is where we come from. We shouldn't lose.
15
We shouldn't
million
lose.
loading.
We shouldn't lose who we are as Africans.
For real?
Because the white man is saying, oh, blah. Look, if you want to marry as a man, yeah. If you're about to if you're about to go into a marriage as a man, you should be ready to chest it. It's not for children. It's not a place of management. When we get to one place, so if they're billing you 40 or 40,000
But do you
tubers
also
of yam,
know
get ready.
that this is what has sold some women into slavery? Because some men just feel like, I can't pay this much as bride price, and then you will not come down and serve me. Like, some women go into marriage and they become automatic slaves because of what their parents collected for bride price. The man will just
They
calculate
don't have
2
a
times
say
2,
in that
like,
relationship.
Wait, are you saying oh, bride price now is what is not making them have a say? Is it the girl that collected
Well,
money?
I mean,
they feel like it's your family. You are a part of your family.
Like, I already bought you. I paid excess
I
for
paid
you. So
if
anything
some
I
people
want,
now
you
is
should
like,
do it.
I bought you. I bought
I
your
own
entirety.
you.
You know, some parents
So
even go
you're
as far
literally
as
a
saying that
glorified house help.
exactly. Some parents
Why are you
go
guys-
as far as saying that, oh, they paid tuition fee, so you have to pay for. So it's like he was
Father say,
paying
yes,
for
I paid for your
your
fees,
school
I paid
fees,
for
your
your
clothes, and
yeah,
all.
I'm
So
not
that's
allowing
what
you
the
there.
husband
No,
is
no,
paying
no,
for.
no.
So it's
No,
like
no,
he paid for what he wasn't there for.
Yes.
And so he's buying you.
So now
No,
he's
no, no,
taking
no.
responsibility.
Exactly.
I disagree. Your parents are responsible to give you a proper education to a particular level, right? And they are not supposed to be waiting on the fence like, okay, I need to get my payback. Now you're getting your payback when your child starts working and your child wants to bless you, like, oh, daddy, I got your car, mommy, I got you a house, blah blah blah. That's different. That's from your child, not like how will I now milk this guy? Bride price is not about milking anybody.
Okay, so
it's
in
just
all
about-
honesty,
So it varies
what was
because
the-
it depends on the tradition, depends on the where you come from, literally, because it's not the same. Every tribe has different ways.
Okay, so
That's
which
what I
just
mean.
brings me to what was the idea behind bride price
from the get
from the get-go?
Yeah.
Okay, now like I read earlier, it's it was just a pleasantry exchange of you're coming to meet. It was like what we do in introductions. Oh, we are coming to your house. So this is what we have.
Exactly. Why doesn't it just end there? I bring something to welcome your
I
family,
think
and you bring something to end
also
my
brings
family.
something to welcome the man's
That's
family.
for introduction. But for the traditional marriage, there's like a prize on the bride. That's what they call it. They don't call it groom prize. A prize on the bride. Like, I am buying this woman. I am buying this woman to become my wife. I don't feel comfortable with that.
But in other tribes, they put maybe 5 naira, 10 naira, 20 naira. I mean, like that's all
Do you see
literally
that?
pay.
Do you see that now?
No, they still do it. Depend. I think some Delta State, some other like.
Where are you from?
I'm from Delta State.
Okay, from Delta State. Like, what's the bride price
I do
range
not
in your
know.
side?
I do know.
So, but do you have sisters who's got married?
Yes.
Have you heard? Did you see what was brought? Or
No,
did you
I
have
don't
an
have
idea?
sisters. I have cousins. They're
Okay.
Benin.
Did you
I mean,
have-
it's quite different, because it's still the same thing, but it wasn't as much as that. But you see, Imo. Abia.
This guy, Igbo and Abia people are coming for you. You keep saying it. Is it that bad?
No, because I had my friends. Like, I'm sorry, guys, but they were crying. Even for us, like they were literally crying.
Yeah.
Like, how do we do?
You know,
this?
I have
what
an
do we
uncle
do?
that got married from Edo State, and according to the information, he has to buy a luggage box of clothes for his mother-in-law and for
Wrappers,
his wife,
yams,
like fully
oil.
loaded box.
So what's wrong with that? That's tradition.
What is the
Before
idea
you realize you're only
behind
spending like
tradition? That's
10
what
million
I'm
naira
trying
just
to say.
buying things.
What is the
No,
idea
come
behind
on.
this tradition? Like, why am I not
It's not
giving my
fair.
husband something? Why is it only the
Which brings me to that. God will bless you.
Okay.
Now, why are we not we the male folk? Why are we not being paid for too? Why is nobody giving us groom price? Like,
Do you
I
understand
wanna
my
marry this
point
good
now?
looking man.
Part of
That's
the
why it
world,
feels
the
like they're
woman-
buying
the
the
women
bride.
are marrying men now in other part of the world. So what is your groom price?
Anything.
I mean, in India, you could go get married from
You
India.
know.
The women pay.
They
the
pay.
bride.
They pay
They
for bread.
pay.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
India, here I come.
And that's
Nigerian
why,
women
if
are
you
not even
notice,
trying.
the women in India have more say over their husbands.
Actually,
Because that's what the idea
are you
is. It's
automatically
literally like
saying-
you're buying the person.
So that's what you're saying now.
Yes.
Do you believe that bride price seems like you're buying a person over? Like,
oh no, but it just shows that for me, I feel like it just shows that you're capable and that you are responsible and that you'll be able to literally take care of me
Nah,
or
come
for my
on,
father,
like-
you'll be able to take care of my child. That's what it just shows that, okay, so for the fact that you can provide it just shows that you are man enough to do more. Not because that you're buying me off or
I mean, so
don't
if
feel
that's
that
the
way.
case,
But
why
that's
not-
what it's supposed to be.
Why not ask the guy to set up his house and you guys to come and look at it? How
Of
are you going to
course,
take
no,
care
the
of my
house is
daughter?
already set up.
what
sis.
if the guy went to rent the house and you don't know?
At least the rent will still cover for 1 year. Do you get my point? Some people, the money that they're living in 1-room apartment,
Yeah.
and the money they spent on bride price is enough to collect a 2-bedroom apartment,
And
set
then they
it
start
up
running
well,
around looking
buy
for loan.
food stuff, like make the woman very much okay for a year, and then I give it to one uncle and auntie that will not see again.
And
once
then
I
they're
get
struggling
married.
for the first year of their marriage.
Do you understand? They
know.
can't even go
They're
for a
even in
proper
debt
honeymoon.
because they borrowed money to make sure things happen. A lot of
Yes.
marriages are like that. Like after marriage, like what next? We're looking at ourselves like nothing to do. We're struggling.
So let him
You know.
set up the house. You guys
Right.
come and look at it.
What-
Oh, okay, this
what
is
struggle
what my
is
my,
this?
my,
Amen.
my child is going to eat, and it's okay. You are capable. You are good to go. Let's do this.
Let's do this.
Not feeding some people, some ancestors somewhere.
Okay, so let me finish it up on this note with both of you. Again, I'm going to ask. The guy now says, "Oh, he comes to your household
Yeah.
and it's like, this I can't do this," and says, "I can't afford this. I have to go." How will you take that? I can't afford this.
No, baby, you're not going nowhere.
We died
We'll get to
there.
the bottom of this. How? Let's travel. I mean, there are other ways we can do
There's no
this.
access. There's no access. You keep saying jackpot because there's access to it. Imagine there's no access to jackpot at that moment.
Let's go to the forest.
I mean, we go
Reveal
radical.
now.
No, to be very honest, We go radical. I tell them this is what I can do. If you're not ready to accept it, I will marry this man because I want him to be able to fend for me and not for some people somewhere.
Because the only reason why I have chosen to marry this person is because he's my friend, and then I see that we would actually build stuff together.
And I understand the fact that he can even fend for me. Not
he understands me.
See, what is paining me is the aspect that we are feeling some God somewhere, some ancestors somewhere. Like what? Why? I mean, I would definitely go radical on them. When you guys are ready to take what we have, you just contact us because I mean, someone that I've been trying to
cheers to this. Cheers to this. We go radical.
Someone I've been trying to like build things with. We have been trying to achieve some things. We have a plan for when we get married. We'll not squander the money on bride price. Because we don't do that. No, we will not do that.
Can you take cash for squander?
For squander on better things. For squander on house and cars. Because I'll pay bride price finish. I'm using my leg to walk out on the road for what? All that money put it together.
Now you walk out.
We go to honeymoon. I want to go to Paris.
Do you understand?
Or Italy.
Like.
Okay, ignore what I said earlier, but do not ignore it at the same time. Okay. I'm just trying to sit on the fence. But really, bride price is part of our culture. We like it or not. It's not going nowhere. But I just feel right now that the parents now are taking it to the next level. They are overstretching it. When you see some ridiculous amounts, you're like, how is this person that's just about to start his life?
Exposed parents don't do that.
Go all the way. How do you expect them to get all this done?
They gave me bride price list. I mean, 2 years ago or about 3 years ago. And immediately I sat down, I dissected it. I said, this is irrelevant. This is... My big mommy was looking at me and was like, David, this is how they've been doing. I said, when it comes to my point, and you guys are joking. When it comes to my point, this is irrelevant. This money, I can use it to do so many other things. This is what I can use it. Right. I say, okay, they will reprint. I say, I know you people want to do me behind, but I will do you people behind. We will do each other behind because if you bring this thing, I'm going to give my husband. He will tell me. He's going to tell me. Am I married? No, I think it's the bride price.
It's the bride price that chased the guy.
Well, they pursued you, not pursued the man.
They pursued me, safe, because I'm like, really, guys.
You see, that's the reason why most. Where are you from?
I'm a Yoruba girl.
Okay, I'll let you say, but most Igbo ladies, they don't marry.
Igbo and who again?
No, let's not do Igbo. Okay. I'm not being tribalistic, but I mean, like, because of this, a lot of people are still there.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like you are planning for your bride price more than you're planning for your future.
Yes.
This actually, like I said earlier when I started the show, it actually happens to my friend, and this is not me just trying to create a story. Yeah. It happens to one of my best friends. When he watches it, he just shake his head like, this guy had to do this, you know. Like that's did you see that meme where they said?
I saw the meme when my friend was on the radio station when he said my
I mean, I do that a lot.
This actually, I'm sure he'd be like, oh God, now I have to take my story out there. Like, it actually hurt him. He was ready. They had done the introduction, right? They've done the, I think, engagement or something. The guy was ready. He had packed everything he had. He moved down to Lagos from Abuja, got a new place. And he saw the bride price. He wanted to kill him. And this is the girl that he loves so much. Now, girl on her own now goes, don't worry, maybe we should just keep saving. We'll get there. Blah, blah. She didn't fight for him. She didn't. So it really broke him.
You know the annoying part? The guy probably had established the girl in some sort of way.
Yeah.
Do you get? And I'm like, shouldn't that be enough already? Like, these people have established to a certain level. All they needed to do was get married and get it going. And then you guys are trying to frustrate that effort. It's really upsetting.
Why are you thinking all about, where did you go just like, you just look lost, like you're thinking about like, oh my goodness.
I'm just imagining, I'm projecting myself, you know,
what you're going to do,
like what I would do.
I mean, I've thought about it. Like, the moment I saw that list, I thought about it.
Talking about what you guys would do now, moving forward now, right? Since this is the generation of the younger, we are the younger generation now. They are still listening to us gradually. Yeah. Our voices are heard globally now. We have the internet and everything. Now, let's start with you. Moving forward, you get to that point where you want to get married. Let's start with when you get married. Then, when you start having your own children and you're trying to give them away, what is the way forward for you?
Okay, so the way forward for me is do things.
And if this comes into play, somehow, I'm not saying you're going to marry a mechanic, which there's nothing wrong with a mechanic actually, but if it comes into play.
Okay, so I think before we even get to that point, I would have a chat with my own folks. like, okay, so it's almost that time. And that time is right, like almost now. So you guys have to get your thinking faculty straight.
Wait. So you are doing like this for your parents?
No. I mean, no disrespect.
Was that just like that?
If my mother was here now,
you just have to say it.
Sorry, I cut you short. You say.
Okay, so but yeah, I mean, like we need to get our priorities straight, because consider me, consider my future.
Right.
I mean, like I know they want the best for me, so they would not even try to act funny, So yeah, they will come into terms like, okay, so I think this is what we should do. But yeah, tradition will still be played out,
definitely,
regardless. But don't come and build house on top of. No, it won't work.
All right,
cool. And then for my kids too, I would do the same. So
like, will you even take any money out? Or will you just say,
no,
you love him, you love her,
I'll do the
just
normal
go.
tradition, but the whole 1 naira, 2 naira, all the naira denomination or your currency, everything, all those normal.
All right, Booms. What about you?
Okay, so for me, let me start with my parents. It's already in play. This is what I want and this is what I don't want. This is how things should get and this is how things shouldn't get. So I think we're almost on the same page now. And for my children, I'll just stick to this tradition of money. Hand the money, the bride price to the father hands it over to the child, and she used the money to build her family. I think that's very much okay.
Understanding.
Yes.
All right, cool. That being said, no cap. We came, we saw, we conquered, we spoke it the way it is. They think bride price is nonsense. I think bride price is not nonsense, but don't hike it too much. And you heard from the people from the streets also, they had diverse opinions about it. But you can reach us on all our social media platforms and let us know what you think. If you think bride price is nonsense, please let us know. If you think it's nonsense, please let me know. If you have a fine girl in your house, I will visit. And if you think it makes sense, you'll be fine. Don't let me know. Don't reach out to me. Thank you so very much, Booms. How can we reach on your social media platforms?
You can follow me at mo_Turaya13 on Instagram alone.
Okay. What about?
You can follow me on Instagram at Rosange_. It is spelled as ROS4NGE_.
Yeah. All right, cool. Follow her. Don't follow me. I do not have indie money. I'm just saying. All right, we came with Solid Concord. We have to go. When we come back next time, it's still going to be the blast. Still no cap. My name is Miles, the 8th one of the world. Adios.
It is not the hope of this feature to blame anyone for the never-ending tension between police and the citizens. However, it is certain that there is always a tension with most people when they approach a police checkpoint. Many factors are responsible for this tension, including not knowing what to expect or do, seeing the police as the enemy, or even being guilty of an infraction. Many issues that go wrong at a police checkpoint can be linked to lack of proper communication and understanding on the side of the police force and also on the side of the citizen. Here are some tips listed by the police force about comporting yourself at a police checkpoint. Endeavor to slow down your vehicle. It shows that you're not reckless. It also douses suspicion that you're a criminal and may want to speed off. Turn down the volume of your car stereo. Courtesy demands this. Besides, you are able to hear each other better. This simple act will help you win the confidence of the security operative. Keep your hands visible to avoid unnecessary suspicion or fear by the officers that you're attempting to bring out a gun or other harmful objects to attack them. Turn on the inner light of your vehicle while approaching the cops if at night. It readily sends an unspoken message that you have nothing to hide.
That's the nature of your job, officer. Don't worry. That's the nature of everything will be fine.
Be friendly and cheerful. Commend the officers, especially when you see them working under very unfriendly weather conditions such as rains and harsh harmattan conditions, excessive heat, cold or sunshine. We know it's their job, but a little kind word from you will do a lot of good. Remember, when you smile at the mirror smiles back at you.
Officer will not come down. Let's see what you do. Don't mind this. We won't come down.
Endeavor to be polite when answering questions put to you by the officers. Don't dare or challenge an armed security man to a duel. Oftentimes, you hear people say things like, "Shoot me if you can." Note that this is a recipe for disaster. It is a very provocative and unnecessary call for war. So please, play safe, more so as you do not know the state of mind of the officer concerned. Also, don't go into a physical fight with an armed security officer. He may resort to the use of his weapon to defend himself. Avoid unnecessary arguments with armed security personnel. There are 1,001 ways to seek redress where you feel your rights have been infringed upon. Never try to touch an officer in an unfriendly manner. He may suspect you of trying to disarm him. If you're a regular traveler or road user, make sure you have the police emergency phone numbers of the route you operate. You never can tell when an emergency situation could arise and you need the police to come to your aid. Make sure you have all your relevant car papers and desist from actions or inactions that constitute either a criminal or traffic offense. Such infractions of the law provide a veritable grounds for possible charges and other forms of adversarial contact with the police or other law enforcement agencies, including unnecessary arguments. Don't give the impression that you're unhappy to see the officer on his beat or that he's wasting your time. But if you do have an emergency, politely inform the officer. Don't speed off while still being checked. Take note of the name tags, force or service numbers, personal description of weapon or patrol vehicle of the security officer, especially where the officers begin to conduct themselves in an unprofessional manner. Seek an audience with the most senior officer at the checkpoint if things are not working out smoothly. Politely insist to be taken to the police station if your complaint is not properly addressed.
Very good morning to you, and thanks for joining us this Monday morning on The Breakfast. My name is Nyamgul Agaji.
My name is Rume Paulson.
Okay, so today we're going to be discussing some very salient topics. First of all is the fact that Nigeria sent over 1,400 delegates to the COP28. So the presidential candidate of the Labour Party has faulted the number of Nigeria's delegates at the COP20, citing waste of resources. That will be our first hot topic for this morning.
Another hot topic we'll be having is Tinubu calls for a greater vision. He unveils a bold vision for greener Nigeria at COP28. Yes.
And of course, we'll be looking at some of the national dailies to see what the headlines are this morning on Off the Press. We do hope that you're going to have a wonderful time staying with us on The Breakfast this morning. Once again, welcome. Today's date is 12th, actually.
What?
12th of December, right?
12th? How did you get there so fast?
12 days of Christmas. Today's 12th of December already. No. That means we have just slightly above 10 days to Christmas.
No.
You're saying no.
Not at all.
They say, there's an adage that says, no matter how angry the rat is, it will not stop the cat from eating it.
Okay.
So even if you say no, all the no's in this world, it will still come. Christmas is here.
Yeah, but like today is the 4th of December.
Oh, 4th of December.
4th of December.
Why am I saying 12?
That's what I'm going, how did you get to 12? Today is the 4th of December.
I'm ahead of my time, so
yes.
I can't wait for that moment where it will be Christmas. It's just a magical moment for everybody. Whether you're spending or you're receiving, it's a magical moment. And, you know, it's great to see it again. And I hope all of us, we're going to be part of it this year.
Yeah, oh, definitely.
Definitely.
We have about 21 days to Christmas, and I'm sure everyone is already counting down. So, yeah.
It used to be a time where everybody wanted to go back to their roots, as it were. It might be the village, or some people who are from cities like Lagos come back to Lagos, and you know, it's
some people who are even abroad come back to Nigeria.
It's a kind of reunion, but I don't know how this year is going to be. Because years before now, it's been like, you know, if I need to go home, I have to go off season. It doesn't have to be during Christmas because the transportation is off the roof, the food items, everything that I need to take back home and all that, it's too much. So why not just sit back anytime I need to go see my parents or my siblings or whoever I need to go and visit, I just choose another day to go. And it's quite sad.
Yeah, I don't know about this year. I mean, a lot of people have been complaining about the economic situation of the country. So I'm not sure if people will be able to travel back home as much as they used to. And then I know the Igbos, they have that thing that Christmas has to be celebrated in the village. They always have parties and reunions. And with all of the insecurity there, I don't know how that's going to happen. But I'm sure everyone will still try to celebrate Christmas whichever way.
And wherever you are.
Yeah, wherever you are.
Christmas can be found wherever you are.
I saw a funny joke. They said they've postponed Christmas. Like Christmas has been postponed.
If it were possible, I'm sure that it could be done, but it's not possible. It has to come, you know.
Yeah.
So people will find a way to celebrate it. At least, well, you have to know that it's not your birthday. It's someone else's birthday.
There was another one. Someone said, please, can someone give me money? I want to celebrate Jesus' birthday. I want to celebrate Jesus' birthday. It was so funny. There's been a lot of memes flying around for the Christmas season. But
hey, the season is here, and we're going to celebrate it as best we can.
Yeah.
But the main thing is show love, like you said the last time when we were here.
I was about to say that now.
Show love to people, not even only the people that you see as less privileged. You know, if you're talking about less privileged, you have to define less privileged in what? Is it in money? Is it in food? Is it in love? Because some people, they might have all the money in the world. All they need is just a hug or a smile from someone.
Exactly.
So if you're talking about sharing love, don't think about only the people that you think have no money. There are some people that have, the only thing they have is money. So,
and they want other things. They want to feel loved.
Like, was it Bob Marley who said, some people are so poor that all they have is money. So that is poverty on its own. You don't even have the people.
Because poverty is when you're short of something.
Yes.
Like, it doesn't have to be money. You can actually be in short of a supply of any other thing. And in a way, it's almost like you're in poverty for that thing.
Especially poverty is measured by your level of, I measure it by the level of happiness you have. So if you are a multi-billionaire and you're not happy, you're as poor as the person who is, maybe not having money and all that. You have the same level of happiness. Some people are poor, they don't have money, but they are way happier and might live longer than you. So how has your money worked for you? So when I define poverty, I define it according to how happy you are, your life is. So,
and I think another thing I want to add in this season is gratitude. So I know we're saying spread love, but I think you should be grateful for where you are. You've been able to make it this far, right? And regardless of the situation in Nigeria, if you have money, if you don't have money, just be grateful that you're here, you're alive. And I'm sure like something magical will just even come up, because I mean, Christmas is a season of magic, so you just never know. So just have that heart of gratitude.
Miracles happen in our lives every day. If you sit down now, Rume, to calculate what you make in a month, and then what you spend, you'll be asking yourself, where does the extra money come from?
I know, right?
It just so happens that you're surviving even without the means as it is. So like they say, God will make a way when there seems to be no way. So sometimes you feel, okay, I'm not having enough money, but you're surviving. You're
making ends
You're spending even more than you think you're earning. So where is the extra coming from?
Because God just makes it happen.
It just happens. Okay, and today we also want to remind you that there's no place like home. I was reading a story yesterday on a blog. It wasn't posted yesterday, but that was when I saw it. A man who was born in the U.S., he has lived 61 years in the U.S., just found out that the papers he has been using, they are not complete. He is a U.S. citizen for crying out loud. He was born there. But they brought one small condition. Maybe his father was a diplomat, and because of that, he couldn't have had automatic U.S. citizenship and all that.
Because they had immunity at the time.
So it just rang in my head. Wherever you're running to, this Japa syndrome, know that there is a possibility that one day when you're settled in and you feel everything is in order, something might just come up that you'll think about home. And for this man, the way he was talking about his home country, because he was thinking he's an American citizen, is such a way that now that this problem has come, even if he decides to go home, he can't. So when you Japa, know that you're leaving your roots, and just make sure that you don't cut the ties, don't burn the bridges while you're going out. So no place like home, really.
No place like home, really. And no matter how you want to look at it, no matter where you go to in this world, you're still going to be a stranger there.
A second-class
citizen,
whatever you see.
Because they would choose theirs first. Before they even come to you. The crumbs might just fall to you, but don't think you're going to have the fattest meat. No way. So your home is where you're loved. You have your roots, regardless of, you know, how you are. There's still people, you still have your family ties. Even if it gets bad, you can still rough it because you have people who will be there for you and support you. But when you're somewhere else, most people even have this whole they have like where they feel alone when they move first, and then you have to start working all of that. You're starting from ground zero, really having to, you know, find a job, find friends, find a community,
find accommodation.
And then even a community that you get integrated in, it's not that easy. But you're home. When you're home, I mean, you have your friends, you have your family. So how do you leave all of that? I mean, I understand if you think there's something there for you, but what I'm just saying is still try to come back home.
Even when I was growing up, I was telling myself, even if I go outside the country, it should be so lucrative that it will be my choice not to come home. Because some people, when they get there, they will make so little money that even if they want to travel back home, they cannot, except they're deported. So let it be such a job that I can do and say, anytime I want to go home, I can go home, visit my people or stay back home or something. Otherwise, I'm not taking it. I'm not going. Home is home, and it is sweet home. Yes, we have problems in Nigeria, but this is Nigeria.
And we're all going to make it better together.
Yes. Okay, we'll move to our top trending, some things that caught our fancy in the course of the last 24 hours. The Imo State Police Command on Sunday, that was yesterday, disclosed that it has arrested the killers of the divisional police officer of Ahia-Zumbise local government area of the state. Some gunmen had last Monday killed the DPO, an inspector of police, and a civilian in an attack at Ahiara. Briefing journalists at the command headquarters, the Commissioner of Police in the state, Danjuma Aboki, said that the arrest of the suspects followed a coordinated operation by the operatives of the command. The murder of DPO Ahiazu Mbise and an inspector of police took place on November 27, 2023 at Ahiara Junction in Ahiazu Mbise. Aboki explained that the murders were committed by disgruntled elements suspected to be members of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, and its armed militia, Eastern Security Network. And according to him, following the subsequent confession of suspects arrested at the scene by police operatives in synergy with the military operatives of the anti-kidnapping unit on November 29, 2023, they stormed the camp of the criminal syndicate in Omohia, in Ngopala local government area of Imo State. Dislodged the terrorists, recovered 2 automatic pump-action rifles and 6 rounds of live cartridges. Okay, I applaud the police. they have done well. And like someone said, when the police sets their mind to do something, they do it. But the question is, if it is an ordinary man that is not a DPO or an inspector, will they put in the same energy like this? Who gave them the fuel money to go and do the investigation now? We're expecting the police to be doing this for every life or every criminal act that has been committed. Let them go after the criminals and bring them to justice, just like they've done here. Bravo to them.
Yeah, I don't think it should be for just one particular sect of people. It should be for everyone, because at the end of the day, you're protecting the citizens and their property, like in Nigeria. So you can't select, basically. You can't say, oh, if you're at the top, then we can protect you, or we'll bring to book, you know, every criminal. But then if you're just another guy on the street or another lady on the street, well, we don't know you, so we don't have to. No, it shouldn't be that way. It should cut across everyone. So if you have the liberty to be able to protect these people, if you've been given that mandate, then you should take it and make sure that you protect everyone and not just some people.
Yeah. And don't ever think that some things are trivial, like it's not important enough. If you lose your phone now, they'll ask you to bring maybe something like 80 or 180,000, you know, so for them to do the processes, you know, they can trace the calls, the phone and everything. These things are at their disposal. But they're telling you, giving you big grammar, and then you'll have to provide that money. Sometimes the money is almost as much as the one you used to buy the phone.
And sometimes people don't even bother. You just be like, why would I spend that that much money to be able to get my phone back? Why can't I just buy a new phone? And the process is not easy. Before you go there, they tell you come today, come tomorrow.
By that time, they've drained your account and everything.
Even your energy, you're just tired. You'd be like, it's better I just forfeit it. So, anyways, yes, let's just make sure that this goes round.
Yeah, it should go around.
It should go around. Okay, another story that caught our attention is the federal government to commence disbursement of presidential grants, loans to businesses. The federal government at the weekend said it is set to kick off 2 programs targeted at alleviating the impact of the fuel subsidy removal. According to a press statement made available, signed by the Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Doris Uzoka Anite. The 2 programs are the Presidential Conditional Grant and the Presidential Palliative Loan. The statement reads, in quote, in the Presidential Conditional Grant Program, the federal government will disburse a grant to citizens for the sum of 50,000 naira. Is this 50 million naira to 50,000 naira? That shocks me a little bit. Okay, to nano businesses across the 774 local government areas in the country. The federal government scheme will be carried throughout the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, as well as the Small and Medium Enterprises Development Agency of Nigeria. SMEDAN will be collaborating with the state and local governments, federal legislators, federal ministers, banks, and other stakeholders. Eligible nano businesses beneficiaries will have to provide proof of residential business address in their local government area and provide relevant personal and bank account information, including the bank verification number BVN for verification of identity. Eligible beneficiaries can get more information and apply at the website dedicated to the program. The statement also revealed that under the Presidential Palliative Loan Program, the federal government will likewise disburse 75 billion to micro, small and medium-sized enterprises across various sectors and 75 billion specifically to manufacturers with a single-digit interest of 9% per annum. While some MSMEs can access loans facilities up to 1 million naira with a repayment period of 3 years, manufacturers can accept loans up to 1 billion to access financing for working capital and a repayment period of 1 year for working capital or 5 years for the purchase of machinery and equipment. So the first thing that caught my attention was, because I wasn't sure if it was 5 billion or 50,000 or 5 million or 50,000.
It's 50,000. So if you're starting a business or you're doing a business and you want to expand it, they give you 50,000, and maybe you have to go to Lagos market or somewhere
How many businesses can you start?
Let's just say you want to buy a bag of rice. A bag of rice is about 55,000, so you'll look for another 5,000 to borrow to add to the 50,000. You have not talked about transportation to and fro the market and all that. So at the end of the day, you find out that the 50,000 is just to help you in transportation to where you're going to get the goods to come and sell, because 50,000 as at today is nothing. So I don't know who are this set of people that are going to give 50,000.
That's less than $50.
And they're calling it a loan. So when you collect this loan, and if you eat 2 plates of food out of the 50,000, it has depleted so much that you cannot use it for anything anymore.
I have so many questions. First, if I'm going to start a business, I have to think of rent. Right? I have to think of power.
No. They say you already have a business. So
yes,
you have to provide their location, the resident or the business location.
Yes, but then the reason why I'm coming for a loan is because I need to float the business. Like I need more money. So possibly I need to pay my rent. I need to pay for electricity. I need to pay for transportation. I need to still have capital for the goods that are going to be there. How much? Because that's less than $50. How much can you buy with 50,000 naira, yet alone now set up something and then make profit from it and then repay that 50,000 naira loan?
They have specific people they want to give, and they know in their minds that they will not pay back this money. It's just part of the palliatives maybe. What happened to the student loans? Nobody has heard anything about it. It was supposed to start in September. This is December. We have children. A lot of people have children in the universities that are not able to access these loans. And even if they want to access the loans, you see that if you're earning more than 500,000 per annum, which means you are earning even 40,000 if you're earning per month, it is possible that you'll be earning more than 500,000 per annum. So you can't accept that loan. So they're looking for people who are earning less than 20,000 to be able to access this loan. And people who are earning less than 20,000 are not sending their children to school. So who is going to collect this loan?
How do I even repay the loan? And I think this is what I'm going to say. I mean, we will still applaud the government for the initiatives that they're bringing and, you know, trying to put things in place. However, what is what doing?
Is what doing
well. It's better for you not to even do it at all than for you to bring programs that we can access.
Let's leave it here. We just would like to announce to you, this is an announcement. Serap has discouraged they have discouraged the Senate President against Wike's plan for VP's new residence. I wonder if that is his responsibility. He wants to build a befitting, that's what he said, a befitting accommodation for the VP. And Serap is saying, no, at this time, this is very, very, very unnecessary. So we leave that to the Senate to decide if the Senate that is buying those cars and all that will not say, okay, let's do this for VP as well, so that we too will be vindicated. Not be only we they spend the money and all that. But let's just take a break here. When we return, we'll be looking at the papers. Stay with us.
Shiloh is a mountain of taking delivery of our hanging inheritance. There are things about your life and my life that will never have an answer except at Shiloh.
I want to return the glory to God of this commission.
After Shiloh in December, I got pregnant for the first time in my marriage.
He has prepared a table of fat things for us at Shiloh. This Shiloh shall be your Shiloh in every sense of the word.
Thank you for staying with us. You're watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Now we're going to look at the national dailies and what the paper is saying in Off the Press. I have with me Sani Fage, who's going to join us to review the papers this morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So let's get straight to it. We're going to start with Nature News. And the first headline here, the major headline says, why Nigerians flawed COP28 Climate Change Summit in Dubai. I'm sure you know that about 1,411 people were there as delegates for this COP28 summit. What are your thoughts on how we sent 1,411 people there?
You see, whatever we have, we tend to make it a jamboree. The delegation that Nigeria sent, I think, is the third largest. We and China sent almost the same number. And I think the hosts were the highest, then perhaps Brazil. So we are the third one. But if you look at our own contribution to the emission, we contribute less than 0.0%, maybe about 0.3%. China, which contribute about more than one third of the emission, they sent equal delegation to us. But I think this, even though it's a serious thing, but we are wasting a lot of resources on the issue. Even though the government come out to defend it, that it is not the one that is putting all the bill, but I think sending such a large number of delegation at a time when the country is in financial crisis, I think that is a misplaced priority to do that.
Yeah. So I want to read out something. China's budget for 2024 is about $4 trillion, which is about $2,860 per head. Now, Nigeria's budget is about $33 billion, which is about $165 per head. I understand that, okay, you're saying they did not foot all of this bill, but does it even make sense for us to be with China sending the same amount of delegates to the same place when we have no business? I want to believe we could have sent less and then we'll still have the same impact. Do you agree?
Oh yes, I quite agree with you, because in the first place we are not going to make any impact. Even will be all locals, will not make any impact, even if we are allowed to talk in that situation. Like I said, we contribute about 3% of it, less than 1%. Here are countries that contribute more than one third, and they send a delegation equal with us. And you know, given their own power, they will dominate the process. So I think it is, like I said, it's a wasteful exercise sending such a large number of delegation. We could have gone with even maybe 1/6 of what we send, and yet we make the same impact that we will make.
Okay, on the Tribune newspaper, we have a small headline there. We're not starting with the biggest headline, but we have a small headline which is quite worrisome to so many people. Reject Wike's plan to spend 15 billion naira on VP's residence, Serap tells Akpabio. Remember that the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory is saying that the VP needs a befitting accommodation, and because of that he intends to spend 15 billion building that accommodation for the VP. Your comments, please, your thoughts.
I think this too is another wasteful exercise. Remember, in the just supplementary budget, a huge amount of money was earmarked for, you know, the building, the old building. And I think when we had a new building for the vice president, so putting such a huge amount, 15 billion, is uncalled for. In fact, it is insensitive to the feelings of Nigerians. The time we are now is, like I said, we have serious economic problem, then we have serious poverty in the country and hunger. Now, put this 15 billion, compare it with what the government proposed to spend on two critical sectors, that is health and education. The total of them is 12 billion, which means under what the government, the minister is saying they are going to spend on just the vice president. So if health sector will get just 4 billion, 4% or 4 billion plus, and then education will get about 7 billion plus. So I think the government is insensitive to actually the conditions of Nigerians, and the best thing is for the government, I mean, now for the assembly to reject that proposal, not to allow it to go because of the situation we are in now.
Well, I don't know if the assembly thinks about frivolous spending and saying that it is not necessary at this time, because like we were just talking with Rume here, is that let them do something also for the vice president, so that it will be like that. They are not the only ones spending this money of Nigeria. Remember, they just bought their own cars for 160 million each. Well, now there is this headline on that Tribune as well. Just on top of the top right corner, we have FIRS waives penalties interest on outstanding tax liabilities. I don't know if this is the way to go, especially as they're saying they want to make business environment so conducive that businesses will thrive. Is this the way to go?
No, I think it's the wrong way to go about that. Because one, the government put a lot of emphasis on taxation. In fact, they say they are going to raise it because it is one of the major source for the IGR for the government. Now, by the time you raise it, you know investors are always worried. Those who are already in the country will fly out and go to somewhere else where the taxation and the environment is very conducive. Those who have not come in will be scared to come in. So I think that is a wrong thing. If you look at the major policies in most places, is that they make it attractive for investors to come. In a way, sometimes even give tax holidays, sometimes give all sorts of concession on taxation so that investors will come. But here we are saying we want them to come in, and we are frightening them, we are threatening them, in fact, with more taxes and penalties. So I think that is will be counterproductive to what the government set out to do.
So what do you think would be a better solution for this, if you were to
advise the government? Like I said, you try to create environment, a conducive environment. In so many places, you have tax holidays. You have you also cut, the taxation and other things. Perhaps they will find a way to get to provide incentive for those who have not been paying to pay. But when you threaten them, I think that is negative. Like they say, nobody goes to the tax office with a smiling face. Even in the developed countries, people have to. Yes, you see, people
money is out of your pocket.
Yeah, they are paying out of their pocket. So I think you have to find a way. But when you take the carrot and stick something strategy, even those who are willing, they will not come. After all, tax evasion is a worldwide phenomena. Yeah. So when you take steeper penalties, I think given our own situation, many will not come.
Yeah. Well, we hope that they make business environment more better for people, and people don't have to do businesses in a hostile environment in Nigeria. Yes. Anyways, let's move over to The Punch, and the major headline here says Japa. That's it. For those who don't know what Japa is, it means people who are moving away from Nigeria to the beyond, to probably going to the
when
UK.
You say beyond, it's just like they're dying.
Okay, no. To overseas, going to moving to another country. So there are two headlines here, which kind of talks about the Japa thing we're facing now. So the major one says hospitals reduce outpatient surgeries as 4,000 doctors migrate, and the writers here says 1,197 Nigerian doctors moved to the UK since May 29, and 789 Kenyan nurses, 162 doctors quit. OAUTH closes psychiatric unit over lack of nurses. Doctors fold 5% held budget. Also, there's a smaller headline here that says over 150,000 Nigerians applied for US visa in 2023. What are your comments on this whole Japa thing and how we're losing the resources that we're supposed to have as a country?
You see, this phenomenon of people, migrating to greener pasture has been with us for quite some time. But now I think the conditions are making it worse than what we used to have. The reason is that professionals, now we are seeing it in the health sector, but even in education, in other areas, people are migrating because the working condition in Nigeria is so bad. Professionals are being paid slave wage to do the work. They are overworked, and there are no conducive. Environment. The environment is very harsh. You don't have facilities to do it, and they are being demanded outside. So I think the government has to look at this issue seriously. Like I said earlier on, if you look at what the government budget on health, just 4 trillion or something like that, they are not seriously concerned with, or at least facing that challenge. So we are going to see more of it because of the hard environment here, and the way, the government takes the sin rather lightly. They don't put it this way. And above all, it is the common man that will be affected. Already the cost of pharmaceuticals are very high. People are not affording it, and now they are short of medical personnel, and this will translate into the closure of some vital wards. So we will have a very critical situation in Nigeria as far as health is concerned. And I think as far as education also is concerned, this is what we are going to see.
Yeah, I believe that health is wealth, and if you want a thriving nation, if you want a nation full of people who are able to be able to move it forward, you need to be able to invest in their health. At least they should be able to have, coverage for whatever happens to them. Anyways, another headline here says budget is a smaller headline. It says National Assembly, 6 agencies allocations rise 40% to 1.4 trillion naira. What are your thoughts on that?
You see, these are some of the things that we are going to see, especially given the tight schedule that the budget has to be scrutinized. It was submitted rather too late, just some days ago, and the budget year will start on 1st January, meaning in less than 1 month, everything will have to be done. So I think this issue of scrutinizing sectorial thing and the way the other sectors that the way the assembly will be going, I see it's just going to be a mere ritual exercise. There wouldn't be serious investigation so that at least they will scrutinize the thing and give it the proper attention that it deserves. So I believe what the assembly is saying is just a political gimmick.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, let's move to the Vanguard newspaper. We've already treated some of these headlines that are here on the Vanguard newspaper, but we have this National Assembly Committee to propose commence quick amendment of sections of PIA. So the PIA, they want to commence quick amendment of the sections of the PIA. I wonder what sections they want to commence amendment to, and what Nigerians will all want to see in this amended PIA.
Yeah, you see, now that one we have to wait and cross our fingers and see which section are they going to do. But I think the PIA, this thing is just a new thing. And, you know, at the time in that it was being worked out, you know, the necessary measures have not been taken. So now we are seeing the result of a kind of a rush job, even though it stayed for quite some time until when the last government brought it out, and even then they just push it to get it through. So I think people are looking forward to seeing which part of it will be reviewed, so that perhaps it will bring some reprieve to Nigerians. We are hoping that they will do a very serious thing and take into consideration the plight of Nigerians.
Okay, we also have this headline here, a financial headline. Nigeria's economy begins major shift as oil sector rebounds. That is what they're saying. I don't know if you also agree that it is a major shift for the better. Also, as the Secretary to the government of the Federation says to Nigerians, keep faith, there is hope for Nigeria. Let's tie these two together and see what you will assess Nigeria as. Are we rebounding? Are we coming back strong? Do we have that hope? Have you seen the light in at the end of the tunnel? Let's hear what your thoughts are.
Actually, to me, I haven't seen the light. And I haven't seen us taking the right measure to go into the tunnel so that we can see the light at the end of it. This bouncing, you know, petroleum or the oil sector is a major earner, of course, in terms of foreign, but in terms of the GDP, the other on the economy, the impact is agriculture. And we seem to still continue to neglect that one. So I think this is a major challenge, that we are putting our eggs in one basket, and we seem to ignore others, which will have been, had it been we face diversification seriously, I think there will be hope for that. And the second thing is, you know, the extravagant expenditures on non-productive areas. You see, the budget proposal now, if you divide it into three, more than 1/3 of it is going to debt services. About 1/3 of it is going on recurrent expenditure. Less than 1/3 is going for capital project. So I think we are not taking the right step in that direction. So I think that is why I say, to me, I don't see us taking the right step to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
All right. Let's move over to The Guardian, and the major headline here says, over 60 refinery licenses inactive 18 years after as fuel import thrives. So we have like 60 refinery licenses that are inactive, and I'm sure some of them are modular refineries for a nation that has crude. And we have about 60 refinery licenses. Should we even be having the issues that we're having right now?
Yeah, had it been we are serious with refining our needs and exporting what we don't, the excess, I think we wouldn't be in the problem that we are. But given the corruption surrounding the sin, that is why after 18 years, you know, licenses were not utilized for by about 16 of them. So I think if they even investigate, they will find it there are even more than this number, because it is very cheap, and you know, the corruption will thrive easily when we put on the importation emphasis on importing our needs. But otherwise, had it been we have these modular refineries, and also we revive the major ones that we have, I think we wouldn't be in this situation. After all, if the government will go deep and investigate, they will see that the money we spent over these years is more than enough to establish more than 5 new refineries in Nigeria, and yet we still depend on importation of our needs, and which is the irony that Nigeria is perhaps one of the major exporters of crude oil, and we are also the importers of refined oil. So I think this is a very serious problem also.
Okay. Thank you so much for joining us. This is where we'll wrap it up on the paper review on Off the Press. Thank you so much. We've been speaking to Sani Fage, and he's been helping us to review these papers on everything we have on our national dailies. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll be looking at our first hot topic. You want to stick around for that.
Welcome back. Remember that the Nigerian delegation to the COP28 is 1,411. Some figures are saying 1,141 and all that, but it's 1,411 people. Out of that, over 800 are government delegation, and some others are from CSOs, from NGOs, from the media. That's what we've been told. But we have over 1,000 delegates to the COP28 holding in Dubai. That number is also the same number that China is sending. Remember that China's population is seven times the population of Nigeria. In fact, if you divide their number with the 200 million that we're saying that Nigeria has, that means they have like a 7.06 times our population. So right now, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the last presidential election, Peter Obi, has faulted the number of Nigeria's delegates at the COP28, citing waste of resources. Right now, we're being joined by the National Spokesperson Coalition of United Political Parties, that is Comrade Mark Adebayo. Good morning and welcome to the program.
Thank you so much for having me. Good morning, viewers.
Yes. Well, there's divergent opinions to the delegation that Nigeria sent to the COP28. While some people are criticizing that number, that it's too much, there's a waste, because there's nothing really that a lot of people like that will go and say at COP28 that one person or 10 people or even 20 people cannot say. And from the presidency, we have been told, given many reasons why the delegation is important that it be taken to that place. But let's hear what your thoughts are. 1,411 people representing Nigeria under whatever auspices at the COP28. What are your thoughts?
Well, you see, I think there's this satanic culture of waste in the blood of Nigerians, especially at the level of leadership, that they have no shame in wasting scarce resources. They tell us to tighten our belt, but at the same time, they are losing theirs. There is nothing 1,400 or 1,000 people or 1,014, whatever figure they are banding about is over 1,000 people, that 25 people cannot confidently do. I'm talking of maybe you have 5 government officials, then 5 assistants who can, maybe experts who can help them to understand what this COP28 is all about. Carbon dioxide emission for the whole of Africa is a paltry 4%. From Nigeria is 0.39%. So if China is going there with 3,000 delegation, it is understandable, because China is the most guilty of carbon dioxide emission throughout the world. United Kingdom, Britain that colonized us, is going there with just 75 people. So that's a country that is 1 million times richer than us, better organized than us, well taken care of, its citizens better taken care of than us, 1 million times over. Now they are going there with 75 people. In what areas is Nigeria is so much engrossed in this COP28 that you have to take over 1,000, about almost 1,500 people to Dubai. I was in Dubai, I knew how much it costs for a hotel per night. The meal per plate, and all other things. Then the visa, the tickets, then they will get extra code, 1,000 in a country, in an economy that is so repressed, that is so oppressed, an economy that is extremely under extreme tension, where poverty level, according to National Bureau of Statistics, over 130 million Nigerians are multidimensionally poor. And then you are doing a jamboree, carrying 1,500 people to Dubai. So to what extent, for what? Or to UAE, to what extent? It is just that, we have not been lucky to have empathetic leaders. We have not been lucky in this country to have leaders that really feel the pain of the people, that really understand the yearnings of the people, that really understand the vision and the ambition and aspiration of Nigeria to live a good, better life like other nations. But people would rather, if you look at it, more than 80% of these people that have gone there are probably going to be political hangers on in the name of NGOs and media and rest of that. What media? What media? You don't need more than 3, 4, 5 journalists to go there to cover for you. If you want to just pick people from the State House press corps to follow you there, 25 people maximum, 5 from government, 5 experts that will help them to understand what they're going to do. Probably maybe 1 or 2 people from the NGO and then the media. Maximum 25 to 30 people. Enough for a country that we know have been impoverished by its leaders over the years, over the decades, that have been impoverished, that people have been impoverished. You now carry 1,500 people to UAE. To do what? To what extent? How does that improve our medical situation? How does that improve our infrastructure? How does that even improve our economy? In what areas? In a country that is industrially backward, the people that they want in UAE are advanced countries that have industrially advanced, that are economically stable, that have good leadership, that understand the principles of governance and democracy and how to administer people in a way that will generally and collectively benefit people. Not rogues, not political rogues in the name of political leaders who impact 1,500 people to UAE for COP28, when you are contributing less than 0.1% even to the industrial development of Nigeria, of the world. So what are you going to do there? If we actually were to reflect essentially on the current state of our economy and backwardness, what we need to do, it suffices to just send the Nigerian UAE ambassador to that summit. We don't need to, the president doesn't need to go, no governor needs to go, no minister needs to go there. Probably we can send the Minister of Science and Technology, if we have one, to go there. Not that we carry, you are going to do jamboree. We have this satanic culture of waste in this country. Even among the regular Nigerians, You want to do naming, you see how much we waste. You want to do burial, something that is somebody that is dead. You go, you kill 100 cows. You go and buy a big. We have this satanic culture of waste, and that is what the mentality that these political cliques carry into government, and then they begin to loot the treasury of Nigeria. What is supposed to be used for development? What is supposed to be used for progress? What is supposed to be used for our health and our education? Now, how many parents can afford to pay the tuitions of their children now? I have a couple of them in the higher institution, and I know what I cover out. Or every session, every month, on taking care of these children. But we have a government that doesn't have subsidy for education, no subsidy for health, no subsidy for anything in this country. And then you carry, we will be in the forefront of demanding to know how much it costs Nigeria to send those people to UAE in the coming days.
They claim that they did not pay for everyone. So some delegates, funded themselves.
Okay, we want to see the breakdown. Let's see the breakdown. Let's see who paid for who and who didn't pay for who paid for themselves. We need to see. We can't take their word for it. We need to see. And even at that, it is still a waste. It is still unnecessary. It is still, reprehensible. I said, UK sent 75 people to COP28. It's an industrially advanced country. America sent 159, less than 200 people. So what does Nigeria want to achieve beyond those countries? That you have to carry 1,000, half of the whole of the delegation of China. China is sending 3,000. It is understandable. It is responsible for over 38% of the carbon dioxide emission in the world. It is the major culprit in this business. So it can as well take 1 million out of its 1.something billion people there. So, but what about Nigeria? What are we contributing into technology, into industry, into whatever that is good and positive in the development of the world? What are we contributing? We only have oil. We are like a spoiled child who has inherited from his grandfather and wasting the inheritance because we have oil that we can draw from the ground. That is what we do. So we need leaders who can think both outside the box and even without the box. But we don't have that yet. We have never had it in this country. Not even among those who are parading themselves as if they are better than the people that are there now. I mean, we have just been unlucky to have people that are ferociously implacable in terms of plutocracy. And it gets me angry. Look, the woman who wants to go and buy pepper this morning, who wants to go and buy gari, who wants to go and buy elubo, who wants to go and buy rice, who wants to go and buy something to feed her children this morning, but cannot afford it. You cannot explain to her why you are taking 1,500 people. I mean, at the end of the day now, you'll be hearing that we have spent 10 billion on that. And to what extent? To what benefit? What are we going there to say that America, China, India, Canada cannot? Canada is sending it's also sending less than 200 people, I believe. And then Nigeria is going there with 1,000. If they are paying for themselves, how well and good. But who? But how many people is our government paying for? What are these people going to do? That America that is going there with 159 people cannot achieve far better than us. And what stake do we even have? We are not among the industrial nations. We are not. Why are we deceiving ourselves? It gets people angry. You need to take your camera to the streets and listen to what Nigerians are saying about this. I don't want to use that word. About these shenanigans.
Yeah, well, you are saying there's no subsidy in a lot of areas, health and all that. I was just asking you whether you don't have faith in the government. They say there is a student loan. Don't you have faith in that? Is that not some kind of subsidy that we're having?
It's an enslavement policy. You go and read the conditions now. Go and read the conditions before you collect the loan. And after collecting it, go and read the conditions. It's just like, it's like when you are talking about American student loan, which is even a little better than ours, because you are led more or less into an involuntary indebtedness that is going to owe your neck for the next 10-15 years post-graduation until you pay off. So it's not. And then how many people, since they have announced the policy, how many students have come out to say that they are beneficiaries of the policy already? It's more or less like a futuristic thing. I do not, until they start implementing it, for those who want to. I just want to appeal to parents and the students alike to read that document very well and study the conditions before they go willfully enter themselves into something they may not be able to take care of later. It's very important. That one. Let's remove publicity and propaganda from this business. We are talking about the real impact on the people, direct impact on the people.
Okay, let me read.
Have that direct impact on the people. That is our argument.
Let me quote Temitope Ajayi, a presidential aide, on the excuse why the number is that much. He said, and I quote, "Multifaceted stakeholders from different countries, including Nigeria, are on ground in Dubai because they don't want decisions that will affect them to be taken without pushing their own agenda. It is the reason delegates from China and Brazil are over 3,000 respectively. China is one of the world's biggest polluters, and Brazil is at the center of global climate debate with her Amazon forest. These two countries know important decisions that will affect them will be taken, and they have to move everything to be fully on ground and ensure they are fully represented by their best brains at every level of discussion and negotiation." So that possibly is the reason Nigeria is floating 1,411 people. What do you think about his argument that you need a lot of people to be on ground, the best brain in the country, to go and argue out at every turn in this COP28?
If that would be the case, I doubt that UK will go to UAE with 75 people only. I keep saying, look, even if we want to increase the number, maximum of 50 people will have been okay for us. And 80% to 85% of these 50 people should be experts in the field, not political jobbers, not political angers on or whatever, that they will go there and be doing what? A lot of people, I can bet you, a lot of people of that delegation are not going to have any rules to play. They will just go there, maybe do some sightseeing and the rest of that. We want to see an audit not only of the funding, not only of the finances, an audit of the activities and performances and assignments and engagements of probably everybody or our organization represented in that COP28. That is when the Nigerian public will be appeased that, okay, it was worth it. Even if it was what it was about protecting our interests, protecting our environment and the rest of that, and we don't have to leave the initiative to the industrial giants and the rest of that. Okay, well and good, but we need to see an audit of what everybody among these people has gone to do there. We need an audit of their assignments. We need an audit of their engagement. We need a full report. And, we are going to trust the report of the NGOs more than any government agency. Anyways, his explanation fine, may be plausible, but we need to see, we need a report. We need a retirement. We need the funding and the activities and engagements of these people to be retired to Nigeria, to say, okay, the 1,500 people we took there, this is what this one has done, this is what this one has done. We need explanations. We need explanations. If America, India, Canada, United Kingdom, and even Australia are going there with far less number of delegates, that alone poo-poos any argument from anybody that, oh, we needed to move half of population of Nigeria to UAE. It's untenable. It's untenable. Except we are giving a clear-cut exposition of what really transpired in UAE. This will not go down. We are not even yet out of the scandal of the yacht that 5 billion or so was released to go and buy yachts. They said presidential yacht and they say it's for Navy. I've not seen. We know of gumbooks, but the yacht to be presidential yacht to be given to the Navy to go and fight battle. Who are they deceiving? Yes, is what the presidential has said. When you take it at face value, you will think it's reasonable. But it's untenable on the basis of empirical evidence of a bad economy, of bad infrastructure, and also good leadership in the country at present. It's totally untenable. And Nigerians are very sensitive when anything affects their economic realities. Because everybody knows that presently the economy is not doing well. We are hoping that the promises of government that things will get better after the removal, the sudden and unprepared removal of fuel subsidy, that things, well, the pain of today will be the joy for tomorrow. We can only hope and pray that tomorrow that the joy will come, cannot even come fast enough. You need to go outside there and see what is happening. People, you see, as individuals, the kind of pressure you are under from friends, from family, from neighbors, from acquaintances, complete strangers who are begging for help every corner, everywhere you turn. It's as bad as that. But we don't have leaders. Actually, we don't have any. But we don't have rulers also who have the feelings of the people, who are connected. There's a total disconnect between the people and those who are ruling us. There's a wide hiatus. There's a wide hiatus of understanding. There's total. These guys don't know what we are passing through. They are ruling us. They are ruling over us, but they really don't know. They don't connect with the people. There's a total disconnect. We have to know that. And it didn't start yesterday. It didn't start today. It started from immediate post-independence. We have not been able to have a sterling quality leader from post-independence to date. The Foster elites that took over from the colonialists have handed over to political cliques. People keep saying political class. We don't have political class in Nigeria. We only have political cliques who terrorize the people, who oppress the people, who exploit the people and loot the treasury from top to bottom. That should ring a bell. Top to bottom should ring a bell. One of the presidents of Nigeria said so. So from top to bottom, from the federal to the local government, it's the same thing. Show me one governor. Let's forget the president. Show me one governor that has been able to connect with the people. So that is the issue. We have people who are ruling over us worse than colonialists did. That is the problem we have. The day you have somebody who's empathetic to Nigerians, you're not going to have a president who is going to use 4 billion to renovate where you'll be saying, who is going to release 3 billion naira to renovate where the vice president will be saying, and who will release another 4 billion to go and refurbish the dilapidated Dodam barracks in Lagos. You are not going to have any president who is going to release 5 billion. Buhari did that for the purchase of yacht. Yacht is for luxury, it's for enjoyment, it's not for fighting battle. Now, when we cried out, they said, no, it's for the Navy. You said presidential yachts. That's what we saw. That's what is in the budget. That's what is in the proposal. So don't turn it to say it belongs to the Navy. You need to see how these people live as if. That is why we keep blaming the international financial agencies for continuing to borrow money, to loan money to Nigeria. Because the ostentatious lifestyle of our leaders and the ostentatious lifestyle of Nigerians even abroad, you need to see the way we behave as if we are the richest in the world. We are among the most backward. People are spraying dollars as if it's going out of fashion. And so people see us as if we are rich. We are just pretending. Because the kind of people that are governing in this country, they behave as if they are aliens, as if they are not part of us. And they are part of us. They are Nigerians. Okay. But they do not feel our pain. They are not empathetic to our situation. They are not sympathetic to the causes of Nigeria. They are not sympathetic to the progress of Nigeria. And that is the problem. But people come and tell you they will do this, they will do that. But they come into government, all they do is just about themselves. About themselves. That is what late respected Professor Shino Achebe called self-centered pedestrianism. And it has, in his book, The Trouble with Nigeria, which he wrote about 30, 40 years ago. We need to fix the leadership issue in Nigeria. Once you fix leadership, you have fixed everything. We need to fix leadership. We need a Thomas Sankara in this country. We need a Thomas Sankara. We need a Nelson Mandela. The beautiful ones are not yet born. And if they are born, they are far away from the cynosure of power and democracy and political activism that will take course to the promised land. Not even all these pretenders who behave as if they are angels, when we know their antecedents, their real antecedents. We are talking about real people, real revolutionaries, who will come in I said, look, I have come to fix Nigeria, and if you go ahead and begin to fix Nigeria, I will refuse to waste our Commonwealth on frivolities as we are seeing today. If anybody told you that Nigeria is owing so trillion of naira in local and international debt, and if you see the convoys of our governors, of our presidents, of our ministers, of even their aides, you will weep for this country.
All right.
Don't forget about political correctness. This is not about political correctness. It's about the people in the streets. It's about the regular Nigerians that are suffering, that are oppressed and tormented.
The common man.
By bad governance.
Okay, so you earlier asked for a report, like you want to see, we should all see a report of how the spendings went in the UAE. However, my question is, do you think the government will bring a report? And even if they do, what's the way forward? What are we going to do about that? Is there any action that could be taken, or is it just going to be water under the bridge?
Don't forget, I didn't say just about the funding alone.
Yes.
I also said about the activities, what these people, what they have done individually. We want to see a report of what they have done, all these people. You know, well, you see, for whatever it is worth, we need that report. We need that retirement. We need to hold on to something, even for the sake of analysis and future references. We need that document. We need it. They have gone for a summit. After every summit, everybody that every participant, I'm involved in the NGO world too. I know that you need to submit. There must be a report. Within 72 hours of your summit, of a conference, of a workshop, there must be a report, a comprehensive report. Within that report, it will include the financial report. It will also include the report of the activities of each person or organization or group that is participating in that COP28. It's very important for us because we need to keep records as to know how to now engage this type of thing in future. You know, it has always been our culture. You know, Nigeria will send 25 players, first team and the reserve, to the World Cup or to the Commonwealth this thing, or to the Olympics. 25 players who will be on the field, 4 coaches, making 29. But we are going to send 200 government or 300 government officials to follow 29 people. To do what? To do what? So it has been our culture of waste that this government has now decided to continue with. That is why we are advising them. If I were to meet President Tinubu today, I will advise him, sir, you have one lifetime opportunity to write your name in the golden book of history as a leader who is transformational and not transactional. Don't waste it. Don't lose that opportunity. He has that opportunity now because he must know the controversies and brouhaha that surrounds his person, his election, and must do everything to right the wrongs. To say, look, what people are talking about me is not right. What they are saying about me, this is who I am. And the only way you can prove that is to cut waste, is to govern well. Governing well means improving the economy, improving the lot of Nigerians. You have taken away subsidy from fuel. If I were he, I will introduce direct subsidy on education. In any federal university, I would say no student should pay more than 50,000 naira. I paid 500 naira tuition per annum at Obafemi University. 500 naira. 4 years, 2,000 naira. Room or bed space, 90 naira. You know, if I have a present today, I pay the least I pay for my children, for any of my children, the least. I'm talking of tuition, I'm talking of, without rent, without feeding allowance, without clothing allowance. God help you if some of your children are female. You know, you use times 5 of the Bible times 10 to train a girl child to a male child. You have to take care of so many other things. You understand? So, you need to pay. The least I pay now is 170,000 naira tuition. No, probably 200,000 naira for accommodation and a whole lot of departmental fees, faculty fee, this and that, all manner of things. Daddy, I want to do my hair. Daddy, I want to, all manner of things. If I see a president today, I say the flat rate, any public school in Nigeria, any public university in Nigeria, 50,000 naira flat. Even there, I know that there are some parents who will struggle to pay that. But it will douse the tension. Especially in this part of the world, in the south, you know, people are hungry to educate their children. So if you put subsidy on education and health for all Nigerians, oh wow, nobody will remember any other foibles or mistakes or errors you have committed in the past, because that is where it pinches most. But do we have such empathetic leader now? Do you have such sympathetic leader now?
Okay.
So we are calling on President Tinubu to please, President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, to please be that sympathetic leader, be that empathetic leader, be that progressive leader, be that visionary leader that knows that it is when the people are pleased with your government that you can rule, you can govern in peace.
Yeah. Okay, Comrade Mark, this is where we'll have to draw the curtain on this segment of the program. We'd like to thank you so much for coming and bearing your mind on the situation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
We've been talking with Comrade Mark Adebayo, National Spokesperson, Coalition of United Political Parties, CUPP. We were talking about the delegation to the COP28 from Nigeria, 1,411 people. It just reminded me of the delegation that was sent to China that I was talking about the other day from Cross River State. Commissioners, local government chairmen to go and, not palm trees even.
Bamboos.
Bamboos, yeah. Bamboos, to go and study bamboos. And as we speak now, we don't have enough bamboos in Cross River State. Anyway, we'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll be looking at the second hot topic. Stay with us.
Thank you for staying with us. You're still on The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa, and now it's time for our second hot topic. President Tinubu has unveiled bold vision for greener Nigeria at COP28. So as we know, President Tinubu and about 1,411 delegates were present at COP28, and now he has unveiled a bold vision for Nigeria. I have with me Dr. Ambrose Igbokwe, the Chairman Guild of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria Enugu Chapter. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Igboke.
Igboke. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the correction. Thank you for joining us, sir. Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine.
Okay, great.
Good to be here.
Thank you. Okay, so let's get straight into it. The president has unveiled a bold vision for greener Nigeria, and in all of this, he was talking about ending gas flaring as well as rolling out some buses. What do you think of all of this?
I have some extreme views about these talks about climate change, carbon emissions, carbon credits, greenhouse talk, For me, they are not something that Nigeria should even participate in at all. They are all cliches and narratives from the West to try to stifle us from using natural resources to grow industries, to grow our economy. For 500 centuries or so, Europe has been using fossil fuel to develop their industries, the automobile industry, the steel plants, the pharmaceuticals, all the industry you can think of today. They have used the mining and exploitation of natural resources of different countries, even in Africa. They were used in our slaves were from Africa were used in plantations. Our coal was used, transported from Enugu and other places to Europe to be used for the industries. And then when the exploitation of crude oil started, they used it again, and they've been using it. And then they used it to develop their countries for 500 years. And then all of a sudden, they come and have the audacity to tell us that, oh, this oil, why we are trying to develop our own now. They say, oh, the Earth's green layer is almost gone. There's too much of carbon emission. You have to cut down. Don't do this. I think the third world countries should be more circumspect to the fact that these Kyoto Protocol, COP28 conferences and all those things are not good for Africa and other developing continents or countries. There are narratives pushed by the West who have created some alternative energy, and they're trying to force it down the throat of developing countries so that they can buy their expensive alternative energy and then make more profit from it. There's no way they can tell us that. And then, unfortunately, they push the scientific, knowledge narrative by publishing in journals, by the research they have done. So, over the years, we have found out that some researchers were actually doctored to favor economic growth of Europe. So, for African leaders, what do we really want? We want industrialization. We want economic growth. And we cannot be part of a conference that says we should not use our crude oil. We should not use our gas. We should not use our coal. These things, we should not be part of them. So being part of them already negates our economic growth. I think what Tinubu said in terms of gas flaring is okay. Now, who flares the gas? The oil exploitation in Nigeria has been done, and all over Africa, and in most places of the world, has actually been done by these European companies that are telling us that there's too much of gas emission, of carbon emission. And who are the biggest exploiters of crude oil and fossil fuel in the world? We talk of Mobil. Mobil is an American company. We talk of Chevron. Chevron is an American company. We talk of Total. It's a French company. We talk of Eni. It's an Italian company. We talk of Shell. It's a British company. Then other places like Gazprom of Russia. And so Europe has been the most pollutants of the world. So what are they telling us? So my dear president should be talking about, if we are not flaring the gas, are we converting the gas? Nobody should tell us not to use the gas. We should convert the gas to be able to use it for other things. That is the only way I can align with what the president has said. But buying electric cars, saying, pledging that you buy electric cars from Europe, electric cars that you are not producing, what are you going to do with your fuel? I know the paradoxical thing about all this talk is that while Europe and United States of America are telling us to cut on this, cut on that, the major use of fuel is still by these countries, by fossil fuel. Okay. Remember what happened last year while Russia was having issues with Europe and refused to supply them gas. What did Germany do? Germany, with all the alternative energy, whatever they call clean, I don't know what is clean about the energy. There's nothing like clean energy. All energy have their own, have their own downside. So there's nothing like clean. There's no energy that is clean. Let them stop deceiving us with all these technical rhetorics. Okay. Now, Germany, who is pushing for that narrative, do you know that Germany used coal plants? Used coal last year to power their homes to heat their home systems. So what are we talking about?
All right, so are you saying that Nigeria should shut out? So you talked about 500 years ago that Europeans have used all of this, but could it be that they are more enlightened now and we still need to save our planet? And if you're saying that Nigeria should shut out, everything that we're being told, what does that do to the planet?
I didn't say 500 years ago. I said they started 500 years ago. They are still doing it. I just told you about how the major polluters of the world are the major companies owned by European countries and the United States.
So you use the word polluting.
They are still involved. They are still involved in it. So we should tell the rest of the world, like what China is doing. I like China and India. China, the East, the West is accusing China is polluting the world and the world is endangered. China said, let us develop our own industries. The response of India was that, oh, fine. When we pollute the world up to the point that you, Europeans, polluted the world, then maybe we can stop. But you cannot tell me that the world is in danger. And you were the one that put the world in danger. Then you told me to stop so that the danger of the world. If we perish in the danger, let us all perish. After all, civilizations perish. So we should not tell us about, I don't even agree with them that we're in danger. Because what is the carbon emission from Nigeria? How many industries does Nigeria have? How many industries are in Africa? The major pollutants of these industries are in Europe. They are the ones still depleting. They come to us and sell us narrative, and they are still doing the opposite. So what African leaders go there to do? Nigeria go where to a large delegation that I don't know where they came from. To do what? What is the green energy? What are we using our hydro? Are we finished using our hydro energy? Are we finished using our gas to power our energy needs?
Are you suggesting?
Like in anywhere, there's a lot of coal that's potential for export.
Are you suggesting that we should not even align? Are you suggesting that we should not even align with this global group that is trying to do something about this climate change? Do you think that we should stand alone and still do what we need to do to develop our country without having to join hands with them?
Absolutely. All we need to do is that the way coal was used 100 years ago, while mining started in Enugu, for example, at River Valley, it's not the way coal should be used now. There are modern technologies in the use of those things. All we need to do is to adopt the modern technologies to ensure that the emissions and all these things are minimal. We adopt, latest technologies to bring down this thing. What are we talking about? Well, it's only in Nigeria and some African countries we hear about pollution when you are exploiting crude oil. In other places, you hardly hear of that. And there are technologies now that clean up the pollution. But because of the Nigerian factor, we don't even clean up our own pollution. And who causes this pollution? The same America and Europe that is telling us about clean energy. The other time, they brought in fracking, another method of exploiting mineral resources down there, which is dangerous to the earth. Go to the mining sites. Some of the mining sites in America are even coming up that were abandoned. And some of them. So what we are saying is this: we have to engage the global community with our interests first. Our interests first. Why are you telling me about the world? What has the world done for me? What has the world done for Nigeria? The world has come to exploit Nigeria family from the days of slavery. And there are these people telling you don't use your natural resources, and they are using their own. The oil reserve, the fuel reserve of the United States of America is far more, I think, all the reserve of the whole African continent altogether. So who will use the oil they are reserving? Have they closed down their own company, the use of their own fossil fuel? They have not. They are still using it maximally. So, and they are introducing little things like electric cars, and because they are producing and testing. But we are not producing any of these things. And they want us to buy solar energy at a very exorbitant price. And they want us to buy other alternative energy at very exorbitant because they are producing it and pushing it down to us. So these things should stop. Nigeria should behave like India. Nigeria should behave like China. Because these are emerging global powers, and because they don't align with all those things. They are still producing with their fossil fuel. So all these talks, we should know how we can use the latest technology and instrumentalities of AI and other technologies that are coming up now to see how we can minimize the dangers that emanate from. But telling me that we should not use our fossil fuel, that is dangerous, this and that, is not what we should be involved in now. Let us focus on an industrial revolution.
Okay, so let's talk about the environmental hazard that this could pose. For instance, in Port Harcourt, we know about the soot, and this is coming from gas flaring. How do we mitigate all of this to ensure that the people are even safe if we don't apply these measures that are being advised to us by the experts?
It's because Nigeria is the way it is, actually. Are you supposed to flare gas? Are we the only country that is exploiting and refining gas? Are we the only people that have good oil resources? Other places don't. You don't flare gas. Gas flaring is an anathema. Gas flaring is a thing of the past. For the past 30 years, many countries are not flaring gas. Gas, so those things you are flaring are actually money that you can convert to other use. So it's only in Nigeria we flare gas. I don't know what's wrong with us as a country. All this suits. I grew up in Warri, so you don't need to tell me about suits. And my uniform was white and white. There's what we call acid rain those days when we're young boys. You are going, we call it acid, because all your clothes, some of them will perforate your clothes. You have suits, dots all over your school uniform. And some of them refuse to go away, some of them will perforate. So I experienced it firsthand. And that is because there's gas flaring. And who is flaring the gas? European the European companies and American companies working in Niger Delta and in Nigeria. Why their countries are not even sanctioning them? If Nigeria even lacks the willpower to sanction them, which has been happening over the years, their own parent countries have not sanctioned them. So that's to show the hypocrisy of all this narrative. It's hypocritical, and Africa should see through it and stop all these, charade we call meetings. And then for us to go with over 1,411 delegates makes smacks of, the hypocrisy of the whole thing, and it looks like if we don't know what we are doing.
Okay, what about this argument that while they're talking about climate change on the one hand, they're also asking for funding for critical sectors of our economy that will help us fight this climate change and all that. So something is coming to Nigeria. That's part of the argument. What would you respond to that?
We don't need to fight climate change. We don't have what climate change do we have? We have wildfires, and we have. You see, when these people have developed some narrative, we just buy it up, latch on it. That's how they told us that palm oil was not good, that it have high level cholesterol. Only for them to come back in a journal some few years back to tell us it was an error, and so many other things. So we shouldn't be buying into all this narrative. All we don't need kits, we don't need funding for this thing. The funding, how does it come? It comes in form of aids. So you pledge $100 million to help us aid our clean energy reforms and the rest. Where did the energy come from? You supply us the equipment, you supply us the machines, you supply the technology you have developed for that purpose, and then we are owing you. So that means we are buying. Look at Nigeria that cannot feed the citizens. It's talking about donating to a special fund by United Nations to do for climate change. Where can we come out from this foolery? We can't even feed our citizens. Nigerians are dying daily. We can't even give 24 hours power supply. We can't even have good roads, no good hospitals. We have intellectual drain. Our professionals are leaving because we can't pay them. And then we go there to contribute funds or to ask them to bring funds for us. I don't know who did this to African leaders, actually. I don't know. But it's time for the people to really see through the line and save Africa.
Oh, well, comrade, would like to thank you so much for bearing your mind to us this morning. It's been a pleasure having you on the show. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me.
Okay, we've been talking with the Chairman, Guild of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria, in the person of Comrade Igboke. He was talking to us from Enugu State. This is where we are going to wrap it up on the show this morning. We do hope that you had a wonderful time watching the program. Until we meet again tomorrow, my name is Kamgul Agaji.
My name is Brume Paulson. Have a good day.
A 20-meter cliff, a couple of ropes, freezing cold water, and me trying to cope with all of that. I did make it down in the end, but this outing with a couple of guys really had me testing my limits. And that's precisely our topic this week on Made, leaving the comfort zone. I'm Chris Colbert, welcome. We don't want to be bogged down with details, do we? It is the result that counts. Well, sometimes it's the details that unveil an inconvenient truth. Take meat production. We know that for us to be able to slap that steak on our grill, an animal needs to die. Often enough in anything but a gentle or respectful way. Our reporter Kai Steinecke, an avid meat lover, decided he wants to leave his comfort zone and does want to know how the sausage gets made, literally. A word of warning, the report contains scenes some viewers may find disturbing.
Hello. I am going to slaughter one of these animals. They belong to Wendelin Schmucke. He farms sheep the traditional way. His family has been doing this since 1750. His sheep are out to pasture for most of the year. But it's hard to find enough grazing land.
The sheep need about a hectare a day, that is.
A hectare every day?
Yes, a hectare for 700 sheep.
So this whole field is only enough for today. When they've had their fill, the flock will go home to the farm.
I hope the ones that I'm gonna slaughter are going to be bigger.
Oh yes, this one is bigger. It's 6 months old and weighs about 40 kilos.
That's huge.
I had no idea how quickly they grow.
I really don't know if I can do this.
I'm grappling with the fact that we kill animals so we can eat meat, and that I'm going to kill this lamb. First, we have to take it to the slaughterhouse.
Yeah, you really can feel the 40 kilograms.
It's a 10-minute drive, nothing in comparison to the lengthy journeys to the slaughterhouse that livestock often face. Marco Kerr will be by my side throughout the process. He's been a butcher for more than 10 years, and he only slaughters what people bring him for their own consumption, like this lamb that I've bought.
Das ist das Schlachthaus hier und hier werden wir das gleich drin machen.
What was it like for you the first time?
You don't forget the first time. I had to leave the room. It was all a bit much. Not because of the blood, but the fact that an animal is dying. You don't really grasp that until you see it. And when it's done, you can't undo it. But we'll manage.
Wir schaffen das schon. Wir schaffen das.
Oh God.
Marco shows me how to use a bolt gun. It destroys the sheep's brain, and it won't feel anything afterwards.
Hold it loosely and then press once.
Einfach trauen.
That was it.
Oh!
Yeah.
That's like a real gun.
Yeah.
And now the lamb's head is in the firing line.
All is good, all is good. Oh my God.
Höchster Punkt.
Highest point, draw a line. There.
Finger weg.
Take your fingers away.
Immer den Finger weg.
Ja.
So.
On the head and pull the trigger.
Ja.
Knife, slice it through, all the way.
Durchstechen, richtig. Durch.
And again.
Muss man einmal.
Oh God, Jesus. That's a lot of blood. That's a lot of blood.
Das war's.
That was it. It's over.
Hat er's geschafft.
So, how was it?
It's all happening so fast. I think I'll need time to process that. I've killed an animal.
Super geschossen, wirklich.
Great shot, really.
Wirklich sehr gut.
But that was just the first step. We're still a long way from having any chops or sausages. First, cut off the head, then the legs and the pelt. That's easier than I'd expected.
Das bedeutet dann aber auch
This
so,
isn't mass
es ist ja keine
production.
Masse so, ne? Also dann kann ja nicht jeder
Not
immer
everybody
dann
can
halt
get
so
a
ein
lamb
Lamm
like this.
haben, mehr oder weniger.
Das ist so. Das ist so.
That's
Aber
true.
das macht's auch wieder besonders.
But that's
Und
what
das
makes
ist auch
it
wieder das,
special.
da haben wir den
And it's what makes it sustainable.
Nachhaltigkeitsaspekt einfach mit drin. Die Leute
People approach the whole thing in a
denken
different
einfach
way,
anders über das
especially with an
Fleisch,
animal like
wenn sie es
this.
essen, gerade bei so einem Tier. Genau.
We still need to get rid of the guts.
Genau. Einmal über Nacht in die Kühlung, wenn's abtropfen.
Now it's left to hang overnight. That makes it easier to process.
I think what happened back in that slaughterhouse will forever be burned into my mind. The noises, the sounds, the smells, but it's the only way that sustainably eating meat is actually possible, because doing this in the masses of meat we eat today is absolutely impossible. But still, for me, I don't really know if I'm ever going to walk into a supermarket again and be like, yeah, I'm going to eat that meat.
The next morning, it's time to harvest the meat we've worked so hard for. Taking the carcass apart isn't any easier, it turns out.
And there goes the shoulder.
Yes!
About 20 kilograms of the lamb are lost in the process, mainly the pelt and the guts. That looks great.
Da haben wir es. Dann Bratwurst als erstes.
How about a sausage for starters?
Dann
I'm not going to lie, this tastes really, really good. And I don't feel guilty about it because the lamb had a good life and a good death. And I'm not turning vegetarian, but it's only for special occasions, really. When you slaughter animals like we used to do 100 or 150 years ago, and like we just did, you also need to eat meat like we used to 100 or 150 years ago. That means only a steak a week, and that's it.
Oh my, what a day for a reporter. Leaving your comfort zone doesn't always happen voluntarily. People losing their jobs because businesses are suffering under pandemic restrictions. Now, that's a real problem. But maybe this crisis can also offer opportunities. Entrepreneur Ernest Darko might have some advice for you, even if you're not into large-scale health systems development like he is.
The COVID pandemic has really turned the world upside down. So here are the 5 tips to boost your career in the context of a pandemic. It's really important to focus on things that you're passionate about. Even if in the overall sense of your career, it's hard to find, the thing to be passionate about. I grew up in a situation where healthcare was always poor, clinics were always overcrowded. Halfway through my medical career, I realized that if I really want to make a difference in these types of environments, I needed to be a doctor of systems, not just of people. Many years later, here I am basically running a company that is focused on helping countries fix their systems at large scale. If it's not easy to get out of bed to go to that job or to go do that particular thing I've chosen to do, then I know I'm probably doing the wrong thing. If in particular you're in a career that's very much dependent, for example, on seeing people, and we know that going into lockdown and isolation is the norm, it's definitely going to impact your career or your profession negatively. So do that assessment really quickly to understand whether it's going to diminish or create opportunities for you. If there is an opportunity, try and figure out how am I going to work myself into that opportunity. So if I can now innovate in order to now meet this new demand, yes, I cannot see people in person, but there's this huge demand now. How can I innovate basically to meet this new opportunity? So we developed a screening app, for example, that community workers who are going to do the door-to-door COVID screening could use to capture the screening and the result of the screening in real time. Look at tech enabling yourself, using technology to allow you to innovate, using technology to allow you to meet the new opportunities that are presented by COVID, as opposed to purely being a victim to what COVID has done. So technology can be a game changer in many cases. It allows you to scale yourself up. It allows you to be accessible by your clients in ways that probably might actually be better than pre-COVID. As we've seen with COVID, things keep changing, right? Everything from having first wave to second wave to learning new things about the disease that then changes the policy environment, that then changes the rules. You'll know you're adapting in the right way if you're maintaining your clients, if you're maintaining quality and you're maintaining satisfaction with what you're doing. I know it may sound like a bit of a luxury to be in a position where you can do all of these things because some people may not actually have these options. But to the extent that you can, I think it's important that you do so. And I've seen some amazing examples of people doing this and in fact, not only surviving the pandemic, but actually thriving in the context of all of the challenges that COVID-19 has brought.
Readjusting your career can be difficult, no doubt, particularly if your plan was to have one of the coolest jobs ever, flying a plane. But we know the pandemic has been an utter nightmare for the travel business. The global airline body IATA says air traffic this year is expected to be 66% lower than last. So it's been a huge mess for the sector up to this point, and even with bookings slowly recovering, German flagship carrier Lufthansa has suggested that would-be pilots in its prestigious Flight Academy might have to rethink their plans.
Flying free as a bird over majestic landscapes, it's an appealing prospect for many. The videos about Lufthansa's pilot training program in the United States are a favorite with Lukas Heim. The 22-year-old moved to Bremen a year ago with his girlfriend to start his training at the European Flight Academy, the Lufthansa Group's training school in Germany. Now they're packing up and leaving Bremen. In March, the course was suspended. 700 would-be pilots were left hanging. For Lukas, it's been a very trying time.
They just kept stalling and putting us off. First they said the course would start up again in May, then in September, then next January. Since it's also unclear, it's time for us to leave. We can't keep paying rent for this flat. We came to Bremen so that I could become a pilot and Svea could go to university. But our time here is now over.
After many months in a kind of suspended animation, would the training resume or wouldn't it, Lukas and Svea made the difficult decision to give up and go home.
We had a plan when we moved here. Lukas was going to complete his training. And now we're leaving again, and he hasn't completed it. It's like running in a marathon and turning back halfway and never reaching the finish line.
Lufthansa, Germany's biggest airline, was brought to its knees by the collapse in air travel caused by the pandemic. It was saved from bankruptcy by a €9 billion bailout. Half its fleet remains grounded. The head of Lufthansa Aviation Training, Stefan Kenan-Scheib, says the airline has 1,000 pilots more than it needs.
We tell our student pilots quite candidly that the prospects for becoming a pilot are very, very bad right now because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the financial situation of the Lufthansa Group. We're losing €500 million every month. It's our duty to be open to the students and tell it like it is.
Most aviation industry analysts say the demand for pilots after the pandemic is hardly likely to soar. They don't see air travel picking up significantly until 2025. Most of the youngsters who have had to halt their training need a job to get by. Caroline Bösner was in the United States when she heard the course had been suspended. Now she's back living with her parents in Leipzig and working at an Amazon logistics center.
It wasn't easy, but I had to take a pragmatic approach. I knew I couldn't just sit around at home. I had to do something. And it wouldn't be a bad thing to make some money. You don't earn anything as a student pilot. On the contrary, it's more like burning money.
Many student pilots now find themselves in a precarious financial situation. They are by far not the only group of people in need of work, as the pandemic and ensuing lockdown measures shuttered entire industries.
People who worked in tourism or food service are coming to us. They say either they need a job as a stopgap measure or they want to change careers entirely.
Caroline Bösner says for her, working at Amazon is temporary. She's not given up her long-standing dream of becoming a pilot. She remains as committed as ever.
I absolutely still want to fly. I'm not going to give up on my dream. It's anchored within me and it's not going to go away. I flew all over Florida. It was fantastic. And then suddenly I was back in cold Germany. I can't imagine doing anything else. So I have to find a way to finish my training. If need be, without Lufthansa.
200 minimum.
The enthusiasm may be great, but facts on the ground are not encouraging. Lufthansa has recommended its students actually give up rather than wait for the course to restart. If they complete the programme, they're going to be charged €80,000, and they won't have the guarantee of a job, as used to be the case. Lukas's father, Christopher Heim, is appalled. He's been a pilot at Lufthansa for 32 years.
This sounds to me rather like coercion. If I agree to terminate the training contract, everything will be fine. If I don't and want to fulfill my dream, then a huge sum of money comes due. I don't like that. I think it's dishonorable.
It's quiet and empty at the European Flight Academy in Bremen. This is the first time Lukas Heim has been inside since March. He too remains determined to become a pilot, despite the difficult conditions prevailing right now. Though he says he doesn't yet know how he's going to do that.
What I would like is for them to say, when we restart pilot training, we'll take you guys first, or that they at least certify our test results.
But Lufthansa has not made any such commitment. Nor does CEO Carsten Spohr have any words of encouragement for the students. He's already indicated that Lufthansa will have no more work for tens of thousands of its employees.
As with all professions and at all German universities, there are no guarantees of jobs in the future. And that is the case here too. Aviation remains a fascinating industry for young people too. But I think we have to face reality. In the years ahead, there are going to be too many people for the jobs available. Anybody planning a career in aviation has to take this into account.
The pandemic could end the dreams of an entire generation of would-be pilots.
"2020 has brought dread, distress, and disappointment, sure, but there are exceptions. E-commerce has seen an unprecedented boom. And with people having second thoughts about standing in line at crowded malls, trade experts believe online shopping revenue in Germany will be up almost 20% this year. But my colleague Olaf Krieger feels Christmas is not about the presents. It's what we make of it, now more than ever.
Christmas is what we make of it.
Oh, how joyfully, oh, how merrily, Christmas comes with its grace divine.
Christmas comes with grace in this of all years? Really?
Krieger, is that you?
Erika!
What are you doing here?
How about a bit of Christmas in these troubled times?
Come on in, we can decorate and we can chat.
You have children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. How many altogether?
I have 3 kids of my own, 2 girls and a boy, 5 grandchildren and 4 great-grandchildren.
What's your favorite Christmas memory?
My childhood, with my parents and grandparents and with my kids when they were little, in the Ore Mountains.
And who helped decorate?
Just me.
Alone?
Yes, I start putting up the decorations in early December, but I wait until the 23rd to get the tree ready. Not a day earlier.
No one helps?
I don't want any help.
How about the food?
Really?
Yes, absolutely.
Christmas Eve is lentils with sausages. The next day, potato salad and maybe roast goose with red cabbage and kale from this garden.
From your garden?
Yes. So tell me, Krieger, how is Christmas with your family? Do you spend Christmas at home or do you go somewhere?
I'm going to try to be with my mother, but it might not be possible. She's in a home, and I may not be allowed in. But we hope that whatever the conditions, we can celebrate Christmas and be together. We can make that happen somehow. I hope. But suppose we can't meet up the way we used to at Christmas.
Yeah, if my son comes, we'll sit together with him and my daughter-in-law and my grandchild. And for everyone else, we have the phone.
Our Christmas lights. Suddenly people are so important again. Forget about the presents. Christmas won't be cancelled. It'll just be different.
Ganz anders sein.
Let's have more light.
Let's have more light. What a splendid idea. That's our show. Thanks for watching. See you back here next week.
My name is David Oladimeji Olukemi-Mako, a son of Awa, Ijebu, Ogun State. Here is my good old days story. I was born in Ibadan at St. Mary's Catholic Hospital, Oluyoro, Okiofa, to the family of Abraham Olukoya, Adeyinka Mako, and my mother, Olabisi, the only child of her mother, was from Iba, Imobi, in the Ijebu Waterside area of Ogun State. I was raised by maternal grandmother, Madam Odilia Taiwo, Mami Ekotado. I was a gifted fisherman even before I turned 10 years old. I left the village of Itase for Ibadan, and I got enrolled at St. Saviour's African Church School, Ekotado, Ibadan. Ibadan then became my world, where table tennis took all my attention in those growing old days. Traversing the various playing locations like Agbokojo, Racecourse Ibadan, and Liberty Stadium in search of fame and fortune. And as a young boy, I was very rascally and had my fair share of youthful exuberances. Ibadan Grammar School offered me opportunity for both education and sports. The school tempered my deviance, and the boarding house provided me enough activities to refocus for the future. Sincerely, for me then, no real role models beyond peer group influence. I had friends who were very studious. I tagged along, and I was better for it. Oliver Baptist High School, Oyo, and University of Ibadan provided enough experiences that shaped my life and contributed largely to my modest accomplishments in life. Of course, Lagos State welcomed me after my National Youth Service year, and since then, there was no looking back. I must admit that Lagos remains a land of opportunities and a great state for those who dream and labor. As I take a look back and mirror into the past, I saw exciting and memorable moments. Moments where the economy seems to be working. Moments where security was not a major issue on the front burner. Moments where communal spirits were high and trust issues were no challenges. So I wondered, where did we get it wrong? Will our children believe us when we say we had so much fun in those days? I appreciate how far this country has come from a population of 45 million in 1960 to 200 million plus today. Within the same land space, we need to now begin to be positive in our response to Nigeria. Our challenge now is to focus on how we can change the narrative. How, instead of talking about good old days, be projecting into a future that is greater than our past. I am an accomplice and partner in this drive and desire to make our tomorrow better than our today. Shemore, I'm with you all the way in this journey. God bless our nation. God bless Nigeria.
So Nigeria has been at the crossroads of monetary policy drift and fiscal policy indecisiveness in the last 9 years. Now, however, since June 2023, the new president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, seems to have decided that all things have passed and new dealings are on the horizon. The public policy rethinking was captured in an initial 8-point public policy initiative that took a fresh look at monetary and fiscal policy management. The president appeared willing to usher in a new dawn on public policy administration. Indeed, in a speech delivered by the Central Bank of Nigeria Governor, Dr. Olayemi Cardoso, at an end-of-the-year event of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, CIBN, the Central Bank Governor made it clear that the CBN under the new dispensation would concentrate more on traditional monetary policy goals such as inflation targeting rather than quasi-fiscal economic interventions. However, today on the show, we'll keep our eye on the planned recapitalization of commercial banks plus the BVN, NIN, KYC drift of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Welcome to Business Insights on Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. Now, before we get into the discussion proper, let's take this report. Market women at Tedroshow have been urged to make the most of simple technological tools to scale up their business and accelerate growth. This advice was given during a She-enabled sensitization program organized by the Enterprise, Growth and Opportunities Ego Foundation at Tedroshow Market in Lagos. Details now. Nigeria is experiencing inflation, and most women are depressed and struggling with their businesses. They are helpless, and most of them are victims of mismanagement due to lack of proper financial management. So it is apt that these young people from the Ego Foundation take time to distribute multilingual pamphlets on the importance of maintaining and reading or computerized records of their sales and stock.
And this is what I know I'm able to make. These are the things that we want to teach you. Then that I sell this thing.
Back here at this hall, women listen with rapt attention on how they can be financially included with the help of their mobile phones. The session is interactive.
I think they will charge about 800 and something, let's say 1,000 naira.
Then how do you reach out to those kind of group members?
Roland Ajetomobi is a serial entrepreneur. He is here to share knowledge and insights with the market women and entrepreneurs on the best way to go.
At the moment you are able to have a mobile device and you can subscribe to that device with internet and data, and you also have a bank account, you can use that device to make money.
Toluwaṣe Olaniyan is a convener. He shares the idea behind desensitization and also speaks on plans to extend the program to other markets.
And for us, it is instructive at this time, right, and very, very important, helping women, supporting women through, becoming better at their businesses. Of course, around where we have large markets and on the South communities. So we've been to Alimosho, been to Mushin. So the next stop, we're going to Ikorodu. We're going to, Fai, Egbeda, Badagry. Places where we can harness a large number of businesses. It's almost natural for women to be excluded, financially. A few people feel it's expensive. Few people feel it's for the high class. So what we're trying to now do is to take it to the inner roots and help them understand the essence of this and how this can become a lot better.
This petty trader is overjoyed about the knowledge learned. She, like other women, are speaking with one voice on how their horizon have been expanded.
I'm happy because I know that the various women that comes here will be benefited.
You need to mix to have people they can afford what you are selling on your status. In your group or your WhatsApp, your Facebook.
I'm not limited to these shop things of a thing. I can easily broadcast it online and how to also reach out to other group members.
Felicia and Olajumoke are just few out of many who have benefited from the She-enabled program, which aims to help women improve their trade, showcase their businesses on digital platforms, upgrade their bookkeeping skill and at the same time get connected to advisors and global funding opportunities. Welcome back from that feature. In his speech at the CIBN end-of-year conference, the governor of the CBN, Yemi Cardoso, hinted at the need for the banks to brace for recapitalization, considering the significant loss in the value of the current capitalization and the capital required for the envisioned $1 trillion economy. Analysts say the approach should instead be of incentives and not coercion. With the strong performance of the banking sector in the market, which suggests an attractive return on the banking index, there seems not to be a concern for the bigger banks, as investors would willingly commit resources given the lucrative opportunities in the sector. I have international finance and economic analyst Mukhtar Mohammed joining me now to discuss further. Good morning to you, Mukhtar. Many thanks for joining us on Business Insights.
Good morning, Justice. Thank you for having me this morning.
All right. Mukhtar, it's been 19 years. I remember in 2004 when there was so much talk about banking, bank and capitalization, and the market, capital market was booming. Well, it's been 19 years now since the CBN announced banks to recapitalize to $25 billion. Remember what happened with acquisitions, mergers, and marriages of misfits, if I must say. But first off, how do you react to this development?
Well, Justin, very good development. If you're in the Tier 1 bank, very might be a turbulent time for the Tier 2 banks. So in as much I'm excited about it, like you said, we did this 19 years ago when we moved from 2 billion to 25 billion. That was over 1,200% increment. So after that time, we've seen banks recapitalize, came to the market. We've seen shareholders' funds expand, especially in the Tier 1 bank. So, like you said in your report, I don't think the Tier 1 bank has anything to fear. Maybe the Tier 2 banks may have some challenges, not all of them. But again, some of them have been proactive. They're already trying to assess the market before this policy came out from CBN. Up till now, we are not clear yet about how the policy is going to work. So we're still waiting for direction from the CBN. What would be the minimum capital requirement of the banks? Some of the Tier 1 banks are doing a profit of over 1 trillion naira. Also, some of them, in terms of dollars, have recapitalized even to the tune of about $500 million. So it depends on what the CBN governor will be looking at, or the CBN will be looking at, and by the $1 trillion economy. But again, when you want to drive a $1 trillion economy, you ask yourself, have you been able to put in place a $1 trillion physical policy? Because if you put in place a $1 trillion monetary policy and you don't have a $1 trillion physical policy, then you are in for a shocker.
Okay, in as much as the central bank has not actually given like a direct policy guidelines on how much recapitalization the banks are supposed to do this time around, but reactions have been trailing that development. I have spoken to some analysts, and they have like a mixed grill of how it should go in terms of approach. Some are saying that it should be more of incentives and not coercion. How should the CBN go about this? Do you agree with the whole coercion and incentives based approach?
I think both has to come to play. You can't just use one, depending on which. Like I said, if you're a Tier 1 bank, then you must have a lot of incentive. If you're a Tier 1 bank, you have to have a lot of coercion. If you're a Tier 1 bank, then you're a Tier 2 bank, then you need to begin to think about incentives. So it all depends on where we are. But I like some of the analysts have said, it's not recapitalization that definitely make the bank stronger. It's the strategy behind the recapitalization. Because if you recapitalize, do you have the monetary policy tool, or do you have the tool to monitor this recapitalization? Or do you have the human capital to make sure that you drive this recapitalization? Because this will involve a lot of liquidity in the system. And again, you remember in when we did the first recapitalization, we saw a lot of banks came in there. At that time, the CBN governor, then now governor of Anambra State, Chukwuma Soludo, said it will be typical for any Nigerian bank to fail. But it didn't take long. After the recapitalization, we saw a lot of banks going out, and that was due to lack of human capacity to monitor the type of liquidity and risks that some of these banks were taking at that time. So if you're talking about recapitalizing the bank, how much human capacity have you developed as a regulator, and how much capacity, human capacity, as you also develop as a money deposit bank to manage the kind of liquidity that is coming into the system?
So talking about liquidity, before I move into my next question, I just want to analyze some things you said in passing when we did the last recapitalization 19 years ago with some banks failing, and most banks were exposed as per their weaknesses and all of that. Do you see that playing this time around? Would this new capitalization show us exactly the true picture of what the commercial banks and deposit money banks are really doing in terms of strength?
Just in the pictures are there to show if you follow their earnings.
Right.
So you could see that's why we categorize the banks tier 1, tier 2 banks now. Because even in the tier 2 banks, you have what I call super tier 2 banks that are beginning to compete favorable with the tier 1 banks. So it depends on where you are and what you are trying to achieve. For me, I think when you talk about that, I think the banks have really driven the Nigerian economy thus far. They've been one of those resilient sector that we have seen in the Nigerian economy. Despite the various challenges, they still turn in good profit, they still turn in good earnings, they still pay good dividend to their shareholders. Of recent, most of them have even hiked their interim dividend by almost 45% to their shareholders. So definitely you will see that the banks have really lived up to the expectation, whether in tier 1 or tier 2. But like I said, the challenge with Nigerian banks will not only be that of liquidity going or recapitalization, like you said in your report. Recapitalization might not be a problem for the Nigerian banks, and I still see it. The worst that will happen, you see re-strategizing, like I said, incentive, whereby you might begin to see merger, and you see coalition, whereby you begin to see maybe some bigger banks outside the shore of this country begin to take stake in the tier 1 bank also. So all this will come to play, but as it stands now, I think by virtue of the results, you know that the Nigerian banks they are stronger. And if you do a stress test today, and like the CBN governor alluded to, the banks are not having any financial crisis, but they are looking towards building a $1 trillion economy, which they think that the bank should play a significant role in building that. And if they have to do that, then their liquidity must be high, especially via the exchange rate as it stands now.
All right, let me share more reactions that I got with you. Some have said that the CBN can use prudential guidelines to strengthen tiered arrangement. They said that the Apex Bank can also use differential cash reserve requirement and preferential participation in the forex market for well-capitalized banks as some of the incentives. Do you foresee challenges for some banks, and what direct impact would it put on the capital market?
Well, for the capital market, I think the capital market will be the most beneficial if this scheme comes to true, like what you saw in 2004, or driving that when they came to the recapitalization, actually brought a lot of Nigerians into the capital market, and that could also be great, especially bringing young Nigerians into the capital market if this policy starts and most of the banks have to recapitalize. In terms of the policy statement, where some analysts are saying about using your cash reserve system, using your participation in the FX market, accessing the CBN windows and all that could be some of the criteria policy to use to know incentive for these banks. I don't think that would be a challenge, but like I said, it could be something that the CBN are working at. But from where I'm standing now, I don't think it will be any challenge, especially even for the tier 2 bank, to raise capital to the tune that what the CBN. And I think in the coming days, the discussion will be out. We'll know what the CBN, what is going to be the minimum capital requirement of the Nigerian banks. And not to forget that most of the tier 1 banks, even some tier 2 banks are now having subsidiary outside the shore of this country, and not just in this country alone, in larger financial cities of the world, like London, like France, like also in New York. And so they are really expanding, and they are playing their role in the global economy. So that's why I think it will not be a challenge for them to attract the kind of capital they need to build their capital base, especially with the kind of opportunity that are much in Nigeria.
All right, before we move into some other things that the CBN is talking about or is actually planning, you talked about banks, branching out to outside the shores of the country, New York, London, and all of that. In recent times, we've been seeing lots of banks forming parent companies and all of that. I just want to get your reactions concerning that.
Justin, the world has gone to become a one shop business, and they call it one shop place. So the banks are not don't want to be left out, especially with the advent of the fintech side of the economy. So what the banks are doing now is to diversify into holding structures, like it's done globally. JP Morgan has the holding structure. So most of these banks have holding structure, and so Nigerian banks are beginning to take opportunity of that also to build holding structure, and I think it's good. But again, my challenge is also in the area of monitoring. But thank God what the CBN have done. The CBN is not interested in what they are doing in the holding structure, because the banks now become part of the holding structure. But the CBN is key about what the banks are bringing into the holding structure finance, and that is key for me. The CBN have refused, even after the bank has said, look, we are not a holding company. The CBN is still having a grip on the banking sector, still have to edit, you have to check their books, you have to know whether what they're saying is right. So I think it's a good development in the long run, because that's what the best global practice these days. Every bank wants to become a one-shop center, and I think Nigerian banks should not be left out. And that is why we think there's so much opportunities if the bank will have to recapitalize, the kind of opportunity they will drive, especially from the foreign exchange market, will be very huge, because we begin to see a lot of foreign investors coming in and wanting to take a stake in this bank, especially in their holding companies, like the fintech companies who want to come here, especially because of also a larger population of youth, and also the lack of penetration that we have in financial inclusion. So they come in, bring in the products, you could begin to see a lot of penetration. So there's a huge opportunity in that space, and I think that's why the banks don't want to be left out. That's why they are forming holding companies.
All right, just before we round off now, the Central Bank of Nigeria says it will freeze accounts without a bank verification number, BVN, or National Identification Number, NIN, from April 2024. According to the bank, a BVN or NIN verification will be conducted shortly, adding that the move is part of its efforts to promote financial system stability and strengthen the Know Your Customer KYC procedures in financial institutions. What are your thoughts, Mukhtar? Because right now, I thought by now everyone would have been linked to the BVN platform as it is.
Yeah, according to the CBN, Martin one publication have it that we have about 45 million Nigerians with that BVN, and I was shocked. But again, I'm looking at it. Some of these Nigerians might be Nigerian in the diaspora since the last time they opened an account in Nigeria, they've not been here. Also could be as a result of passing on. Maybe some of them are late now. We don't have a better register to determine. Right. So I don't think any banks again are doing businesses in Nigeria. You can transact any account in Nigeria without a BVN, especially when you want to transact. To say you own an account, yes, definitely. When you own an account that is not linked to a BVN, when you get to the bank will make sure they link that account to the BVN before you have any transaction. I think the major problem is from the wallet area, the kind of wallet coming, and this has to do with fintech. most of them have not been able to transit that session of linking their customers with the BVN. Even in the Kenya Electricity Assistance now have already linked their customers with their BVN, their customer NIN to their prepaid meter. So definitely I'm surprised that the CBN is trying to rule out sanctions and measures. I think more or less most of those accounts could be what I just said will happen. So what we need to do is to reach out to some of these account holders, and I know that's ascertain what current status are in those accounts. That could be what we should do than just putting the whole banking sector into a panic mode.
All right, thank you so much, Mukhtar. Thanks for all of the useful insights that you have shared on the show for today. We do appreciate them.
Thank you, Justin, for having me. Good morning.
All right, and that's the size of the show for today. I am Justin. Akadanye Business Insight will return to your screen same time. Many thanks for being there. Bye for now.
Hydration is when you have enough water content in your body, then you're hydrated. And what is dehydration? Dehydration is the opposite of hydration. That's lack of water. And a lot of people are suffering from dehydration. Why are they suffering from dehydration? A lot of people find it difficult to drink water. It's healthy for you to get up in the morning and drink water, a glass of water. Cleanses your system. It makes you start on a good mood. It's when you take enough water, your skin equally glows. You know, your mood is well balanced. You're not feeling tired, because when you are dehydrated, you tend to feel tired. You tend to feel sick because your body is toxic. You understand? So your body is toxic, and things that are not supposed to be in your body are being retained in your body instead of it being flushed out. When you are properly hydrated, then you pee, you go to the toilet, you urinate, you sweat well, which is very, very healthy. In doing that, the excess things you do not require, the toxins you do not require are passed out from the body. So it makes you healthy. Watermelon is good. Watermelon has a lot of water. Pineapple is good. You know, you can take this fruit like cucumber. If you okay, let me just give you these little tips. You can do your mix your cucumber, blend your cucumber with watermelon, blend it with a bit of beetroot, add a bit of ginger to it. It will keep you very, very energized. It will keep you alert when you have your then add apple to it, because definitely apple is going to sweeten it up, but not too much. So you can add apple to it, but it's going to keep you energized for the day. Then another combination, like I said, is an addition to another combination that can give you enough energy for the day. You can have your kale, you can have a bit of pineapple, you can have a bit of, so when I say a bit, it is now for you to come to us and ask us what the bit is. But so you have your banana, you have your kale, you have your pineapple, you can add a bit of chai seed to it. Blend is energy giving. Kale on its own is powerful. Is a power bank of veggies. Then banana is another. So you have your banana there, you have your pineapple, you have your kale, you have your chai seed. If you want, you can add a bit of ginger to it, depending on. But you're beautiful with that. Then with water, you're fine. Well, we need to have fruit in our life because we don't want to go to the hospital. They help fight. They help combat diseases in the body. So you derive vitamins from fruits. Your body absorbs your food properly when you eat well. When you take in fruits, your body metabolizes the food you eat. You're not constipated while you eat. Your body metabolizes your food properly. When you take enough fruit, you have a very glowing skin. When you take fruits, you have vitamins, it helps aging. Some of us that are tending towards, and we don't want to look old, take enough fruits. You'll be fine. Your face, your skin, everything will glow. You have to find out what that child likes. All children are not the same, so you need to know what that child likes. When you find out what the child likes, then you start mixing fruit together. Most children, not all of them anyway, they have sweet tooth. So it could be a combination of banana with some other things, But the first thing is to find out what the child likes. When you get what the child likes, then day in, day out, you introduce it into their meals. You can make it into smoothies. You can make it into juice for them because it's easier to take. When you make juices or you make smoothies, it's easier for them to take a whole lot of nutrients into their body within a short time. So I would talk from experience. If I want to, cucumber for example, not everybody likes cucumber because cucumber is tasteless. But for you to enjoy cucumber has high water content and is really good for the body. But for you to enjoy cucumber, you can combine your cucumber with other fruits that you love to eat. Take for example, some people like pineapple, some people like apple. Combine it with the fruit you enjoy, then you can make it into probably juice. You can juice it, you can make smoothies of it. You can make your salad interesting. When I say interesting, make your veggies, add some fruit to it. Add your chicken and all that, then add some fruit to it. Most fruit gives your normal vitamins. So I'm going to start with apple. Apple will help you with your digestion. The beetroot will help you with metabolism. Citrus fruits, lemon for example, cleanses your system.
Cases Plus reports. It's where we bring you some of the stories and events which made the news recently. In case you missed out on some of the stories, don't worry, we've got you covered on this edition. Welcome, I am Uime Elijah. We start this week's edition with good governance. Lagos residents have been charged to take ownership of projects undertaken by government in their areas, as it would go a long way in tackling the issue of abandoned projects. This charge was given by the Inspired Youth Network during their citizens' engagement town hall meeting with stakeholders on addressing public requests from the 2024 budget of Lagos State. Details in this report.
Community members, youth champions, as well as government representatives have gathered in this hall.
How can we have a very effective implementation of money? To ensure that young persons, especially young women, have access to democratic and public responsive service delivery.
Over time, the stakeholders have monitored the implementation of budgets and are here to discuss the findings from their trackings on abandoned government project in Oshodi Solo local government area. The idea is for the community to take actions towards the completion of the project.
Create budget for all of this. Let budget that you have created be used for the completion of this project. And we have one in Ikorodu currently. The one we had in Ikorodu is a vocational center. As big as Ikorodu is, we only have 1 or 2 vocational centers being managed by the Lagos State Ministry of Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation. Now, this is another vocational center that can complement the effort of the one Lagos State government is currently running. If we have large number of people going to one vocational center, we will not have good, effective training and learning or effective learning in all these vocational centers.
The idea was to go monitor the projects that was going on in Idowu Rufai Street in Agor Palace Way, and we found out that constructions were not really ongoing the way it should be, and this was causing some issues leading to drainage problems, and of course all of this can also result in diseases and displacement of people. So we tried to bring up these issues to the limelight to let people know that there's actually a budget allocated for this particular construction, and the need to demand for accountability so that the right things are being done.
The town hall meeting also aims at educating relevant stakeholders to be involved in the budgeting process and ensure good governance, as government is advised to meet with the people halfway in this discourse.
From all of our engagement so far, from inception, you could see that the major challenge there is that a majority of the persons in Lagos do not really have a better and deep understanding about projects and budget processes and the rest. So that's why we're doing all of this, to see how we can educate the citizens, to make them be a part of the process to actually drive a change in their society.
It's good that organizations like this are coming up with such engagement and wanting to know what the resources are used for. And if we do not accommodate such programs like this, going forward we may not be able to achieve anything. This is more like helping government to lessen their work and all of their burden.
In all, they urge the government to look into the abandoned project and ensure their completion, as it would not cost anything more since they have been budgeted for in the first instance.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Development scholars have pointed out that good governance is a prerequisite for successful development, which every country craves for. And now it is time to talk about leadership and the future of Africa. Over the years, Africa has been reputed by the mainstream media as the West as a dark continent. Despite its huge potentials, as such, there is the need to change the narrative and celebrate Africa and its people. These were the words of Mark Idiahi, the convener of the Future Leadership Conference at this year's Award for Public Sector and Entrepreneurship, tagged Renaissance Repositioning Africa for Global Relevance. Details in this report.
The venue is filled to capacity, and the main focus is to celebrate Africa and Africans, and indeed excellence in leadership and entrepreneurship. The convener, Mark Idiahi, takes to the stage and shares on the unparalleled dynamism of the African spirit.
There is a deliberate attempt by the West, facilitated by the mainstream media, to underestimate the potential of Africa.
The conversation continues in earnest on the way forward for the continent. No doubt the choice of the speakers is informed on their passion in telling the African story. So as questions are raised on why Africans do not celebrate themselves, the issue of leadership also takes center stage.
While we celebrate our GDP as Africa, one of those top 50 companies, their revenue and their capitalization is more than our continental GDP. So that's something to think about. Then you now add the fact that 80% of the world's resources are under our feet in Africa.
So we've come of age. We will no longer allow people to give us a name just so they can appease whatever desire or innuendos they have about Africa. We believe as a people we have to begin to beam lights on our potential and appreciate and celebrate what we have. I would tell you that we no longer need politicians in leadership. Over the years, we have had politicians in leadership, and look at where that brought us. It is almost as if we clamor for new regime, new set of leaders, then eventually when they are voted into power, it's almost as if we find ourselves in a war situation. And the solution to that, like John Maxwell would say, everything rises and falls on leadership. We have to become very pragmatic.
What is the panacea for the leadership challenge in the continent? And just how can Nigeria and Africa take over the helms of affairs in the productive sector and even the creatives?
We have leaders who seek to, their yardsticks and their standards of leadership is foreign. So when they encounter African problems, it tends to be strange for them and makes them either weak, disconnected from the problem on ground. You know, African problem is different from Chinese problem.
Nigeria's gross GDP has been enriched by 156 billion naira this year alone with Nollywood and Nigerian music. But that's very little compared to what we could actually do if the government and the banks, etc., would support us more.
So as the evening swings on, exceptional people are awarded and celebrated for their passion and drive to bring out the extra in women empowerment, entrepreneurship, creativity, and lots more.
Thank you so much for the good work you are doing.
Justin Akadonye, Plus TV News, Lagos.
You will agree with me that African states, individually or as a collective, should be more assertive in defending their interests and demanding fairer representation in global fora and multilateral institutions. We move to public speaking and the need to catch them young. Young people have been urged to shun drug abuse and channel their energies into productive ventures that will improve their lives. This is just as the government and parents have been urged to do more to safeguard children from falling prey. This advice was given on the sidelines of a public speaking competition organized by School of Eloquence Lagos on the theme Drug Abuse and its Effects on the Youth. Details in this report.
At a very young age, she followed her aunt to places like nightclubs, and as being an outgoing girl, she started mingling with people. This is the wrong crowd. So much
This public speaking competition is meant to serve as a testimonial to the importance and power of effective oral communication and commitment to elevating the art of public speaking to mainstream levels in the Nigerian society. 9 government-owned schools are locking horns on the topical issue, drug abuse, a trend which is eaten deeply into the fabrics of the society. The competitors have indeed done their homework and research on the menace. Unsurprisingly, they speak passionately and eloquently.
And whosoever a child learns from home is most likely to remain with him for the rest of his life.
Yes, it's not the first day that I take this guy, I'm going to end up at Yabanet. You end up in the hospital. But these things, it's over time.
Cigarettes and alcohol are commonly abused by Nigerians.
Not only affects our physical self, they also affect us mentally.
Through their speeches, they share stories of young people who have been affected by the scourge, with an appeal for all hands to be on deck in fighting the harrowing trend.
From a very young age, she folded her hands to places like nightclubs, and as being an outgoing girl, she started mingling with people, which is the wrong crowd.
Over the years, drug abuse has been a pressing issue that every one of us here knows.
Parents who brought us into this world, what happens when they are perpetrating this crime?
When you talk about mental health consequences, we talk about depression, anxiety, neurological impairments.
The dean of the school shares insight on the theme of discussion and why it is important to catch them young. Other speakers have words of advice for parents, the society, and even what the government should be doing to save the young people from going astray.
So for us, we notice that a lot of the people that we teach public speaking to could probably have done better if they had learned public speaking much earlier in life, rather than learning public speaking as adults. Apart from politics, apart from the state of the economy, the issue of drug abuse is a prevalent subject matter. It's there, it's present, and we're talking about it.
We have a lot to do. You've all come here to say it today. Charity begins at home. We need to ensure that we inculcate the right discipline. In life, the choice that you make will determine your future.
At the end of it all, Dairy Farm Senior Secondary School carried the day as one of their representatives emerged winner in the individual category. CMS Grammar School and King's College followed in runners-up position. Then again, Dairy Farm School walks away with a School of Eloquence Cup 2023.
People in position must be able to speak well. It should be mandatory for policymakers and office holders, business owners and thought leaders, and what better way to achieve this than to start with school children. Away from education matters, as part of efforts to show benevolence to orphans and the less privileged children in society, the Naval Officers' Wife Association has supported 4 children with scholarship and also donated food items and other consumables to an orphanage home. The Zonal Director of NOAA Lagos Island, Ms. Olufunke Bankole, alongside other members while on a visit to Rako Child Initiative Orphanage, urged spirited Nigerians to support those in need. Plus TV News defense correspondent Destiny Momo has more.
This orphanage has been enjoying the goodwill of the naval officers' wives for close to 10 years. Today's visit saw 4 children receiving scholarship and other valuables. The zonal director disclosed that the donation was an initiative of NOAA as supported mainly by their husbands.
NOAA is a non-governmental organization and we are majorly being sponsored by our husbands with little or no assistance from corporate organizations, though when it comes, who are we not to embrace it. So having said that, for years, it's been our focus to ensure that we touch lives. In fact, that is our anchor drive, to ensure that we touch lives positively. We also believe that we should try as much as possible to see how best we can sponsor some students through secondary school. And how it's been said that a child trained through the secondary school or giving education is a nation that is being trained.
She enjoined the head of the orphanage to be steadfast in bringing up the children who have been brought to the home due to unfavorable circumstances. The founder, Rako Child Initiative Orphanage and Widows Home, Pastor Daniel Nwaka, was filled with excitement and gratitude as he thanked Noah for the continuous support to the home.
Their coming has been a great blessing to us over the years, but it has been a journey of grace, God's grace. It has been not easy. These children, some of them came when they were 2 years old, 3 years old. Today we have 19 in university. One is serving now in Port Harcourt, and the others two are doing well. We have almost 200 in different secondary schools, the same thing in different primary schools all over. So we see them grow. We see them when they came in, like some of them, I can see that picture here, they look somehow. Like this one talking now, you see her picture, she came in primary school. Now, come here. Now she's now in Kogi State University, 411. 411. She came hopelessly then, but now, full of assurance.
Noah says its love for charity will be extended to the widows next. The gesture was born out of the humanitarian side of the Noah national president, Mrs. Ijoma Blessing Ogala, who believes orphans and widows should not be left out in this Yuletide celebration. Destiny Momo, Plus TV News.
It's time for a short break now. We will be right back with more stories. Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. The Diocese of Lagos Anglican Communion has inducted Venerable Babatunde Adeleke as the Vicar and Archdeacon of the Church of the Resurrection, Victoria Island. The induction ceremony, which took place in Lagos, had the Senior Special Assistant to President Bola Tinubu on Sustainable Development Goals, Adejoke Orelope Adefolure, family members and well-wishers in attendance. Our correspondent Paul George reports.
Melodious rendition of hymns filters the church hall as the congregation, led by the choir, was in a joyous mood. Venerable Babatunde Adeleke Oduwole, clad in white robe, is ushered in to take his declaration of assent as the Vicar and Archdeacon of Church of Resurrection. The anointed clergyman was excited to be in the presence of God while performing the induction rituals. Venerable Oduwole said he is ready to hit the ground running as he explains the vicar's role in the church.
Well, I must say that I'm very excited. I'm enthused, getting ready to hit the ground immediately. It's a day we had looked forward to. Institution, induction, and installation. It is a customary and ancient custom of thanking God for choosing those such personalities. They serve as the eye of the bishop. And so we call them Oculus Episcopus, meaning the eye of the bishop.
He thanks God and says his vicarship is all the Lord's doing. Meanwhile, the former Deputy Governor of Lagos State and Senior Special Assistant to President Bola Tinubu on Sustainable Development Goals, Adejoke Orelope Adefolure, commended the man of God's selflessness. She describes him as one who is reliable.
In addition to that, I'm also being instituted as the Vicar of the Church of the Resurrection 1004 Estate here in Victoria Land. To God be the glory. I'm excited. I'm really happy. I know that God has done it, and He who has called us will back us up. He will enshrine His word in our heart and grant us miraculous feats within the time we are going to spend here in Jesus' name.
I've known him for 12 years as a vicar.
and as a priest in the Diocese of Lagos, Lagos Diocese. He's a man of God that that we can rely on in terms of prayer, in terms of counseling and motivation. Wishing him all the best. God will bless his ministry. God will give him more strength, more grace, and on daily basis, God will minister to him.
Some church members showered encomiums on him.
In Jesus' mighty name we pray.
In the period of time that we have interacted, he's been a very pleasant personality. He's been an exciting person to be with. It's just God's gift to us as a church. I pray for him every day, and I ask that the Lord will continue to equip him with grace, with his spirit, with more of his wisdom, so that he's able to carry the church of Jesus Christ.
Everything is working perfectly the way God wanted it. He was a curate in this place before, and he rose to be a venerable, and he was brought back. So I say it is to the glory of God. I'm happy for him, and I congratulate him. It shall continuously be well with him and his family in Jesus' name.
The ceremony was brought to a close as the guests were treated to a cocktail party.
From all of us here at Plus TV Africa, we wish Venerable Babatunde Oduwole the best in his new position. We take you next to Ondo State, where the home of Mother Earth Foundation has charged the federal government to take responsibility for the 3-year-old Ifeno at its Ororo Iwell at OML 95 and must extinguish the fire as soon as possible. These were the outcomes of a media briefing and documentary screening at the Ororo oil well fire held in Lagos. Details in this report.
An ecosystem's unraveling that demands to be heard.
The Ororo 1 oil gas well blowout at OML 95, which happened in April 2020, has been on fire for over 3 years. Inhabitants of Awoye community in Ondo State, where the inferno occurred, have had their livelihood severely affected. Their primary means of survival, fishing, has been harmed due to the contamination of the marine ecosystem by the raging fire and accompanying oil spill.
It's a grim reality painted in barrels of spilt oil and hectares of ruined land.
After several visits, the home of Mother Earth Foundation, HOMEF, put this documentary titled Ororo Inferno, a tragic odyssey of injustice and environmental destruction, together. Executive Director HOMEF, Nemo Bassi, alongside others, say these inferno represent a huge discounting of the lives of the people, their culture and their ecosystem.
Now that accident happened, and the government officials said it could be stopped within 6 weeks if they hired the right contractors to stop it. But 3.5 years down the road, the fire is still burning. And I believe government would wish that we just ignore it. But you can't ignore that kind of disaster happening in plain sight. It's happening day and night. It's not anything that is hidden. And it's just unfortunate that Nigeria goes on as if nothing is going on. And this is really horrible.
So we don't need to search for who caused it. We know it's caused by the oil corporation. Who bears the brunt? The local communities are the ones bearing the brunt of this spill. The biggest question is, why punish me for a sin that I didn't commit?
Members of the Awoye community at the screening also speak about the devastation they have faced since the oil well fire began.
Since that last year, waiting at the experience, we say, fish no dey again. Nothing. If we go river, before we were fishing 3-4 fathoms, now we take the fishing. But now if you no enter 20 fathoms, you no fit see fish for eye. I don't see anything. Now so everybody begin to suffer. No blame you, all the communities.
Mo bá bẹ̀ ìjọba torí kò bẹ́ẹ̀ kàrán. Mo bá bẹ̀ ìjọba pé yàrá ayọ́wọ́ bá máa ayọ́wọ́ ó ra kàn mí. Òun mo tẹ̀ pé fi wà yìí. Tó ti bẹ́ẹ̀ gan Inú mo sọ ni pé jájọ́ bá mi ọkùnrin obìnrin àjọ ò bá wa dédé ìjọba mo fẹ́ gan tó obìnrin tó ọkùnrin jájọ́ jára àwòyọwọ́ àwòyẹ pẹ̀lú dédé gbẹ̀kùn ẹ̀nà wọn dédé pátápátá ti bàjẹ́.
HOMEF also urged the government to ensure that remediation activities in the affected community are carried out immediately.
There is no word to describe this horrid debacle. Ororo One Well is a crime scene that needs international attention and action since the Nigerian government is asleep on it. As we go on the show, Market Women at Tijo Show has been urged to make the most of simple technological tools to scale up their businesses and accelerate growth. This advice was given during a She Enables sensitization program organized by the Enterprise Growth and Opportunities Foundation at Tijo Show Market in Lagos. Details in this report.
Nigeria is experiencing inflation, and most women are depressed and struggling with their businesses. They are helpless, and most of them are victims of mismanagement due to lack of proper financial management. So it is apt that these young people from the Ego Foundation take time to distribute multilingual pamphlets on the importance of maintaining and reading or computerized records of their sales and stock.
And this is what I know I'm able to make. These are the things that we want to teach you.
Then that I sell this thing.
Or back here at this hall, women listen with rapt attention on how they can be financially included with the help of their mobile phones. The session is interactive.
I think they will charge about 800 and something, let's say 1,000 naira.
Then how do you reach out to those kind of group members?
Roland Ajetomobi is a serial entrepreneur. He is here to share knowledge and insights with the market women and entrepreneurs on the best way to go.
At the moment you are able to have a mobile device and you can subscribe to that device with internet and data, and you also have a bank account, you can use that device to make money.
Toluwase Olaniyan is a convener. He shares the idea behind desensitization and also speaks on plans to extend the program to other markets.
And for us, it is instructive at this time, right, and very, very important, helping women, supporting women through, becoming better at their businesses. Of course, around where we have large markets and on the South communities. So we've been to Alimosho, we've been to Mushin. So the next stop, we're going to Ikorodu, we're going to, Fai, Egbeda, Badagry. Places where we can harness a large number of businesses. It's almost natural for women to be excluded, financially. A few people feel it's expensive. Few people feel it's for the high class. So what we're trying to now do is to take it to the inner roots and help them understand the essence of this and how this can become a lot better.
This petty trader is overjoyed about the knowledge learned. She, like other women, are speaking with one voice on how their horizon have been expanded.
I'm happy because I know that the various women that comes here will be benefited.
You need to meet to have people they can afford what you are selling on your status. In your group or your WhatsApp, your Facebook.
I'm not limited to these shop things of a thing. I can easily broadcast it online. And how to also reach out to other group members.
Felicia and Olajumoke are just few out of many who have benefited from the She Enabled program, which aims to help women improve their trade, showcase their businesses on digital platforms, upgrade their bookkeeping skill, and at the same time get connected to advisors and global funding opportunities.
Women in Nigeria are highly interested in becoming entrepreneurs, but face unique challenges to do so, such as barriers to access finance and business development services that are critical to formalizing and growing their business. And that's all on this edition of Plus Reports. But before we go, let's remind you to please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Instagram, and X. Also do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uime Elijah. Thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Chinelo Anene and I'm joined by my co-amazing anchor. I haven't seen Diola in what, 4, 5 months? It's been a very long time. And we're greening today without you, Uwa.
Green Monday.
I know, right? Hi Diola, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
How's
So
the week
good to
started
see
off?
you.
Thank you very much. How's your week going? Or has it started? Because today's just Monday.
Yeah, I mean, it started well. I had a great weekend, and I look forward to all the exciting things that's going to happen this week.
Right.
Yeah.
For me, it was a very long weekend. There was a whole lot to do. And then I thought, okay, I had rested enough yesterday. And then this morning, I struggled to get out of bed. But yeah, we're here, one day down. For me, it's 2 days to go, not 4 days, because I took Thursday and Friday off work. So.
Wow. I'm envying you right now.
Okay, as we know, today is Monday on the show. And in partnership with the Enough is Enough team, we'll be touching on public procurement in Nigerian states. I really enjoy this because it actually helps me to keep my sense of civic responsibilities alive all the time. Yeah,
Absolutely.
so I always, even when I'm not on air, I see that whole Enough is Enough message drop on the group. I'm always so excited because I'm like,
Yeah, something new to learn.
something
and,
new.
yeah.
But then here's what we found as today's quote. Whoever controls the media controls the mind. And this is by Jim Morrison. Whoever controls the media controls the mind. Because really, you can't, the media it has a very, very strong role to play, in the lives in the world generally, as a matter of fact. And nowadays, it is how news is transported, how information in general is transported or is transmitted, as the case may be. And just imagine, I remember back when they used to teach us social studies back then and say, means of communication, and they say the town crier would beat the gong and all those things. And I'm like, I don't want to imagine how those things were in those days. But I'm very happy to see how it has transitioned now. And how the digital space, what has happened in the digital space and in the media as well, the role of technology in media as well.
Absolutely. I mean, I like that it's not so easy for anyone to claim ignorance anymore right now, because information is readily at the tip, of our fingertips. It's everywhere you look. You just need to know where to look.
Right.
Even when you don't go looking for it, information actually comes looking for you. So yes, I mean, we're in a world where there is so much information, and media is the proponent. It's so interesting how much media. In fact, I can honestly say that without media, it's hard to imagine what the world would be.
Right? Yeah. I absolutely agree. Absolutely. So, Joel, I'm sure you have access to the EID.
Oh yes,
yeah.
I do. Okay, so one moment, please. Let me just quickly. Okay, so today's episode of Enough is Enough. We're talking public procurement in Nigerian states, and Nigeria's weak governance demands that citizens vigilantly ensure accountability. Recent procurement revelations in states like Lagos, Abia, and Osun exposed financial mismanagement. With the dire state of the nation's economy, the reckless spending by politicians is quite concerning. Although some of these figures were denied, the grounds for denial are very weak. So let's look at procurement sham in Lagos. 30 million monthly allocation for empowerment programs and outreach to the office of the deputy governor's wife. 1.7 billion for the purchase of vehicles for the office of the chief of staff's carpool. Another 54 million for cleaning and maintaining the State House between May and October 2023. And then quickly to other states, for Abia, over 900 million spent on the governor's food and well-being between July and September 2023. True, we can argue that. Okay. Then there is for Osun State, 8 billion was reportedly spent on meals in the third quarter of the year. For Benue, 2 billion allegedly spent on the purchase of vehicles for the state governor. This is crazy. But okay, so let's quickly look at the effects of corruption in this state. So there's loss of public trust, there is economic deterioration, there is impaired public service, there is political instability, there is long-term insecurity. What can the citizens do? The citizens can act. Utilize platforms such as shineyoureye.org, Tracker, and the Office of the Citizen chat box, and of course, make optimal use of the FOI apps.
I love the fact that the AI is actually doing something in terms of educating the people, exactly, literacy, so that people actually know that you can actually hold these people accountable. Well, sometimes we just sit back and we hear all these things, we hear these figures, and we feel we just banter and banter. That we know how to do that a whole lot, but you can actually question these things, and we thank God for EIA. Like we always say, you can actually send a message to the WhatsApp chat bots, the Office of the Citizen chat bots. You can send hello via WhatsApp to 017006381, and I'm sure you can get every question that it is that you need to be answered in that way. Yep. Media has played a significant role in helping Nigeria with youth engagement in recent years, and the widespread use of social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram has provided young Nigerians with a powerful platform to voice their opinions, organize social movements, and connect with like-minded individuals. Today, we'll be discussing the role of media in youth engagement, but first, let's take a break to see what we found in the news. You're still watching Waves. Cyber Monday was created in 2005 by Ellen Davis, a marketing manager at shop.org, as a way to promote online shopping on the Monday after Thanksgiving. The idea was to provide a shopping alternative to Black Friday, which is traditionally a time for in-store shopping. Cyber Monday quickly became popular, and now many retailers offer discounts on their websites on Cyber Monday. I never knew there was anything like Cyber Monday.
Never heard of it.
The very popular one that we all know is Black Friday. In fact, I got so many promotion emails, Black Friday, Black Friday, Black Friday. And I'm like, I saw this meme on Instagram where they went to some it wasn't in Nigeria, of course. And you know how they'll put the price as 179.99, then they'll put Black Friday and they'll write on that price. So the person went and slid the paper through it, and so that it was the same price as what they were offering as the Black Friday price. And I found that so hilarious.
I always feel that it's almost like a sham.
I know.
Really. Like, okay, maybe some days before they will put a price increase and then take it back to the original price and then say that it's Black Friday.
But apparently, thank God for Cyber Monday, but I don't think we practice that in Nigeria, because I haven't seen any organization do anything like Cyber Monday. Maybe from 2024 we'll start seeing that. Okay, Jella, what did you find in the news?
Okay, so this is UK confirms first human case of swine flu. So this is very similar to what has been circulating in pigs, which has been detected by the UK Health Security Agency on Monday. Routine surveillance in general practitioner surgeries picked up the case after the person suffered a mild illness. And, UK health, whatever, you know, they say that they're doing contact tracing now to prevent further spread of the virus. It is not known at this stage how transmissible the strain is, or if there could be other cases in the UK. And then they also say that it's too early to say if the strain could have pandemic potential. Now that's very scary. The UK HSA has notified the World Health Organization of the latest case. So that's about 50 reported human cases worldwide of the H1N2 virus since 2005, and none of them related genetically to the strain. This, when I hear things like this, is scary.
I can't imagine us dealing with another pandemic. I really do hope
the world can't deal with that.
I hope that this is mitigated as soon as possible and something is done about it as fast as possible. On my end, Tinubu, this is from Dapo Abiodun, says Tinubu inherited government almost in coma. And this was said by the governor of Ogun State, Dapo Abiodun. He said that the country was almost comatose as reported. This is a reported speech, so to say, by Punch. Said the country was almost comatose when President Bola Tinubu came into power. He disclosed this during an interview on Channels Television, and he said, the President Tinubu-led administration has been very bold and audacious. I'm not sure that this is a conversation that, because if we start talking about this now, we would probably turn this to the topic of today. Because I want to be, I don't expect him to say anything otherwise anyway.
Part of this administration.
Definitely. I don't expect him to say otherwise. So hearing this from him, okay, yeah, the country was in a state of coma. But you had already made so many promises about what happened. But like people always say, it's just been how many months, Abby? Okay.
It's been long months. The winter is long.
Very and dry. I must say, not just long, very dry as well. Okay, I mean, we're having a very interesting conversation today, speaking about the role of media in youth engagement. But then we'll continue the conversation when we come back from this break. See you after the break. Thanks for staying with us. According to data published in the ad planning tools of the top social media platforms, there were 28.20 million users aged 18 and above using social media in Nigeria at the start of 2023, which is equivalent to 25.3% of the total population aged 18 and above at that time. Nigeria's internet penetration rate stood at 55.4% of total population at the start of 2023. The KPS analysis indicates that the internet users in Nigeria increased by 2.9 million, which is about above 2.4% between 2022 and 2023. This proves that there's an increasing penetration of digitization amongst Nigerians, which means people have more access to media and to information as well. Media does play a crucial role in shaping the perspectives, values, and behaviors of youth, influencing their engagements in various aspects of society, and if used correctly, can serve as a powerful tool for promoting youth participation in civic activities, fostering social awareness, and empowering them to become active agents of change. So tonight we're asking, what is the role of media in youth engagement? Please let's say what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation, send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-8038-4663. The number to WhatsApp again is 081-8038-4663. Diola, the role of media.
Well, I think the media plays a very key role in information dissemination, for providing platforms, like engagement platforms for educational purposes, to, like we just did with
EIE,
EIE. And then, of course, there is the social impact as well. But I think that for me, the most powerful, really, the two most powerful really are for information dissemination and then for education. It is expected that, where there is constructive, where the media, correctly performs its role, we can ensure that good information is actually disseminated.
Absolutely.
Because that's also something that is very
key.
Very key. The fact that, yes, there is media, but is it good media? That's very important. So.
Thank you for actually saying that. I always say to people that although people believe that, social media has its own pros and cons and all of that, but then what baffles me the most is what social media, let me say media generally, now what media does in terms of misinformation. I detest it. On days like that, I literally want to curse the media, because I'm like, why would you spread something that first of all is not true? How about people just come together and get their facts straight? Look at the case of this thing where they said the ban on Dubai had been lifted. It spread like wildfire, First, because people were looking forward to that. So we had been waiting to see, if this administration was going to be able to lift that ban. I'm told what was happening. One person picked it up and then it went, even all the news agencies were carrying it, and only for us to hear 2 days later that was not the case. And I'm like, what's going on? So, like I said earlier, right, there's an increasing penetration of social media with the youth especially, because as it is, we saw that during the election, the youth have a very large role. So let's narrow this down to talking about governance and politics in this case now. So when we talk about the role of media in governance and in politics, I would say that it's actually very, very important, right? Because it actually helps, first of all, to educate.
Absolutely.
I'm sure that there are quite a number of youth out there that if there was no form of media, in quotes, during this past election, there would have been no participation per se. There would have been no participation. So if we're talking about one of the pros, I would say that it has played a very, very huge role and impacted a whole lot in the political space. So I would say the media is very, very important, if I do say so myself.
Very true, very true. And okay, so let me flip to the bad side of it. So you have the danger of polarization. Where the media takes on a narrative and then they run with that narrative, and then people just generally jump on that narrative and they believe it to be true and make decisions based on that narrative, which is very dangerous. And I see a lot of that happening within the political space. So you find out that a lot of young people get agitated, and at the root of it is just something very false. So, we're in an age where everybody is literally a media person right now. Honestly. With social media, everybody is a media.
Actually.
So when you carry information, you're carrying it from your own, based on your own perspective. And that doesn't necessarily make it true. But maybe because you are eloquent or you have the right platform, and then you just push it out there. And then, so I see that playing around a lot. And I really hope that we can begin to be very introspective. We can begin to not just take things hook, line, and sinker, but truly
do your own investigation.
Exactly.
Find out for yourself.
We should fact
Very,
check.
very important. A lot of fact checking rather needs to be done. I also want to talk about something. If we talk about the echo chambers of social media now, like you spoke about polarization. When we look at the echo chambers, it's a lot of what has been said here now has now created my viewpoint as to how I'm going to see this person, how I'm going to carry on this campaign, how I'm going, what narrative it is that I have in my head. Do you get? I strongly believe that we need to, as soon as possible, drop all of that. And like you rightly said, do a lot of investigation. Check to make sure that I remember there was one conversation we had during the elections as well, when I was speaking about politics and all of that. And she was talking about how people actually need to go in depth. We need to carry on this thing of politeracy. And that's where media would actually come in. I think a lot of media houses now need to start supporting this thing, supporting this movement, making sure that people actually have the right information, since the media is the one that actually has access to some of all these HNIs and people that are actually involved in politics and all of that. You should bring these people on board, find out what it is that is going on, so that way we are sure that it's not just hearsay anymore. We're actually transmitting the right thing, and people have the correct information, and we're not just spreading false news. Also, let's talk about confirmation bias as well. Which, I mean, everything just still ties down to that same circle of So the truth is that the media has a very large. We cannot overemphasize it. The media has a very large, especially when it comes to the youth, because we're the ones on social media. We're the ones watching television. We're the ones, be it cable TV, be it through the internet, watching the online web channels and all of that. We're the ones. So we have a very, very, very large connection to what the media is doing. And in that way, the media also needs to make sure that there is responsible information that is carried out.
Very key. I mean, taking it back to where we started from about the media being a powerful tool of education, the media also empowers the people, because you can only, act based on what you know. If you don't know, or if you've been fed the wrong information, you would act that way. But if we have people in the media who are practicing responsible journalism, you understand, where we take away our own personal biases, and then we report things as it is, and then let the people form their own opinions based on the facts of the matter, then I think that we'll begin to see a more objective approach to the way that we think. And a lot of what I see now is, pardon the word, paparazzi. It's a lot of, in fact, it's almost as if the more scandalous it is, the better. Honestly, we have, because I mean, things like this can burn a nation. Of course, not careful.
Of course. I mean, that being said, right, I think that we also need to create a more balanced information ecosystem, and that's what I mean when I say that the media needs to be more responsible, so that we're hearing different viewpoints, right? That ecosystem is balanced. It is not just a case of, they said Alhaji one thing, did blah 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 blah, and then everybody's around, Alhaji is a bad man because of this. Do you understand? It's annoying, because there's several other things that Alhaji has done that actually qualifies him to be a good leader. But because this is what the media is transmitting, and trust us, the youth, once we hear one thing like that, that's what we're running with. We don't even want to hear anything else. Nobody bothers about whatever else it is that he has done that seems...
You're so right. And quickly coming back to that, I remember we had spoken about it here, how the media needs to play a huge role in helping to advance women politics. And again, young people, we say that they're the future of tomorrow. Young people are expected to be in, to participate in politics, governance, and all that. But young people are also watching.
Absolutely.
They're like, if you can do this to a Binta, I mean, all the poor woman just did was come out for election or something, and then you shredded her like this.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even want to put myself in
In
that
that
kind of position.
situation.
You understand?
Yeah.
So I mean, let's honestly, there has to be responsible media. There has to be a better way to do this, and I can assure you, if the pressure is less, again, I mean, let me speak on this idea of it's almost like a herd mentality. Oh, this narrative, everybody, because someone said it, someone with a platform said it, it must
All
be
burying
true.
our heads there.
Exactly. And again, I mean, this comes back to media. So I don't know if there is some sort of governance, you know, around the media ecosystem to ensure that it is fair, it is balanced, and it is accurate. Even if it is not accurate 100% of the time, at least most of the time, you know, it is. And then we will now discover that young people will see that there is actually no need to sensationalize anything. Because that's what we're doing now. We feel the more sordid it is, the better the clickbait, the better the engagement, the better. So we're learning. And all these things we're learning, we have to unlearn them fast.
As soon as possible, yeah. I think we'll take a break, but then when we come back, we'll be talking about the influence of policy, how media actually influenced policy with youth engagement. See you after the break.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
If you're just tuned in, we're discussing the role of media in youth engagement. Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 08180384663. So before we went, we were talking about the pros and cons of the media and youth engagement. We had discussed why the media, or rather what the media needs to do better. We talked about the media creating a balanced ecosystem. And now I want us, Jola, to discuss I'm sure that there are some examples or some campaigns that we have seen talking about, we've been discussing a lot about, or rather we've been talking generally about digitization. So let's now narrow it down to social media, right? Let's look at some social media campaigns that were driven by the youth and what role or what influences were made, or maybe like policy changes and things like that. And I'll just mention one very quickly, and that's two actually. One globally and one locally in Nigeria. Let's look at the NSAS movement, for example.
Oh, that one, I mean, that one.
I think that went it fired up the way it did because of social media.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I wouldn't have believed that people literally shut down their lives.
Yeah. Nigeria shut down, like really.
It was beautiful to see, right? And that just shows you that, see, it is very, very, very crucial that we start to pay attention to what the power of media, right? Yeah. Look at Black Lives Matter. See, tomorrow, even the little children are going Black Lives Matter. That is also the role of media.
True.
So what are we then talking about? It's absolutely important and cannot be overemphasized. I'm not sure if you have any.
Oh, there is one I remember, Tiananmen Square, the one in China, where the students, it started with students just sending messages to each other. And before you knew it, they had literally hundreds of thousands, at the protest. And again, I mean, the power of media, the power of digitization. Information travels at the speed of light, you know, and when young people somehow, when information gets to them and they are united for a purpose, it's amazing what they can do.
There's usually a transformative impact that can be done or that can be achieved when the media is actually used properly. That's very true. It always amazes me when people, especially our old folks, when they go, oh no, still media, social media. Yes, of course, there are, you know, bad, as it is with everything that has its advantages and its disadvantages. You know, we can't deny that, of course, right? But then if we actually look at it and we weigh it, you would find out that the pros are actually a whole lot more than what the cons are. And in that light, I don't know why we shouldn't go with it. I also think that the government has a very large role to play in terms of, you know, helping and making sure that the media is actually utilized to its full potential, right? Because I sometimes, even these numbers that we're saying, oh, it's increasing, there's a lot of penetration and all that, I think that we can still do a whole lot more. Yes, compared to the, imagine we're talking about 25%, 24%. So what happens to the other 75%? So I think that we still have a very long way to go in engaging the youth, you know, making sure that people are actively involved, you know, educating people for them to understand what power it is that they carry. And I would always say, I love what Office of the Citizen is doing, because it is actually giving that mindset of, it is no longer a game of, oh, we're just sitting down here and see whatever. No, we have now realized that we actually have a role to play. There's a part that it is that we have to play. Realizing also that the media also can help. So you can wake up today and, you know, you look at one policy, they said they wanted to pass one bill the other day. I'm not going to discuss what bill it is. And I went on Twitter, and oh my God, Twitter was on fire, you know. And sometimes I'm like, I just wish that these people that were behind their keypads, you know, would actually come out in real life and, you know, say these things and put all these words into action. Trust me, there will be a major transformation and movement, right? All of these campaigns that we see happening, all of this worldwide, not just in Nigeria, as a matter of fact, globally, right? It can all be, you know, patterned to what role the media actually has to play. So let's now talk about what potential trends it is that we might be seeing in the future. What potential trends do you think?
Well, I think that in the nearest future, which is now, really, media is going to play a powerful. In fact, it's going to be it's going to be the most important, the game changer in politics and even governance. I mean, with media, you can be made or you can be mad. It's as simple as that, because again, there is nothing hidden anymore with this digital space. Absolutely. Now. All you need to do, you just do it like
snap of your fingers.
Everybody knows. So if we want to start engaging young people, we want to start teaching accountability, we want to start teaching participation. When young people see that, oh, this can actually happen. Again, Office of the Citizen, when they tell you this is your role as a citizen, and then we begin to understand that, then we would also understand, okay, listen, when I'm watching out for stuff in the media, this is the kind of stuff I should be looking out for.
Right.
I'm not looking at the gossip. I'm not looking at, you know, maybe it's the father of 7 children. No. What I'm actually looking at should be around the code of conduct. How has he performed as, you know, an elected official? Has he done this? Is the process free? Is it fair? Is it, you know, so our engagement is much more focused. You understand? Even with the leadership. And of course, if we engage like that with the leadership, we become better followers. When we become better followers, we become active participants in the business of nation building. That's how nations grow.
Of course, of course.
So it's not, there's no rocket science to it, there's no magic happening. People would only act based on what they know and what they see and what they are exposed to or what they're given the opportunity
to even know in the first place. That's true. I also think that a lot of platforms, talking about what might happen in the future, a lot of platforms will, not even might, will actually evolve, right? And this would actually cause some, if I do say so myself, significant implications, right? So if we look at terms of, sometimes I sit down and I think, and I look at it in terms of AI, what would possibly happen, right? It's because there's just going to be a whole lot to learn and absorb. And in that light, it's going to actually keep people on their toes, like you rightly said. So nothing is hidden. We all know that this is what this thing is supposed to be. So you cannot come to us and sell us nonsense. Because we know what is attainable. We know what we're looking out for. We know what the expectations are. So you're not going to come to us this morning and tell us, oh,
red is blue.
When there is advanced technology, no, they'll call your bluff and call you out on your BS and tell you, no, this is what it is supposed to be. I can't wait for that day to actually see what is actually going to happen. But then let's not dream too far. I think my imaginations are beginning to run too wild. Let me come back home and come back to reality of what is actually happening
in Nigeria
and what is achievable now in Nigeria, right? I mean, it all just boils down to the same thing that we've been saying, right? Responsibility. I think that's another angle we need to look at. How can the youth use media generally more responsibly?
I mean, it cannot be about clickbait. It cannot be because I want a trend. We're doing ourselves a disservice if we do that. Because guess what? Now, the interesting thing about, let me quickly jump to AI.
Yeah.
AI is a collection of information.
Absolutely.
It is what you put in the cyberspace that would return to you. So if you put garbage in, it's garbage out. It's simple. So you just begin to understand that you're learning the wrong things. So let us just, I mean, I think we can do better, especially in Nigeria. Sometimes we think that the only way for us to pass information is to be sensational about it. Even when we know for a fact that it's not right. So let's stop that. Let's stop, because I mean, history, they say history is written by the people who write first. So if we want to write our own history, if we want this nation for some reason, even as a people, as a culture, religion, whatever, it has to be based on the truth or fact. Maybe not truth, but facts.
Of course.
You understand? Such that even if I don't agree with the fact, I can't dispute the fact that this is the fact. The numbers have to check. The words have to check. The dates have to align.
Yes.
So, I mean, let's do that. And again, quickly, one of the biggest things that we will see, I mean, with media is our process. Maybe, just maybe, we'll begin to see a little shift towards the positive. I'm hoping so. That if more people, know about this.
Yeah.
I mean, with this last election, now we understand the role of INEC.
A whole lot better, in fact.
Exactly. So next election cycle, people know what they're going to look for. People understand the process better, and that's the power of media.
So media offers some sort of literacy, so educating us more as to what should be going on in the political space, what should be going on in terms of governance, what we should be expecting, how things should be done. Very true, very true. I mean, I think that this can't be, we can't say this enough as a matter of fact, right? It's literally like the quotes that were said earlier by Jim Morrison, right? It is what it is. You can't, it's what we're seeing. It's what is going on out there. It is what is transmitted. It is the information that is passed. if I don't know something today, I don't know what the color white is supposed to be like. I know white is white because I was told that white is supposed to be white. So if you come here today and tell me that this is white, I'll tell you, no, this is not white. This is what white is supposed to look like. And that's just what information is, right? And as it is now, if so even if it is in form of print, I don't even want to know whatever kind of media it is that we're talking about. We're talking about the digital media, we're talking about print, we're talking about the local way,
word of mouth,
verbally, whatever it is. Yeah. It is just a way of passing information. And at the end of the day, whatever information it is that is passed should actually be accurate, because that is what begins to form our own mentality, our own, ideas and perspective. Yeah. Because it is usually always just based on what it is that we've heard, what it is that we've read, what it is that we've seen. So there has to be some high level of truth. Yeah. Let me call it that in the media space. So I think the media houses have a very, very huge role to play. First of all, realizing the fact that they are responsible for what is taken in. Yeah. They are responsible for whatever it is that is said about this space in the next 20, 50, 100 years. And so in that light, they need to know or make sure that what is fed is actually responsible information.
I agree.
I think that a lot of youth also need to understand there needs to be a lot of, what I call it, I think I'm using that word literacy a lot, but I think that is the bedrock, right? Yes. There has to be a lot of unlearning.
Oh, yeah.
There has to be a lot of relearning and learning as well. Because if we go by what it is that we know now, I'm very afraid of what it is that's going to happen to us in the nearest future. Because let's not even move away from politics and governance now. We know that on the Way Show, which is even the bedrock of the Way Show in the first place, right? To be able to educate, the youth, get the youth to talk more, get them to be more engaged as to what it is that is going on and all of that, which is why we're doing this every day. Yeah. More so on even on Mondays. That's why we're talking about. People say, "Oh, why you always talk about politics and governance?" But that's because people need to know. Because a lot of people don't know, and how else would they know
if we
don't educate them? If we're not saying it, right? Yeah. So it is actually very important for us to make sure that we're driving. And I'm appealing to every form of media house, be it from the newspapers, be it social media houses, whatever it is. Please, let us make sure that we're passing on responsible and accurate information. I think we have a comment somewhere. Okay, yes, of course we do. Good evening, my dear beautiful sisters of What Are You Saying? #Ways. The role of the media and youth engagements. The role of the media and youth engagement should not be overemphasized, according to my dear beautiful sister Chinelo. She also made mention of the media playing a very important role in youth engagement because it educates and gives responsible information, which I agree. My dear beautiful sister D said that the role of the media empowers the youth. To me, I also believe that it creates awareness for you to select businesses of their choice. Very true. Finally, my dear beautiful sister Chinelo is back. I'm so happy and excited. Please don't disappear again. You're very important to us. God bless you. My name is Daniel, always regular fan. Daniel, I am back. I am here. But yeah, I love what he said there. Thank you very much, Daniel. Thank you for always participating. Creating awareness, of course, in every light way, shape, and form of what you term awareness to be. The good, the bad, the ugly. That's the role that the media actually plays, right? And I think you mentioned that earlier about how the media also needs to be careful to not pass the wrong narrative, so to speak. You were going to say something, Jola?
Oh, okay. So I was going to say that even in terms of social advocacy, public announcements and all that, again, the role of the media cannot be emphasized or overemphasized. The media is literally the heartbeat of a nation because people trust them. In fact, the media is such that they're so powerful that if the media says the government is working, do you know that it's just psychological? The people would believe that the government
and begin to see.
Yes, and begin to see that the government is actually working.
Yeah, true.
So, for every kind of information that the media has the opportunity to, whatever space whether politics, whether social business, economy, in whatever way. What we need is not sensation. No. Let's just leave that for countries that don't even have a name. I mean, we have suffered enough, and we need cold, hard truths to be able to make informed decisions to move forward. I am very hopeful that in the next election cycle, the amount of information that has been put out there, I wish a lot more media houses, media influencers, people within the space will do more to educate, enlighten, and empower young people. Don't castigate somebody who did some 10 years ago. No. Let us understand about, what is expected as a citizen, what is expected as an electorate, what you are supposed to do, how the voting process is supposed to go, what the Constitution says. I mean, I would think that, maybe some media houses will do maybe like every 30 minutes or it can even be a civic responsibility for them. Teach people, educate people about the Constitution. You'll be amazed that a lot. I personally, I think enough is. I don't know.
Enough has helped our life.
Yeah. So when people understand, people even begin to understand their own fundamental human rights
and responsibilities.
So I mean, the media is almost like the alpha and the,
Rightly said, Diola. So I'm sure that from all that we have said, it all boils down to one thing, which is the significant role that the media in general actually has to play in youth engagement, be it in politics, be it in the economy, be it socially, in entertainment, in whatsoever sphere of life it is. And it is also very important for mobilization, I must say, and disseminating information as well. In fact, I'm sure I've said this thing like 10 times now. The media needs to become more responsible, because the truth is that anytime the youth need any form of information, that is where we run to. Even me, I'm a true testament to that. Even when they say what's in the news, where do I go to? I run straight to the media, because and you know what baffles me? I'm like, there are so many things that are happening
in the course of a day.
I'm telling you, honestly. And it's so interesting how you can just randomly bump into someone, and then the person is saying the exact thing that you just saw. It really gets my mind running wild. I'm like, wow, there's actually so much power in what this thing has to offer. So please, once again, I am actually appealing to every form of media house out there, media influencers like Jola Skoji people, the prints, the traditional prints, the newspapers, and all of that. Let us, as much as possible, play a responsible role in actually engaging the youth. This is actually very, very important, because as we have said, it can actually transform a whole lot. And what better way to make the country better if not to transform our political space and the governance space as well? And like Dela said, in the next election cycle, oh my God, I'm excited in advance, because a lot of people are more politically aware now. They know a whole lot of things that should be done, that should be expected. And also, thank God for Office of the Citizen, the EI Enough is Enough platform as well. Remember that you can always send a message to the chat, but if you have any questions to ask, it starts from inside. Find out who is responsible for fixing that road. It's not everything that is Tinubu. It's not everything that they say the economy was in coma. It's not everything, Sometimes these things are people that are around us are the ones that are responsible, our primary environment. So we need to also try to find out, and let's not just wait. Ask questions. It is your responsibility. The way we say that we have our human rights, we also have people always talk about human rights. They forget about human responsibilities. It's your responsibility to know the people that are in charge of certain things as well. So the media is not just there to know who has gotten the latest BBL or, things like that. Please help to also be involved and also participate in the political space and in the space of governance as well. I'm sure that we've said. Jola, any final thoughts before we go?
I mean, just be responsible about the information you put out there. That's what I would say.
Thank you very much. It was great to have you tonight, Stella. Before we go, do ensure you Show Africa, you can interact with us further, drop a comment, and most importantly, follow all our social media engagements. Remember to like, share, comment, and invite your friends and family to watch us and follow us. If you missed today's quote, here it is again. Whoever controls the media controls the mind. This is by Jim Morrison. See you tomorrow. Yes, I will be here again. See you tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Fundamentally, hustle culture is about work dominating your time in such an unnatural way that we have no time to live our lives. The demanding nature of our world now, where people have to pay multiple bills, take care of family, has led to the need to make more money to meet those needs. Coupled with the constantly increasing cost of living and inflation, people can't stop working. The weekends are no longer spent relaxing and spending time with family, but catching up on work that couldn't be completed during the week or doing other side hustles that can provide that extra money to cover some bills. Now, people log in long hours and take on side hustles for many reasons. Eloho, a 28-year-old woman, has to take on multiple jobs of being an editor by day, an English language tutor by night, and an invigilator on the weekends.
The cost of living has really increased. Like, the inflation is at an all-time high. And salaries are not increasing that much. Even if they are, a friend of mine calculated it for me and said, even if you're earning like 100% more, now your expenses are not like 100% more. For example, I moved houses twice in the last 3 years, and now the rent I'm paying right now is like 200% of what I started with on this same salary. So I say my salary is for 3 different things. So like the day job is for living expenses. Electricity tariff has increased twice. There's water bill, there's light bill, there's so many things to consider. Then my 9th job is for skincare. Your skin starts caring when you take care of it. So and skincare is now more expensive, just keeps getting more expensive. So like things that make me happy, that's what one of my income streams goes to. Another is for rent. Specifically dedicated to paying rent. And you know, I'm also a firstborn, first daughter, first granddaughter. So there's black tax too.
Oyidamola Abati is another young person who has found herself juggling many jobs and gigs.
In terms of the juggling, It's not so hard anymore. People do it now, like especially now that the pandemic changed everything really. Before the pandemic, people used to ask me, how do you do it? But now, everybody has to learn how to do it. I have friends that are working 3 jobs, that are working 4 jobs. It's stressful, but you know, you have to survive somehow. So for me, when it comes to passions, things that don't have to do with money, I work maybe, I can say once a week or on weekends. I have my easel here, so I do my paintings. If it has to do with resume writing business, I set up a schedule that enables me to work on that. I have people that work with me. You know, once a client comes in, there's step-by-step process. It's been assigned. You know, we have processes. So these things, this structure helps me, keeps my life in focus. Everything, you know, has a structure.
With the rising cost of living, many people don't have a choice but to work at multiple jobs and also own businesses. The economic realities and the proliferation of entrepreneurship has necessitated many into working multiple jobs and hustles to make ends meet. The average young Nigerian works at a job and does a small business on the side. With such little time to rest, it's no wonder burnout has cropped up in our vocabulary since 2020. Burnout is a condition that is classified as an occupational phenomenon by the World Health Organization resulting from workplace stress that has not been successfully managed. It is a state of physical, mental, and emotional exhaustion caused by excessive and prolonged stress. As the stress continues, you begin to lose interest and motivation that led you to take on certain roles in the first place.
Last December was the first December in 8 years I did not fall sick. And December, you have a little break. The first day of that break, that's when I fall sick. Because my body is used to like just going and going and going. And as soon as I stop, the body's like, you thought I forgot. So there's this. It's never, and what's part about my kind of sickness is that it's never something you can find. It's really just stress. So in December 2019, I traveled, because I like to travel home every year. I went to Warri, and one Sunday, I just woke up and my body was hot. And so I was like, what's wrong with you? And I was like, no, I'm fine. I wasn't eating, and I'm a foodie, so if I'm not eating, it's really bad. So I wasn't eating, so many things were going on, but I was really just hot, and I was shaking. And then I said, no, I'm going to church. So I went to church, and before I knew it, I landed in a church clinic. And then my mom came and she was like, what's wrong with you? And I was like, Mommy, I'm tired. That was the only thing, Mommy, I'm tired. The doctor was like, there's nothing wrong with you, but your body is just hot and you look like you're about to faint. I was like, Mommy, I'm tired. So I lay my head on her shoulder. My doctor was like, you're actually very tired. And they just admitted me. So I was just lying there on the bed. I remember I was wearing a new dress based on it was December. And I keep saying, I tell people that my new dress was christened in the hospital. I was just lying on the bed, like IV in my arm, and I was just tired.
I was like, I'm done. And I was like, for now, I'm just going to focus on my lecturing job. I know that even though it's a little, it can still pay some bills during the month. And I'm just going to manage for this period. So I took like a 3 to 6 month break. I said I wasn't doing anything else. So eventually, when I was ready again and I felt mentally up to it, I started applying for jobs again.
While hustle culture glorifies overworking as a badge of honor, it often sets up an environment of fear, guilt, and shame, especially when you don't feel like running at the same pace as everyone around you, according to Nicole Kamak, a clinical psychologist and the CEO of Black Mental Wellness. To avoid burnout, here are some tips. Seek support. Make time or find time to rest. Burnout can be preempted by learning to take breaks in between work projects. Don't wait till you're tired and burn out before you take a deserving rest. Take note of the activities that re-energizes you and schedule them into your regular activity.
After a bruising fight over its leadership, a new Congress takes over Capitol Hill.
How will divided government impact America's direction? From immigration to defending Ukraine, now the inside story, new Congress, new challenges.
Hi, I'm Katherine Gibson, VOA's congressional correspondent here on Capitol Hill, where the new 118th Congress is trying to make its mark. Democrats managed to hold on to control of the U.S. Senate in November's elections, while Republicans took control of the House of Representatives, giving President Joe Biden a divided Congress to work with for the next 2 years. And the lengthy battle among House Republicans to choose their leader suggests any agreements with the White House will be few and far between.
So help you God.
Republican leader Kevin McCarthy emerged from a rare 4-day battle to become Speaker of the House.
The House will be in order.
Touting Republicans' accomplishments in their first full week of work.
Government should be here to help you, not to go after you. Be able to protect the unborn. We just protected the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, where the president can no longer deplete it and sell our oil to China. And we opened the House back up for the public.
But analysts say the conservative caucus that objected to McCarthy as Speaker will continue to be a problem.
He is in a weakened position, but his biggest problem is that his margin is so small. So he has only, a 5-seat margin.
Many Republicans object to resetting the nation's debt ceiling, a stance that could have global consequences if America's credit rating suffers as a result.
The American people elected Republicans to get our fiscal house in order, and get our fiscal house in order we will.
With inflation still high in the United States, Democrats have warned against government spending cuts.
These spending cuts harm families, communities throughout the U.S. that are already struggling with inflation and the cost of living.
Republicans have also launched multiple investigative committees.
Today, we will counter the Chinese Communist Party with our Select Committee on China. We will vote to protect every American's constitutional rights with the new Select Subcommittee on the weaponization of the federal government.
And President Joe Biden and his family are expected to be a subject of Republican investigations, including concerning their financial transactions, despite Democrats' objections.
Instead of trying to find ways to work together, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle continue to lean into an extreme MAGA Republican agenda, which seems to be focused on trying to investigate the president's family, not make a difference in the lives of everyday Americans.
The Biden administration's immigration policy will also come under scrutiny.
If you look at the operational goals, securing the border, securing our cyber border,
as well as billions of dollars in U.S. aid to Ukraine.
The House Republicans are split also, but Speaker McCarthy has indicated he might side with the elements who want to push back on funding.
But any legislation passed in the House will have to be agreed to in the Democratic majority U.S. Senate. One flashpoint that may emerge soon is the cost of supporting Ukraine in its defense against Russia's attacks. The U.S. has spent tens of billions of dollars in military, economic, and humanitarian assistance for Ukraine since Russia invaded in February 2022. But several Republicans in Congress are questioning the amount of money being spent. VOA politics and policy reporter Veronica Balderas Iglesias explains.
As Ukraine mourns the victims of the Russian missile strike in the city of Dnipro, U.S. President Joe Biden and Dutch Prime Minister Mark Rutte decried Moscow's aggressions during a bilateral meeting in Washington.
Russia is just continuing to act in ways that are almost unbelievable. The brutality with which they're acting.
Rutte announced more support for Kyiv.
We have decided to spend another $2.5 billion on
helping the Ukraine war effort. We have the intention to join what you are doing with Germany on the Patriot project, so the air defense system. I think that is important.
Also on Tuesday, circulating on Russian social networks, what looked like images of a makeshift memorial in Moscow for the Dnipro victims. At the government level, however, more promises of military might by Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu.
Strengthen the combat component of the Navy, the aerospace forces, and the strategic missile forces.
Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov left the door open, however, for high-level talks between Russian officials and the director of the Central Intelligence Agency, William J. Burns.
It could be excluded, of course. This dialogue is useful. I don't know the exact dates.
Near Romania, meanwhile, NATO expanded the surveillance of Russia's military activities with the deployment of 3 new planes. And on the ground in Ukraine, the International Atomic Energy Agency set a permanent presence to help safeguard key nuclear facilities. Verónica Valderas Iglesias, VOA News, Washington.
We arrived back here in Ukraine yesterday, and we're now in Lviv, in the western part of the country. Lviv is far from the war, but it is still the frequent site of attacks on infrastructure and is a main destination for internally displaced people and war wounded. This hospital specifically treats soldiers and civilians who have lost limbs, mostly from bombings and landmines, and there are hundreds of people on their waiting list. We're reporting today from Dnipro in Ukraine, and right behind me is a makeshift memorial for the more than 40 people that died in the bombing of this building on Saturday. Today we met some people who survived the bombing. One man told us that he only heard silence when the blast hit, and then he realized he was bleeding. He could then hear the screams of women and children and realized he had to go outside. Once he got outside, the situation was even more horrifying. He could see cars and his building on fire. Then, about 20 minutes after the initial blast, his building collapsed. Now he and about 300 other people are homeless. Reporting from Dnipro in Ukraine, this is Heather Murdoch, VOA News.
Republicans in the House of Representatives also have their sights set on investigating President Biden's immigration policy. Controlling the flow of migrants crossing into the U.S. from Mexico has been a challenge for decades and topped the agenda for Biden's meeting with the leaders of neighbors Mexico and Canada. VOA White House correspondent Anita Powell was in Mexico City for the summit.
Amistad, bonhomie, friendship. In all 3 languages, the leaders of Mexico, Canada, and the U.S. made a show of unity as they met Tuesday in Mexico City.
We're true partners, the 3 of us, working together with mutual respect and a genuine like for one another to advance a safer and more prosperous future for all of our people.
But the issues on the table are not as easy. Irregular migration, illegal drugs, climate change, and trade disputes are front and center, as the Mexican president pointed out as he openly challenged Biden to expand economic cooperation.
This
is the moment for us to determine, to do away with this abandonment, this disdain, and this forgetfulness for Latin America and the Caribbean, which is opposed to the policy of the good neighborhood of the Titan of freedom and liberty, FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and starting with you.
Biden fired back.
The United States provides more foreign aid than every other country just about combined in the world, to not just the hemisphere, but around the world. Unfortunately, our responsibility just doesn't end in the Western Hemisphere. It's in Central Europe, it's in Asia, it's in the Middle East, it's in Africa, it's in Southwest Asia.
On Tuesday, the U.S. announced a range of outcomes, which included plans to collaborate on supply chain issues and semiconductor development, modest commitments to reduce methane emissions from the solid waste and wastewater sector, and more clean energy collaboration.
Put it simply, we are, and always will be, stronger together. The world today is facing a lot of uncertainty, with the rise in authoritarian leaders causing global instability and the high cost of living putting stress on families at home. It's important that we come together as leaders and as friends to look at ways to make our economies more resilient.
Irregular migration is also a thorny issue, especially after Biden launched his trip Sunday with his first presidential visit to the busiest port of entry in the U.S., in El Paso. The leaders also reiterated their commitment to safe, orderly, and humane migration through the expansion of legal migration pathways, a range of collaborative measures and better communication, both among one another and with the public. They also agreed that illegal trafficking in arms, drugs, and people is a shared threat, and committed to work together on the challenge. So, was this summit a success? Mexico watchers say that's a tough question.
Trilateral summits rarely yield major announcements or resolution of issues, and given that the issues that the three leaders talked about are complex and long-standing, I think it's not surprising that there was not some explosive announcement in their communique or in their press conference. But I think, having said that, the fact that they meet on a regular basis and that they identify priorities for their administrations to pursue for the coming year, I think that is important.
But as the leaders highlighted, this is a continent with great potential and great challenges. Will this summit move the needle? Time will tell. Anita Powell, VOA News, Mexico City.
More than 100 radio stations shut down last year in Venezuela under the weight of stiff government regulations and random threats of violence. Now, proposed laws to regulate social media adds to the pressure on journalists there. From Caracas, VOA's Alvaro Algarra has our press freedom spotlight.
Media censorship has risen to new heights in Venezuela, with a record number of radio stations closed, even as the Venezuelan Journalists Association, CNP, documented marginally fewer physical attacks in the past 12 months.
There is a policy of censorship, prosecution of the media. Although it is true that physical aggression against journalists decreased, we saw an increase in radio station closures from 4 in 2021 to 104 in 2022.
The state communications regulator cited licensing breaches for many of the closures, and lawmakers in 2022 denied the action was related to the broadcaster's content. But Carlos Correa, director of the free expression nonprofit Espacio Público, says the moves appear to be part of a policy to limit independent media.
This year, we have documented the highest number of closures since 2001. This situation indicates that the government seems to be trying to reconfigure the ownership structure of these stations.
Adding to worries for journalists are new efforts by President Nicolás Maduro's government to reform media laws. The National Assembly is discussing proposals on regulating social media, including requiring platforms to have an in-country office to handle complaints.
We're going to regulate and control, because in recent years, Venezuela has been a victim of psychological warfare through messages on social networks.
But reporters working in an already restrictive environment are wary of the plans. And Carlos Julio Rojas, an independent journalist and member of the National Press Workers Union, says pro-government supporters sometimes use social networks to generate smear campaigns against those in media.
We've seen how the Nicolas Maduro regime's dominance over communications continues to get stronger. What's their end goal? To close that last space that exists for freedom of expression?
If passed, the bill could add to Venezuela's already poor ranking on the Global Press Freedom Index, which measures the ability of journalists to work freely. The watchdog Reporters Without Borders says media there work in a restrictive environment with policies that threaten the full exercise of independent journalism. For Alvaro Algarra in Caracas, Venezuela, Veronica Villafañe, VOA News.
Threats of violence and government intimidation has many journalists fleeing Nicaragua, finding safety in neighboring Costa Rica. From its capital, San Jose, our Donaldo Hernandez shows us how a media nonprofit organization is helping those exiled journalists.
In search of protection, this group of Nicaraguan journalists arrived in Costa Rica halfway through 2022. Like many of their colleagues back home, they risked arrest or harassment by Daniel Ortega's government as it cracks down on the media and opposition voices. In the past 2 years, authorities have seized the headquarters of the historic La Prensa newspaper, prompting the entire staff to flee. Officials have also revoked the licenses of several television and radio stations. Helping the exiled journalist adjust is the Institute of Press and Freedom of Expression, or IPLEX, a Costa Rican nonprofit organization dedicated to protecting Central American journalists. Marco Barquero is project manager at IPLEX.
Our goal is to help them in their legalization process and to promote a more orderly migration for Nicaraguan journalists.
More than 150 journalists have been forced to leave Nicaragua in the past 4 years, according to the Independent Journalists and Communicators of Nicaragua collective. Marco Barquero is in close contact with many of those who recently arrived in Costa Rica.
Through all IPLEX programs, we have helped 62 Nicaraguan journalists and 1 Salvadoran journalist.
The nonprofit offers aid and temporary protection as journalists integrate into Costa Rican society. Raúl Sileski Jiménez is president of IPLEX.
The Home Refuge program covers airfare, transportation, insurance, food, shelter, internet, per diem for food and basic necessities to sustain them for a while.
For journalist Alberto Miranda, the support made a big difference. Miranda says he has been assaulted by police and threatened with arrest. He also received death threats. In 2021, he decided to leave for Costa Rica, but for the first 6 months, he could not find work.
I can tell you that this program represents an important support for Nicaraguan journalists when we arrive in Costa Rica, often in a situation of economic vulnerability.
Miranda now works for the news website Nicaragua Investiga. IPLEX wants journalists to continue their work. Media watchdog Reporters Without Borders says Nicaragua's media endure a nightmare of censorship, intimidation, and threats. But even from exile, the country's journalists work to keep news flowing. For Donaldo Hernandez in Costa Rica, Verónica Villafañe, VOA News.
For those who overcome the hurdles to enter the U.S. legally, settling into American life and finding a welcoming community can be a challenge unto itself. VOA's senior Washington correspondent Carolyn Persuti found one in an unlikely place, Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Karthik Raghunath Palanimalai is a software consultant. After he arrived in the U.S. on an L1 tech visa, he says he got no help from Colorado Springs to get settled. Instead, he relied on the city's Indian American community.
They helped me to get to the apartments and, to the work nearest to the place, and then the grocery shops or whatever things. So they really helped me for the first 3 months.
Jackie Jaramillo of Centro de la Familia says newcomers like Palanimalai are often invisible and isolated.
It's very difficult. There are a lot of institutional barriers and there are cultural barriers. There's definitely racism. A lot of the immigrants that we serve are victims of crime.
That's why some found it surprising when the George W. Bush Institute ranked the city 21st out of the top 100 metro areas in the U.S., where immigrants are thriving.
Colorado Springs is best known for the U.S. Air Force Academy and for Pikes Peak at 4,300 meters. The city government is largely conservative, and most Republicans are outspoken about stopping illegal border crossings.
I don't think we have a sign up that says, Colorado Springs, great place for migrants.
John Suthers is a staunch Republican and two-term mayor of Colorado Springs. In 2022, the Milken Institute ranked the city 9th in economic performance among large U.S. cities, an enticement for highly skilled authorized immigrants.
Military defense is about 40% of our economy. There's an awful lot of jobs in in the related high tech, space, cybersecurity, and things like that. And those are areas where I think a lot of our people who are migrating legally have the expertise in, and so they're looking around, why wouldn't you come to Colorado Springs?
Colum Clark wrote the George W. Bush Institute's report, Immigrants and Opportunity in America's Cities. He says several factors were considered in the rankings list.
Is it a good place to do business, to start a company? Is it a good place to kind of get ahead career-wise? Is it a good place to afford a home?
To that, Palanimalai says yes. His new wife, who also landed a tech job, joined him in Colorado Springs, where they're enjoying the Rocky Mountain life, along with a little bit of home, like playing on the local cricket team. Carolyn Presutti, VOA News, Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, an outcry for the protection of human rights has echoed throughout the global community. In its annual report, Human Rights Watch highlights a crisis that extends beyond the war in Ukraine and exists in China, Afghanistan, and Africa. Details from our Henry Ridgewell in London.
The Human Rights Watch organization says that following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the global community deserves credit for unleashing what it calls the full arsenal of the human rights system, including an investigation by the International Criminal Court.
We saw immediate responses from the international community to mobilize around key human rights supports, including establishing international justice mechanisms, evidence gathering for war crimes.
In towns like Bucha and Izium, there is widespread evidence that occupying Russian soldiers tortured, raped and executed civilians. The United Nations Human Rights Council has documented several hundred civilian killings, thought to be a fraction of the total.
In some cases, Russian soldiers executed civilians in makeshift places of detention. Others were summarily executed on the spot, following security checks in their houses, yards, and doorways.
Human Rights Watch's annual report also highlights ongoing abuses in China, including the mass detention, torture, and forced labor of as many as 1 million Muslims in the Xinjiang region. Beijing denies the accusations. The report says the UN Human Rights Council's increased scrutiny of Beijing's actions is encouraging.
What we have seen for the first time in a very long time is cracks in the authoritarian armor.
In Iran, protests triggered by the death of Mahsa Amini after she was detained by morality police have grown into nationwide anti-government demonstrations. Human Rights Watch says the execution of at least 4 protesters must trigger a stronger global response.
We need to move beyond international solidarity for protesters and need to make sure that governments all over the world are holding Iranian officials to account.
The report cites increasing human rights abuses in Myanmar, where the authors say the regime is launching assaults on communities across the country that oppose the military coup. In Ethiopia, Human Rights Watch says the recent African Union-led peace process has resulted in a fragile truce.
Ensuring that there is accountability for the egregious crimes that took place in the Tigray region, for example, is going to be critical for this ceasefire and this truce to actually hold.
The report says climate change is having an increasing impact on basic rights worldwide. It says governments have a legal and moral obligation to regulate industries such as fossil fuel extraction that are incompatible with protecting basic rights. Henry Ridgewell for VOA News, London.
That's all we have for now. Stay up to date at voanews.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook at VOA News. Follow me on Twitter at KGYP and catch up on past episodes at our free streaming service, VOA Plus. I'm Katherine Gibson. We'll see you next week for the Inside Story.
Shiloh is a mountain of taking delivery of our hanging inheritance. There are things about your life and my life that will never have an answer except at Shiloh.
I want to return the glory to God of this commission.
After Shiloh in December, I got pregnant for the first time in my marriage.
He has prepared a table of fat things for us at Shiloh. This Shiloh shall be your Shiloh in every sense of the word.
Who has the right of way? Nigerian roads come with a lot of chaos. The chaos is caused by a combination of drivers, motorcycle and tricycle riders, pedestrians and sellers who all claim the right of way. The chain of right of way holders in Nigeria is hierarchical, and car and motor drivers are at the top of the chain with pedestrians at the bottom. Car or motor drivers believe that they always have the right of way regardless, and motorcycle and tricycle riders don't even have any regard for who has the right of way. For fear of accidents and their lives, pedestrians have learned to cower. When a collision occurs, the question of who has the right of way is on the lip of all concerned as they try to figure out who is guilty. The law doesn't grant anyone the right of way, but you yield it to other road users under these circumstances. At a yield sign, to pedestrians in a crosswalk, to persons using a seeing eye guide dog, to persons using a white cane with or without a red tape, at T intersections where you must yield to vehicles on the through road, at uncontrolled intersections where vehicles are already in the intersection, when driving on an unpaved road that intersects with a paved road, when returning to the roadway after a car is parked. Pedestrians must always be yielded the right of way at intersections and crosswalks. Treat bicycles as motor vehicles. Yield to bicyclists in all situations where you would yield to a car. For example, wait for an oncoming bicycle to pass before turning left. Turn right at a red light if it's permitted and no vehicles are approaching. If you see a sign that says "No right turn on red," then you must wait for the light to turn green again. Otherwise, you must turn right at a red light after yielding to oncoming traffic. Stop for pedestrians who've begun crossing the road. Once a pedestrian has begun crossing the road, they have the right of way. You should also stop for pedestrians waiting to cross at crosswalks that aren't controlled by a traffic light. Yield to oncoming traffic if you're entering a main road.
Shiloh is a mountain of taking delivery of our hanging inheritance. There are things about your life and my life that will never have an answer except at Shiloh.
I want to return the glory to God of this commission.
After Shiloh in December, I got pregnant for the first time in my marriage.
He has prepared a table of fat things for us at Shiloh. This Shiloh shall be your Shiloh in every sense of the word.
and welcome to One on One. Today we'll be talking about investing, and my guest today was a media person before she became this financial coach, mogul, money talking woman. So her name is Shola Funmi Lawal. She describes herself as an investor 24/7. She's a media professional and has read over 350 books and thousands of articles on investing and companies. She has coached thousands to begin their investment journey and truly believes that everyone has the potential to be stupendously wealthy. That's speaking my language. When she's not investing, she works in one of the biggest tech companies in the world. Shola, it's so good to have you here.
Thank you so much. I'm
so
so happy that I was able to join you.
Yeah.
And thanks for reaching out. I'm always happy to talk to women who are doing amazing things, and I think you're doing amazing.
And you're a woman doing amazing things as well.
Thank you very
much. So my first question to you is, even though you still describe yourself as a media professional, so Shola, you're into the media, producing shows and everything, you know, and then you've just made the switch. So please tell me, how did that switch happen?
So my life has been a fun one of switches.
Okay.
Backstory, and I don't say this a lot to a lot of people, is that I actually studied nursing. I have 4 degrees in nursing.
Oh, wow.
That's what I studied in university. I spent 5-6 years studying all of this. And then I remember working in the hospital for about 3 months, and I was like, this is not what I'm going to do. Like, I just don't find this as stimulating as
possible. So how did you get to nursing in the first place?
So I studied nursing. My mom is like,
you
know, parents, my mom lives abroad, she's a nurse, and she's like, you have to do nursing. You make money, people will like you, you're very nice. You'll be a good nurse. So anyway, I did that, and after working for about 3 to 6 months exactly, I saw an ad for the previous Nigeria's first 24-hour news station then, which was NN24, and then I applied. And the spokesman, they're like, look, we really like you. We think you should come produce and talk about health stuff, lifestyle stuff. So I joined, and that's how I started my journey into media. And I was there for about a year, 2.5 years thereabouts, and I progressed from just doing TV, lifestyle to casting the news to doing entertainment, really. They liked that I could do a lot of entertainment, so I moved into doing entertainment and being head of the entertainment assignment desk before I moved on from there to join Mnet. Now, Mnet was a fun journey. I started out producing shows like Jara, 53 Extra, worked on Channel O, and then moved on from there to what they call a commissioning editor. So started to commission movies, series, so things like The Voice Nigeria, the first season that we all really loved. I commissioned that. Series like Hush, worked with quite a number of producers. So that's what I did for a couple of years. Big Brother, Africa, all of those, we commissioned those shows. Before I moved on from there and then joined Viacom, now Paramount. At Viacom, what I did was I was head of MTV and MTV Base for Africa. So I was head of the content and the editorial bit. So channels like BET, Comedy Central, the Nickelodeon channels, MTV Base, and all of those were the channels that I looked after. And I did that for about 5 years plus before joining my present company, which is YouTube. So it's been a journey of different media stuff. So from actual production, from being in front of the camera to moving behind the camera to now being a commissioning executive, and then moving on to lead channels, and now in the tech world. It's just all been a journey of media, broadcast, depending on the forum you like it.
Did you do courses while you were doing?
Definitely. I would proudly say I did over 40 courses
in the
journey. I got an MBA, so I did quite a few things just to upgrade myself. But I think the biggest thing that I hope people take away is that it's that drive and the willingness to learn and the experience. Never being shy to be one to learn, and I still continue doing courses. You know.
It reminds me of a video I saw recently, the beginning of this year, by Les Brown, about how you should constantly stay hungry. So now let's talk about this switch from the media to becoming this finance coach. Yes.
Okay. So true story. What happened was, after working for about 6-7 years in media, first with Mnet, and then moving on to my other company, which is Paramount then, I realized that, look, I was doing well in media. I mean, I wasn't earning badly, but what was I putting aside? And I'm one of those hustlers. I'm sure a lot of us know women, Nigerian women. So I'd sold everything: hair, shoes, clothes. I'd even owned trucks. I mean, those 15-ton trucks that you see on the road. Yes, I owned about 2 or 3 in all of the business I was doing. I just found out that it took away from my corporate life. I had to be chasing people. I had to be monitoring all of those things. I figured there has to be a simpler way to make money. And that's how I delved into investing. So that's how I started reading on how could I save? How can I invest? How can I get passive income? Something that doesn't require me every day sitting and monitoring people and shouting on the phone and going to meet suppliers and traveling to China, all of those things. I really wanted something that was easier. And that's how I came about investing. And so initially, when I started investing, buying stocks, buying bonds, but I was reading for myself. And all the reading was for myself, just because I wanted to be rich. I wasn't doing it for anyone. But then my friends would see me read this thing, or they would want to make a financial decision. I'll be like, that's a bad decision, or that's not a good thing to do. And they would be like, what do you mean? And I would explain why. And then I would go out. I remember when I was pregnant with my first son, and I was at the ultrasound guy, and the guy looked at me and I was like, you have a 3D ultrasound machine, why are you not using it? And he says, oh, it's spoiled, it's 1 million naira to fix it and I can't afford it. I'm looking at the guy like, what do you mean you can't? I said, hold that money, where would I get it? That he's bought it, but to send it in, and so he's a millionaire. So I like, do you know if you save 3,000 naira every day, you'd be able to make, this money in less in how long? And so the man looked at me, he said, God sent you. I said, God. He said, because I was paying, I think, about 5,000, and he had like 4 people outside who were doing the same. So the guy looked at me and said, and he actually bought the machine and named the machine after me, Shola, for me. He was so happy because it was such a simple thing to solve the problem he wanted. And that's how I started sharing with people. So I began putting it on my personal page, and then people started reaching out and say, how do you buy? You mean you buy stocks of Apple in this Nigeria? How do you do this? How do you do this? So I started sharing. And then I just transitioned from there, from my personal page into a page. And honestly, that's how it blew up. That's how people started asking, and then I started putting it together. I realized the biggest thing for people in Nigeria is not that they don't want to learn, it's that people find financial learning too complex.
Yes.
So it just sounds like machines and not machines. It just sounds complex, technical spreadsheets, all of this story. Whereas what I learned, because I'm not a finance person, I mean, if you were ever going to look at my background, it's from studying microbiology and all of these crazy courses that we did in my nursing life. So the way I learned it was to learn it and to be able to simplify it. And that's how I'm able to use it. And I feel like tons of us, 99% of people who are learning about investing or saving and budgeting and all of these things I talk about, they're people like me who don't have that finance background. So I understand the language. I understand if you show a spreadsheet and how I will be like, what is this? Yes, like, I don't understand all these numbers. Whereas someone who is into accounting and finance will not see that. They'll just, this is very easy now. Whereas me and you, we don't see it that way. Okay. So that's how I've learned to do finance, and that's how Wealth Motley came about. It's really about simplifying everything and letting you understand that it's not as hard as it looks. All those numbers, all of those things they call, all the sticker symbols, all of those things, it's not as hard. You just need to understand it like a layman would. And that's how Wealth Motley started. And people liked the fact that I stuck to that core of teaching in a very simple, relatable way that you see that it's not as hard. And any single Tom, Dick, and Maria can actually invest.
Oh, wow. That's just a fantastic story. So I just wanted to find out from you how, I love how you simplify. So one of the things I love, of course, your glasses, the color text and everything. So it just really, it draws you in and light to the viewer. So for example, like ETF, when it's on your page, I'm like, okay, I always find out, okay, what's ETF and all of those things. So it's really, one of the things I like about financial literacy now, I don't know whether it's just a Nigerian thing. Most of the faces of financial literacy have been women. So you have Shola, Adeshake, you have yourself, you have Tosin Olaseyede for Money Africa. Do you think that there's, this is just, do you think that there's something particular about women and, investing and financial literacy?
Oh, absolutely. And I think it just comes from the fact that a lot of people have grown up with parents or with mothers who were not financially they were not the muscle of the family. They were not the financial strength, and they really had to rely on their parents, on their husbands for a lot of things. Funny enough, in my own case, my mom has always been a hustler. She's always done businesses and all of those things. So it's not something, and I find that we are relegated almost when it comes to knowledge of finances. I honestly, as much as I love that it's women that a lot of people target with this financial information, I target both. The reason is this: if the guy is financially sound, If the wife is any man that is really financially sound will want his wife to do the same, because you're doubling the income. Do you see? So that's one thing. And I like that here, there's a lot of women. And it's not only here in Nigeria. Also across Africa, I'm beginning to see a lot of strong women who are coming out to talk about finances and simplifying it for women like themselves. Nigeria peculiarly is one of those places where in my community, the people that I see the most out of, say, thousands that we've had that's come through us, over 95% were women.
Oh, wow.
And the women will go and call their husbands, their boyfriends to come. It's normally not the men. It's the women that come first. That shows you that there's something about women that want to learn, that want to grow, that want to do better, that want to ensure that their lives are better. And I like that we put ourselves out there to do those things. And I respect all the strong women. Shola Deshakin is my church colleague. We always meet in church every morning, and we get a chance to talk and quickly just refine. The same thing with Tosi and quite a number of other ladies who are doing the same thing. I think it's just being that we want to target women first, but I think in essence, when you train a woman, you train a community. When you talk to women about it, and when women stand up and talk, I feel like people listen. You know, it's not the norm for a man. You know, it's not the norm to see a woman who come out and talk about things like this. So I think people listen. So it's a good one. And there are a lot of other younger women who are also coming out and starting to talk about financial literacy, which is a good thing. I think it's all just consolidating information and people actually listening and practicing those things. I'm not seeing that just content that's created and put out.
Fantastic, fantastic. We're going to ask you about children, because everybody goes on about how Warren Buffett started when he was 9 years old or 11 years old. How do we get to begin to teach children financial literacy to make it simple so that it can now become part of their lives?
Absolutely. If in a perfect world, I would love that financial literacy was included from primary school in the curriculum. It's as simple as that. We would change our generation if kids were taught financial literacy from the time they were 6, 7. And it can be as simple as telling a story that has to do with finance. It's as simple as telling them, this is what you want, this is what you need. Your needs are more important than your wants. So you want to fix your needs first, and you have something coming left, then you go for your wants. It's about telling them in a storybook. And actually, I was so passionate about this that I recently wrote a series of books with my husband, about 5 books, and it's called different titles. We have Sholafumi's Cosmic Savings Adventure, Sholafumi's Cosmic Real Estate Odyssey. So different things that teach children different things about financial literacy. So a book that talks about saving and budgeting, one that speaks about real estate, one that talks about insurance in simple, kids, learnable language. Think of, proper storybook with fun covers, fun pictures, all of those things. That at the end of the day, the child would have something that reminds them, and questions, worksheet at the end of each chapter where it teaches them, okay, so what did you learn? Now, why do you save? Why do you do things like that? I feel like if we incorporate training into our children from primary to secondary to university level, a lot of the things we see today, we won't see them. There won't be people flossing on the ground. Why? Because they've learned that that's not the way. If people are flossing and they really have the money, there won't be people finishing their work and buying handbags of 100K when they earn 150K. Because now they've learned and they understood, and it's been ingrained into them from when they were children that you don't do like this, you don't spend like this. And you know what that would transition into? It would transition into a world where people understand the use of money. It would transition into young people like that growing up and becoming presidents and leaders and senate leaders and co. And they understand the management of money, the management of resources, because they learned it. It is ingrained in them, like English language from when they were kids. So that's the whole essence. And I feel like this is, and again, this is the first time I'm actually talking about the books. Hopefully we release them in the next couple of weeks, and people can buy them on Seller, on Amazon and all. And I promise that your kids would get and understand things from it. And it's the first of quite a number of different range of children's book. I'm passionate about it because I see that my son looks at me and he now understands it. My son is 8 and I have a couple of other younger kids, but he's the oldest that's with us at home, and he's like, he understands mommy saying we're buying stocks of Apple, and it's like, yes, what other stock does mommy love? Oh, mommy loves Alibaba. Oh, why are we not spending this? That's because we need to save. We don't just do like that. Why are we putting money in this? That's because we're investing it so that in the future it becomes bigger. What are you see him with his huge piggy bank, and he says any money money he gets. He says, oh, mommy, can I put 4,000? If you give me 5,000, mommy, can I put 4,000 in my piggy bank? Yes. And then I'll take 1,000 and you can take me to the mall and I can play the games. Beautiful.
Oh,
so
nice.
it's simple things like that. And these are
Very
actual
nice.
conversations. It's simple things like that that you start to teach the child and they start to understand, you know, and you ingrain it into their stuff. That's why I'm passionate about it. And I feel like it's such a gap we need to fill now. It's not only about teaching adults how to invest and save and budget. It's about getting them to transfer that knowledge as fast as possible now
into their
the
children.
younger ones.
Interesting. I can feel your passion. So now let's talk about investing in Nigerian stocks. A lot of people are not encouraged. I know that, yes, there was a crash all over the world and then the Nigerian Stock Exchange, I'm not the expert, so you are the expert. But every time now, because there are a lot of foreign, I won't say foreign apps, but there are a lot of apps now where you can invest abroad. But many people are not looking towards Nigerian stocks. Why is this so?
So if I'm being honest with you, Nigerian stocks are actually doing great, by the way. I have a few that I've done over the years, and they've done well. Now, the problem is this. Historically, the Nigerian stocks have not done great. I remember as a child growing up in secondary school, and there were all of these different IPOs that were happening, and people were buying those stocks. And today, they're worth nothing. But those companies don't exist anymore. It happens outside the world like that. But just because here, there's not been a lot of automation or tech-inspired reform in that system, a lot of people are just now warming into it, or there's not a lot of information available about Nigerian stocks. So people don't sort of go there in the first instance. You see what I'm saying? And then remember all because I'm sure you probably know your mom or your auntie or your uncle or someone who bought stocks, Nigerian stocks, and they don't know what's happening with it now.
Yeah.
And they are now saying, oh, where can I go and get my dividend? Oh, they say we're not getting e-dividend somewhere or something. So all of those things didn't encourage a lot of people.
Yes.
I have had people who've come to us, which are companies, banks, and all of those things, who's worked with us at Wealth Motley and who are now sort of making the life easier for people to buy those shares and buy all of those things now in Nigerian market. So people are buying Nigerian stocks, not as much as foreign ones, and for good reason. One of the biggest reasons is inflation. If I bought a stock in Nigeria now or I bought it last year, 2 years ago, when I bought, let's say, 100,000 Naira shares. Even if that stock has made 20% last year, this year, now is worth 140, which is 40% growth, which is not bad. 140,000 Naira. How useful is that in this economy? Because inflation has effectively eroded everything I bought, just because the currency is in Naira, not because the company is not doing well or the stock didn't do well, but just because the overall currency has made my money or my gain essentially useless. Because whatever I could buy 2 years ago with 100K, I definitely cannot buy it now with the same amount, with even 140K. Plus, if I put my money in dollars in that time, the value will be vastly different. I remember when we started buying Nigerian stocks, one of the first US stocks, one of the first companies that opened up was Bamboo. One of those companies, I don't want to mention names because I'm sure you understand. I'm sure you don't want that on detail. So one of these new apps opened up in 2019, very late 2009, November, December. When they came up, I remember dollar was 350. I remember buying shares for the first time then. I was like their number 0001 customer. I remember. And when I was buying this, a lot of my friends were like, dollar is 350. You better wait for it to fall before you go and buy all these stocks. I'm like, you guys, I'm not waiting for anything. I'm buying stocks every single month through my DCA method. I'm not stopping and all of those things. Today, dollar is 700 and something. Do you see? And that is how important it is to invest. So even if I had not made money all this while, my Naira is still as grown astronomically because all of my stocks were in dollars compared. So those are some of the reasons why people shy away from the Nigerian market, Nigerian stock market. Another thing is just the transparency of information. So if I wanted to find out all the different details today about Apple or about Microsoft, every single detail of how much they sold in this year, how much they sold 10 years ago, how much their debt is, how much, I know that I can trust that information. The information is readily available to anyone. I can track, I can understand where exactly I'm putting my money, how much they're putting into research, how much they're growing new products. All of those things are there. how many companies,
Nigerian companies
have all of those, that you are even sure the information is right. So those are the different things that affect, you know, people investing in Nigerian shares. Is the ease of investing in it. It's the fact that inflation in the country is not helping matters. It's the fact that is the information readily available to understand, fully study those companies before I start to invest in them. So those are some of the things that make people run fast from the other side away from Nigerian stocks.
Okay, so we'll take a short break, and after the break, we'll be talking more about investing in Nigeria. Stay with us.
So this is 2023, the year where we make our money dreams come true. But that's not only mouth. You need to work hard this year, and it starts with investing right. I know I sound like a broken record. I talk about all of us investing. And this is Charles, by the way, the personal finance badass at Wealth Motley. Make sure you follow me on all platforms as much as possible, because I'll be giving you all the money gist, all the money info that you need to continue to grow this year. So starting with 2023, this is the year you need to invest. Warren Buffett told us that when everyone is fearful, that's the best time for investors to invest. And there is no time in the present couple of years there's more fearful than now. There's a recession looming, there's so much inflation, there's so much gist in the market. But this is the time that if you can't scrape together any single money, you should be investing it in your favorite stocks or your favorite ETFs. This is the time where you need to dam your resources as much as possible and find a way to safeguard yourself in the future. Your 10-year-old self, yourself in 10 years is going to be very grateful because you made that decision today. If you look at all of the indicators, everything is bad. And I know I sound like a broken record when I say record, invest. Simple. It's because I understand that this is the time. And if you've been an investor before, you're probably wondering, I invested, my money is already down. My 10,000 is now 2,000. Yes, I understand. But find more to invest in this time, because now you're getting great companies at rock bottom bargain prices. So keep investing today, and you can keep doing. If you have to find a second hustle, find a way to ensure that you keep investing in this time. It's more important than ever in 2023.
My name remains Bayo Ali, aka Ali Bey. Join me in this time-traveling voyage and let's relive those good old memories together. Welcome to my world of a glorious past. When I tell you life was good while growing up, believe me, it was really fun and exciting. Though of Ijebu origin, I was born at the popular Island Maternity Hospital, Lagos. My elementary years were spent in Surulere Axis, surrounded by lots of recreational facilities, peer groups, and schoolmates who not only made growing up fun, but also very memorable. I own up to coming from an upper middle class family. We were comfortable, but constantly reminded that the greatest legacy anyone can bequeath his offspring is quality education and good character. So my father, that was his greatest inheritance for us. So imagine us being one of the few families in Surulere who owned a television. Big deal? I still recall our Grandic brand, and some of the children in our neighborhood curried our favor just to be able to peep through the window and catch a glimpse of their favorite programs like Wrestling from Great Britain, The Combats, Dan Blocker, Penny Roberts, Michael London, and Long Green. You remember those characters, Village Headmaster, and another one, a Y50, the good old days. In our own little corner and space, we were privileged but not spoilt. Yes, we used to have occasional weekend treats at the Apapa Amusement Park, swimming at Roe Park, and the greatest fun at Shell Club, now Eagle Club. But our parents, amidst fun, will continually drum it into our ears that success in life is more paramount than all the temporary fun. Departmental stores rivaled what was available in England. It was the glorious era of Kingsway, Leventis, and UTC stores. Even back then, Kingsway was fitted with an escalator. The malls were better stocked than what we celebrate today when we enter ShopRite stores. How about the fact that the postman delivered letters twice a day? 6 days a week. And even up to the early 80s, a letter posted from London to Lagos will be delivered within a week. Sounds incredible, but also true. It wasn't uncommon to be informed several days about routine maintenance activities that would disrupt water or power supply for a few hours on a particular day. Even Lagos taxis were metered back then. You simply hail a taxi and fix your gaze on the meter. Great were those moments when we had less to bother about. Security was the least of our challenges because most houses in Surulere then had no fences or bulgar bars. In the area of transportation, the LMTS, Lagos Municipal Transport Service, was so effective as what operates today in some Western countries. Bus 88 covered Surulere to Yaba and operated clockwork. The timing was predictable. Days when newspapers were laid out by vendors on our streets at Adinogusa and Surulere with no vendor on stand, and passerby would just pick their preferred copies and drop the coin by the stand. You want to try that today? I recall with nostalgia those golden era when a brand new Volkswagen Beetle was sold for 3,500 and my monthly take home at the Nigerian Ports Authority was 145 naira. We had savings and were also able to fund our social activities from that so-called mega salary. Those were the days of luncheon voucher when organizations subsidized lunch break expenses. Wow, can we have those days back again? At what point did we miss it? I keep wondering, how can so much change happen or damage be done in a lifetime? Like every young child, my ambition was to be a medical doctor. I had always liked caring for people, looking out for people, and taking steps to ensure all around me were okay. However, what I couldn't achieve through medicine because of my poor science background, I tried as an adult to achieve through humanity and hospitality. My vocation as a mass communication specialist helped a lot in this regards. How I have fared in this regards is left to the assessment of friends and associates. Oh, how can I miss talking about nightlife in Lagos? So wonderful and exciting. There were no fears of robbery or harassment from any quarters. Growing up and doing what boys do, we had mad fun. In the late 70s, we had joined the Soul Train group that saw the emergence of nightclubs like Lords, Paradiso, Phase 2, and many others. Imagine about 8 passengers in my Volkswagen Beetle, moving from one disco party to another. I guess the manufacturers of Volkswagen at that time must have seen us in action before coming up with a beautiful slogan, "You can't kill the Beetle." We had our fair share of fun when life was good. How I dream in wishes that few of these moments be brought back and a slice of it granted to the current generation to taste. How can we change the narrative? By working towards providing a greater future for the upcoming generations instead of reliving on the glorious past. I look back and think of today and the future. Can we ever have it so good like before? Yes, we can. Life is ever good, only if we're determined to get it right. It is equally still possible to reenact those age-long admonitions that good name is more precious than gold. Our children deserve a brighter and better tomorrow, not the good old days, which now remains only in our imagination. Let us make the difference now for the sake of our children's tomorrow. If you believe, all hope is not lost. Like I do, please join me as I join Sir Shomole Balejo in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Ahead of Edo 2024 governorship election, a member representing Esako Federal Constituency at the House of Representatives, Honorable Dekeri Anamero, has cautioned against politics of turn by turn, and the Nigerian Army claims responsibility for airstrike which killed over 30 Kaduna villagers. I am Bola Oba, and this is Plus Politics. Member representing Esako Federal Constituency at the House of Representatives, Honorable Dekeri Sunday Anamero, has cautioned against turn-by-turn politics. He said reducing Edo State to, quote, just mere turn-by-turn politics would be dangerous for our collective polity, economy, as well as the survival of the state, unquote. Anamero, who is seeking the All Progressive Congress's APC's nomination in the gubernatorial poll, stated over the weekend when he flagged off his campaign as he charged the people to beware of ill-prepared aspirants. Joining us live is Oseni Momodu, Senior Special Assistant Media and Publicity to Honorable Anamero Dekeri, Member House of Representatives and frontline governorship aspirant in Edo State. Good to have you.
Thank you so much, Plus TV. Good evening to you.
Thank you. Good evening. What is your principal bringing to this game? We now have had a number of the big and the glorious haven't declared. So what is he bringing to the game?
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your invitation to Plus TV Africa. Very quickly, you have said it all. The Edo 2024 governorship election is just around the corner. And by the special grace of God, my principal, Honorable Anamero Dekeri, member representing Esako Federal Constituency and frontline APC aspirant in the next gubernatorial election in our dear state, by the special grace of God, will be bringing a lot of goodies to the people of Edo State. Of course, Anamero has been a man who stands for peace, who stands for progress, who stands for employment, who stands for development, who stands for project, among others. Today, Honorable Anamero, by the special grace of God, has been a philanthropist. His philanthropic gesture over the last 12 years has brought a lot of goodies to the people of Edo State and beyond. As a gubernatorial aspirant contesting for the next election in Edo State, just on Saturday, when he officially declared interest to run for the governorship election, he reeled out a campaign program which he coined on Christian as Veteran of Hope. He christened that Veteran of Hope mainly because today in our state, Edo State, many people have lost focus, many people have lost hope. And the only hope that we are aspiring, that we are craving for today in Edo State is Honorable Anamero Dekeri. The successive administration that we have had in our dear state have really done well, but we believe very well that by the special grace of God, ours, if given the opportunity, nominated and elected as governor, he will do better. If you look at the manifesto very clearly, Anamero promised to give free education to the people of Edo State if nominated and elected under the Unprogressive Congress. He also promised on health that by the special grace of God, if nominated and elected, he will try as much as possible by way of policy to ensure that the people across different senatorial zones of Edo North, Edo Central, and in Edo South will be given fair treatment in terms of provision of facility in medicines. For example, if you listen to that program that was on Saturday, he narrated a story where at a particular instance, while he was traveling within the state, there was an accident which he had to stop by to assist the victims. So they had to travel for distance before they could get health facility. And by the grace of God, even though as a philanthropist he has been doing well for the people of Edo State, he has promised, and I know he will do it, that health facilities across the state will be properly taken care of. The aged, especially those who are retirees in the state, will also be properly taken care of. And of course,
one is just wondering all these promises of free health, free education. One is wondering if they've been costed. Talk is cheap. When aspirants, I said talk is cheap. Have all these promises been costed? Because they won't come, they won't come free. Somebody would have to pay. How is he going to generate the money to deliver these promises?
Well, I need to quickly remind you that Anamero Dekeri grew from humble background. He is a businessman. He is an employer of labor. And today, somebody who grew his business from scratch, and today he's an international business empire just everywhere. So if Anamero could grow his business from the scratch as block molding merchant to becoming produce buyer and now an oil merchant in the international business, you can be rest assured that if given the opportunity, nominated and elected as governor of Edo State, he will do everything within his power to generate, resources to be able to embark on these promises that he has made. Of course, everywhere in the world, citizens pay taxes. When they pay taxes, they use the same taxes to impute on implementation on policies to be able to drive home all that is needed. Today in Edo State, we have arable land where agricultural produce are being produced. And Anamero also promised that if given the opportunity, nominated and elected as governor of Edo State, he will capitalize on that to embark on massive industrialization in terms of agriculture and others to be able to generate revenue. Again, there are other things that by the grace of God that the government of Anamero Dekeri will be able to tap into to bring out these taxes to raise and implement campaign promises.
Would you perchance know that the tax net in Edo State is one of the smallest in the South. The internally generated revenue of Edo State relative to some other states are not quite much. So I'm hearing you speaking to your principal using tax revenue, which is part of the internal generated revenue to deliver industrialization, mechanization of agriculture, free education, free health service. I think you guys need to sit down all over again and have a very tidy manifesto. Don't you think so? Hello? Are you there? Okay, we'll go on a short break, and when we're back, we'll take it on from the next segment. I think, unfortunately, the telephone line or the bandwidth has not been quite favorable to the gentleman, and it's about time we moved on. Thank you. See you after the break.
Shiloh is a mountain of taking delivery of our hanging inheritance. There are things about your life and my life that will never have an answer except at Shiloh.
I want to return the glory to God of this commission.
After Shiloh in December, I got pregnant for the first time in my marriage.
He has prepared a table of fat things for us at Shiloh. This Shiloh shall be your Shiloh in every sense of the word.
The Nigerian army has taken responsibility for Sunday's airstrike that left many villagers killed and several others injured at Tudumbiri village in Kaduna State. This development was confirmed by Samuel Aruwan, the Kaduna State Commissioner for Internal Security and Home Affairs, at the end of an emergency security meeting on Monday. The Kaduna State government convened an emergency security meeting chaired by Deputy Governor Dr. Hadiza Balarabe to discuss the incident. Let's take a listen.
In the meeting, which was presided by Her Excellency, the Deputy Governor, Dr. Hadiza Sabwa Balarabe, which had in attendance heads of security agencies, religious and traditional leaders. The Nigerian Army explained the circumstances which led to the unfortunate and unintended attack. The GOC 1 Division, Nigerian Army, Major General V.U. Okoro, explained that the Nigerian Army was on a routine mission against terrorists, but unfortunately, some members of the Tudumbiri community were affected. Search and rescue efforts are still ongoing, as dozens of have been evacuated to Barrow Diko Teaching Hospital by...
Joining us live is Roy Okidebe, security consultant. Roy, good to have you on Plus Politics.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure.
Would you want to give us your understanding as a professional in the sector of what may have happened or what could have happened? Condolences, first of all, to members of family and co-villagers and indeed the government of Kaduna State. But can we get an explanation of what may have happened?
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. And I cannot give an explanation for what has happened. I can give an analysis because the military has already come out to respond, and they have taken responsibility for the unfortunate calamity. But going from my experience as a military veteran, I have seen that the best and first thing to do is investigation. Now, I would like to draw our thoughts because I'm happy with the current Chief of Defense Staff with what he's doing so far for his strategic activities to upgrade intervention of insecurity parameters. I know that there are certain discussions that will be going on in different areas right now, and we need to look at a proper investigation. A proper investigation should and would carry us to different fora of understanding. Now, it is possible that we should be thinking of a proper investigation into the cause of the calamity. If we have such happening, we must want to know, is it an accident, an innocent accident, or it was an intentional act? Then we also want to know, is it a careless act, or it was an unavoidable situation? You know, so when you put all of those discussions inside of the military intelligence system, you will be able to know what happened, why it happened, and why it should not happen again.
In the first place, getting the military to even own up is a pleasant surprise to somebody like me. Ordinarily, plausible deniability would have been what one thought would have been the tradition of the military. But coming out to accept culpability, that does not discountenance the importance of the investigative committee that you are requesting for or suggesting. But to you, how does it sound that the military came out to own up for this? At least the army came out to own up for this even before an investigative panel or committee has been set up.
Like I told you earlier, I served in Kaduna from 1 Mechanized Infantry Division for about 9 years, from 1990 to 1999. And I was in the Combat Engineers Unit, Bomb Disposal Squad. And I know that in the course of going for my airborne course 794, I was opportune to fly over the states and during our jumps, and the geographical spread of criminality and innocent citizens used to be very defined. Now you will know where criminals are, you will know where citizens are. And it was also possible then to be able to tell citizens to withdraw so that the military can come in and eliminate the criminals. Now, a lot of things happened in Nigeria that led to a breakdown of trust and understanding between the people and security agencies. So the people became spies for the criminals. The military themselves could not gain trust. The police could not gain trust and use these people as their open source intelligence method and channels, And this brought to the loo where the military need to covertly operate. And if you want to do that, you are scared of creating opportunities to have casualties. So all of these backlog are some of the things that could not come to the public, you know, because the military could not openly reveal, because you don't know where the criminals have their network to penetrate your activities, like those ambushes that we have been seeing where soldiers are killed, you know. So I believe that the government coming out to take ownership, and the Chief of Defense Staff and the Chief of Army Staff and all those military gamuts coming to take ownership, is to create another line of trust and relationship building with the people. And I'm sure that this will increase the opportunities to rout out all the criminal elements in the state and identify their actual spots of hideouts so that the military operations will be decisive?
We know that sometimes collateral damages or collateral calamities like these sometimes do happen. But whilst you were responding to the last question, you mentioned some very important intelligence assets. Women, as in human intelligence element asset, and OSINT, open source intelligence that using telecoms and telecommunications equipment, basic phone messages. One wonders, unfortunately you have served in the military before. Do our military agencies also function as we have, we've read widely from their equivalents in other parts of the world?
If we look at the relationship between the military and opportunities for them to generate open source intelligence and human intelligence, you will understand that there must be a center of collaboration between the immigration services, the DSS, all other police special units, that deal with information on movement of persons and persons of high interest, So you will see that these collaborations are very, very sensitive because if you remember the case of Wadume, where there was break of communication and the military and the police had an altercation that was bloody. If you remember, there are other cases too where military convoys are ambushed. So sensitivity of information exchange has grown so thick. And I want to tell you that use of technology should have been a strong advantage. But you remember recently where an airline that took off landed in a state where it was not its destination. And that happened in Nigeria. So definitely the use of intelligence via telecommunications, via information technology, via cyber operational activities is also possibly handicapped by our abilities in Nigeria for specific and our training curriculum abilities for our personnel. So these are so many challenges that may call into our use of the web space, our lack of opportunity to have our own cyber operational basis, our data control incapacity for now. All of those things we bottle up into handicapcy and vulnerabilities.
The military is always very, very concerned about protecting its personnel. And sometimes in the bid to do that, given what we have just portrayed now, in the backdrop of the sensitivity of information sharing and the fact that some elements of community sometimes serve as intelligence gathering agents for rebels and insurgents. Inevitably, in such an environment, mishaps like this. I'm choosing my words carefully because you can't explain away the fact that 30 human lives, innocent lives, have been lost. But inevitably, in the milieu of distrust, in the milieu of paranoia that one seems to have gleaned from your responses, it is almost inevitable that this kind of
incident. Now, the casualty rate for accidents is usually reduced if there was proper incident and accident investigation. You know, so one challenge we have is our lack of closure, proper closure, and proper implementation of resolutions. Now we quickly start to raise committees. The committees, they go into investigation and they get a resolution. Now implementation becomes a problem. Now for Peradventure, let's use this scenario for an example. Peradventure, it was a technology glitch. And the committee now find out that, oh, great, let me give you one good example. During the time of the Kaduna train abduction, the minister, Amechi, came on TV and he said that the train was asked to run without fully implementing security deterrence recommendation. You know, so when I saw that, I was because we are quick to launch Nigeria Air, we are quick to launch a road project, we are quick to launch. We are not careful to implement safety and security measures. You know, that is why private security is not respected in Nigeria. If you look, right now we have the Association of Licensed Private Security in Nigeria. I'm a member, and I see the whole gamut of that association holding the egghead of private security in Nigeria. And so many of us consult internationally. I'm in Texas right now. I'm talking with so many people and we are consulting on security. But will my country take from it? So if you look at the expectations that we should have, the opportunities to deter future occurrences, then we must investigate this. We must investigate those that happened before. We must put in measures to reduce to the barest minimum possibilities of reoccurrence. Once we can have possibilities of reoccurrence reduced, then we can look at human failure. Then we can look at upgrading the curriculum and opportunities of exposure for our personnel. Then we can look at possibility of criminal intervention into the process and say, was it a terrorist attempt attack? You know, so once we can dispel all of this, we put deterrence measures, implementation, then we will say that occurrence tomorrow is to the barest minimum.
You don't seem to be, you're very discreet about the way you're making the point, but any intelligent listener can glean from your remarks that you are not too optimistic that the right things are being done with a view to unraveling what may have been the cause or causes of this unfortunate mishap. And apart from that, one is sitting there thinking with defense, taking the larger chunk of budgets in recent times. In fact, the newly proposed budget, defense comes top. So are we just sometimes throwing lousy money at some of these things without the requisite cultural change, attitudinal change, knowledge change, operational change that are imperative for us to see a positive movement of the dial?
Let me appreciate you. I can see very well that you have the spirit of discernment, especially professional security spirit of discernment. Now, there are things that we cannot say on air, especially with our current level of training and liaison capabilities. But one thing is sure, I appreciate your last question. You know, the defense budget that we talk about, most times, if it is deployed towards procurement and equipment, it's also usually a failure You know, because I used to tell people, if you come to America here now, you will see that the motivation of the troops, the welfare of the troops, and the other paraphernalias like health, education for their kids, accommodation, and the care for veterans when you exit, you know, those are the people that are going to hold the gun, going to fly the jet fighter, going to operate the drones, thing about military. So if you look at your defense budget and you generate your priorities towards procurement, then you have already started to fail. Now, let me come back to where I want to agree with you that I was trying to cut off some things. Let me open up some areas. Now, if you look at why will a military operation have civilian casualties? Why? Because there is the possibility and the reality that the criminal elements being sought after live within the civilian entities. They operate, they hibernate, they cohabit, and if that is the case, do you deploy military? Because if you look at the NSA,
we have to go now.
Of Interior,
we really have to go. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Quite an interesting engagement. Looking forward to another opportunity with you. I think your intellectual persona, apart from your expertise, is very stimulating. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, throwback. Kitoye Ajasa. Sir Kitoye Ajasa was a notable first-generation UK-trained Nigerian lawyer of the late 19th century and colonial government-selected legislator who made significant contributions during the colonial period as the publisher of the Pioneer, one of the earliest newspapers in Nigeria. Known for his ultra-conservative and pro-colonial government views and advocacy for the adoption of European ideas and institutions for progress, Ajasa played a prominent role in the formation of the People's Union, the first organized political movement, not political party, organized political movement in Nigeria, and became the first Nigerian to be knighted. His career and influence left a lasting impact on Nigerian politics and society. Ajasa's conservative stance set him apart in a time of shifting ideologies and political turmoil. His close collaboration with the colonial authorities earned him both admiration and criticism, while some lauded his efforts to work within the system for positive change. Others criticized him for being too closely aligned with the colonial powers. Despite this, Ajasa remained steadfast in his belief that embracing European ideas and structures was crucial for Nigeria's advancement. One of Ajasa's notable contributions was his founding of the Nigerian Pioneer, a conservative newspaper that provided a platform for his perspectives and ideas. Through this publication, he furthered his advocacy for embracing Western concepts and traditions, sparking debates and discussions amongst his contemporaries. His unwavering commitment to these principles, despite facing opposition, solidified his reputation as a staunch advocate for change through collaboration with the colonial powers. Within the People's Union, Ajasa's influence was felt deeply. His leadership and conservative views shaped the direction of the Union and contributed to its role in the broader political landscape of the time. He was a vocal proponent of engagement with the colonial authorities and sought to leverage this relationship to drive change and progress in Nigeria. This approach placed him at the center of many pivotal discussions and decisions that would ultimately shape the country's future. Despite his advocacy for embracing colonial institutions, Ajasa was not without detractors. Many of his contemporaries criticized his conservative leanings, viewing his alignment with the colonial powers as contradictory to the growing nationalist movement. This criticism, however, did lead to sway Ajasa from his convictions, and he continued to champion his vision for Nigeria's future. Ajasa's legacy extends beyond his political activities. His work and influence in the legal sphere also left a lasting mark. As a lawyer, he navigated a complex landscape of colonial laws and regulations using his expertise to advocate his beliefs and principles. This dual role as both a politician and a legal expert positioned him as a pivotal figure in shaping the legal and political arenas of his time. Ultimately, Sir Akintoye Ajasa's impact on Nigerian history cannot be overstated. His unwavering belief in the need to adopt European ideas and structures, his role in shaping the People's Union, and his pioneering efforts in journalism all contributed to a complex and multifaceted legacy. While Ajasa's conservative stance may have drawn criticism, his influence and contributions to Nigerian society during the colonial period make him a figure worth studying and understanding in historical context. With the richness of insight and the mess which the so-called nationalists turned First and Second Republic's politicals, indeed contemporary politicians, have made of governance, can we say that Sir Akintoye Ajasa's anti-nationalism stance has been proven right? I am Bola Oba.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria?
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Reading is an essential habit and a culture that must be developed. Nigerians are generally believed to have a poor reading culture. The role of government in promoting reading and equipping reading spaces and libraries in Nigeria cannot be underestimated. But first, we must look at the development of reading habits from the home and the role parents play in encouraging their children.
My parents, my mom used to be a teacher, so reading was obviously part of a curriculum. And then my father used to be a professor and is an author. So I started reading very, very early, and I started reading books that were higher than my age grade. I was reading African Writer series from age 7, age 8, and reading encyclopedias by that time. So obviously my parents had a huge part and encouraged that in me.
In the Nigerian book market, there's a high influx of foreign authors writing for children, but very few Nigerian authors telling relatable, homegrown Nigerian stories.
If you start out reading stories even to your baby, even before they're 1, and then as they get older, buy appropriate materials that are colorful, with easy to read words, and read with them. I think that helps.
Adedotun Iyade, a co-founder of Robin Heights, a leading bookstore in Nigeria, has tips for Nigerian authors and how they can improve on their work and get into the hearts of readers.
The story has to be good, right? If you're writing, whatever you're writing, if you're writing fiction, if you're writing non-fiction, it has to be really, really compelling, one. Next thing would be in terms of the packaging, right? People have gone past the era where you just take your books to just about any printer to print for you. I think, publishers, self-published authors as well, they need to invest in ensuring that the quality of the book, the final output is one that would, stack up with any book, published, elsewhere in the world. So that's really important. Then I think, what would be the most important tip for me to them would be just, they need to invest in marketing.
The book business, like any other business, is challenging.
If you ask anyone who's running the business in Nigeria, they will tell you capital, of course, right? Book selling is also, as with any other business, is also quite capital intensive. Getting to pay your rent, getting to actually buy the books and stock up your shelves when you have them. hiring good people requires decent amount of capital. So I would say it's getting the startup funds to set up something. And then if you're looking to do it at scale like we're hoping to do, then it also requires you raising funding, which isn't readily available in commercial banks, right? I don't think a bank would say they want to give you a loan to set up a bookstore. They probably will be skeptical about the number of people who read. So for us, I think it's just I would say capital is at the top of the totem pole.
It is commendable that certain individuals and organizations are making concerted efforts to revive the reading culture in the country. The government should also redesign the school curriculum to incorporate more reading activities in primary and secondary schools.
Research has it that working with your spouse has an impact on your personal relationship, as some couples believe that working and building a business together has made their personal relationship much stronger, deepening their trust, appreciation, and making both the business and marriage more successful. But the question is it healthy for couples to work together? Well, we're about finding out from this couple, Andrea and Collins Teke, who do not only have the same career, but also work in the same organization and as well share office space. This is how these two on-air personalities resume their dream career jobs together every day. Collins and Andrea Teke were renowned individual broadcasters before they fell in love and got married. Not a few people think that relationships are hard enough to deal with on their own, and when you throw working together into the mix, it can get even trickier. One interesting thing about the Tekes is how seamless the couple anchors the same show together, a first of its kind in Nigerian radio.
Lagos, Nigeria, we want to know how you're doing this morning. What is going on around your area? We want you to tell us and also scream, "What's up, Lagos?" Yes! Yes! Cheers to life!
They didn't always work together. Collins used to run a production studio, and it was at work that he met Andrea.
I needed a female voice. The client demanded for a specific female voice that sounded a certain way. And explained it to one of my, staff or team members at the time. And he said, "No, I know this lady. This lady is, she has a great voice. She's fantastic. She's beautiful." So, the boss, you even like the babe self, that kind of thing. And I said, "Okay, let's hear." Before you know it, there was a phone call. Before you know it, and then, it was timely. She came into the studio working. She just stole the presence of the room, And I couldn't do anything. I didn't have anything in mind because at the time I was in another relationship.
What happens at home? Does Andrea take up the role of a traditional African wife and mom?
I'm blessed to have him. I'm not sure that I'll be able to meet up. I'm not sure that I would be able to meet up if he has not been the way he has been, that is being super supportive. I wake up in the morning and the first thing is to take care of my baby because we have a son together. The first thing is to take care of him, have his bath, prepare his meal, cook and, clean, have my own bath prepared, and then we come to work. But the good thing is he takes up the responsibility of bathing this boy in the morning. So he takes that off my duty, so to speak. Sometimes I do it while he cleans or dresses him up. And then I face the kitchen. So we share that responsibility. It's more like sharing the responsibility at home and also sharing the responsibility at work. So it makes it easy for me.
It's a situation of we are going to work together. Yeah. We have to leave at the same time. We meet at the same time. Get on time. And then do our show. We have to prep afterwards, do everything together. So I can't go back home and start saying, "Where's my food? Where's my food from where?" You understand? So we plan it together. Yeah. And I think that pushed me to also, rise to the occasion, which is something I would encourage, especially couples, whether or not you're working together, to rise to the occasion when your woman needs it the most.
Thank you. Spending time together may be good for their relationship, but this couple also faces challenges, especially in maintaining their individual identities.
People will call on the show and say, "Collins, tell your wife And the wife is right there. You know, they call and they greet him first before they greet me. Some don't even greet me. Some don't even regard that I am on the show with him. Yeah. So it dealt with me when we started initially, dealt with me mentally, dealt with me emotionally, because it felt like I am there, but still not there. Because, you know, it took a while for people to recognize my presence, because at the end of the day, you are his wife. You are supposed to calm down when he's talking. You're supposed to be quiet when he's talking. And, you know, this is my job. I was a broadcaster before I got married to him. Yeah. And so it is my job first. And that's what people took a while to embrace. It's still something I'm dealing with. And I think that people would gradually get used to it. There are no days that we don't have, times where we quarrel, times where he's on a different cloud, I'm on a different cloud, and we have to come on the radio and talk and make Lagos happy.
And do it. Kick a show.
And make Lagos happy. So it's actually challenging where you have to not let the world know that you're dealing with something and come on the air and be beautiful and be excited. We sometimes forget that we're having an issue, or there's a quarrel, or there's a misunderstanding, or there's one problem to deal with right on the show. Yeah. And after the show, we're out, we're giving ourselves, oh, that was a great show.
I don't know, right? But we're fighting. People tend to just make what they make out of the situation. So whatever you present is what you get. So before you know it, your individual brand starts sinking in the joint brand.
Sharing an office space requires this couple having as little time away from each other as possible, as nerves may become frayed.
We have to create the fun.
Exactly what I was going to say.
And make it a fun-filled. That's what we do.
That's what I hear. We create our fun. When we're tensed, right, with everything happening. We call it decluttering. We probably go to the beach side, nobody with us, just the both of us, no phones, nothing. Yeah. And we are sitting, discussing what is going on in our lives as individuals and also as a couple. We just declutter. What I have been having in my mind that is building up to a resentment, I tell it to him. He also tells me we find a way to trash it out.
And it's a no judgment zone.
Yeah, we try not to judge each other. We just say the way it is.
A number of private organizations don't allow their staff get romantically linked. Collins shares his view about this.
It's a world that is changing from what it used to be, making laws just because you want to make laws, but doing it for the best interest, in the best interest of those involved. So it's a question of, the interest of those involved. I don't think it changes anything. If anything, couples working together has proven, at least in our own case, that it promotes bonding. It also promotes, in fact, I've been a better broadcaster, from the moment she joined me on radio, and even the listener could notice that. I've been a better person, individual, even at work, behaving myself, not doing anything. Because my family is here, I can't go around messing around, even if I'm that crazy guy, I have to, So the benefits are countless. So if, I don't know what the fears are, but I think I want to talk to organizations who have such policies. I think they should review it and give people the chance. I mean, there's nothing wrong for people to be in love and work together.
That's right. I agree with him.
The couple have advice for couples willing to work and build business together.
Once you can create a great atmosphere when you're together, when no one is looking at you, when there's no camera like this one, I'm sure you can replicate that easily when there's a camera. So, but if you do not have that great life and then you want to fake it in front of people and come in and say, oh, everything is fine, hey. It's a matter of time. The toxicity that's involved in it would show, and then it would affect the work. So it all depends on the couple.
There would be challenges. There are things that you would experience that will make you feel like, no, I can't go on anymore. That's just the way marriage is. There are tough times that will make you feel like, yo, I cannot continue this. It's going to happen even with the business. But if you take it the way you take your marriage and say, regardless of this turbulence, regardless of the challenges, it has to work. We have to get it done. When you have that mentality, trust me, It might just come out beautiful.
From the office of the techers,
So, yeah.
we head to the home of another interesting couple that has been into automobile mechanics for many years. Wale and Tayo Oshikoya have been married for 10 years and working together in repairing vehicles. This home doubles as one of their workshops in Lagos. Marrying Wale was a dream come true for Tayo.
This work started through my husband. Even when we were during courtship, he has been on the field. I was not on the field, but I love the job. So after we get married, I have to join him so that we can work in together, because it's what I've been willing to do for long. And I just love that job. I just love it because when I was small, it's my dad's field. So I used to assist my dad when I was in primary, secondary school. So to God be the glory, after my school and everything, getting married, God now gave me someone that I love and the field I love most.
Meet my wife, we married together, and I have to tell my wife that this is the kind of work that I'm doing. And I somebody that I love so much, and she loved the work. So I say, well, I have to tell him to go and quit where he's working before. There's one company that she's working and is managing the company, and she agreed with me. She surrendered. She said, okay. She quit from there, and we joined the work together, and thank God for now.
The home of Oshikoyas is well managed, according to a lady mechanic, as Tayo is called.
My work did not disturb my home at all. Even we stay behind, maybe we close very late. My husband will tell me very early that you go home, children are home, they are off from school, go home. Then I'll come home, my husband will be doing the job. By the second day, early in the morning, we will go to balance up the job.
You say, Wale, I say, ma, I say, this business, you have to go more forward now. I said, like how? Now you introduced me to one fashionable school in Ikorodu, automobile school, technology. You know, we went together. Take me to the school. I said, oh boy, okay. So I see my junior brother that's even my age, my children age mates. I say, you see those ones that will sit down together in the class. I say, okay, no problem now. And I encourage myself because I know what I'm looking for. I know what I'm going. I know where I'm coming from. I know where I'm going. So God give me I'll give God the glory. We'll sit down together, we'll write the exam, and then take me. So and I'll go there. He give me back school. He give me my shoe, give me my everything, uniform. I take it. I go to the school. I saw some of my age mates, of my class, of my children mates. We sit down together and say, Papa, I say, how are you? I'm your Papa, yes.
Personal and marital issues are not allowed to link into the workspace.
We both have our ups and downs, but it doesn't affect our business.
Exactly.
Our ups and downs is inside our room. Once we are in the same bed together, our ups and downs is off. It did not affect our work. Customer cannot even see it in my face. Rather than for me to now say that, no, it's someone I love. Why will I disturb his business, or why will I disturb my business? If that thing shows in my work, that means our career is nothing.
Normally, as a woman being, as a flesh, we have flesh. Sometimes we fight. We quarrel each other. So we have to go and do this work. We say, well, I'm tired. Which kind tired? My friend, you have to do it too. You say, I'm your boss. Say, okay. You know that I'm tired. I'm a woman now. I say, you have to do it because you love the job. We say, okay. And you do it. Sometimes, like last week now, I said him to go and do work in Ibadan. He say, only me. I say, yes, now. You go and face the work and you defend the work. And you go. Sometimes we'll quarrel, you fight, but you will say, I will hug him back because I know that his woman says some things that I'll say, okay, come outside, leave, let me come and lose it for you. So we'll have to settle it back.
Wale and Tayo have had to endure side talks from people who think their line of profession is strange.
There's one man I used to work with him. He just called me and said, Wale, I said, sir. He said, why your wife used to follow you up and down? I said, sir, my wife is my colleagues. My wife is my partner for this business. If I want to take a boat now, Oh, I want to do something. I want to buy this. I want to lose this. I will tell him, yeah, go and do this. Go and do this. So I've faced so many challenges on this work with my wife. But so far, my wife, somebody like he make courage on the work, and she determined on him. There's no how people can discourage him. Even he will face so many challenges on mommy's side, on family side issue. They say, why you follow your husband? Why do you tell your husband to open a supermarket for you and do business and selling and do this? You say, Mom, that's your own time. This is my own time. This person, I love it, and I love the job. So all the worry people saying is wrong. Sometimes they call me and say, Wale, why you don't get money to give your wife? I say, Mommy, it's not that I don't have money to give my wife, but my wife loves this job. So what? Say, okay, after some things, or after so many years, they leave us.
If you are a dirty person from your home, you will surely be a dirty person. But if I'm going out now, wash my body, clean my hands, you won't believe that this person is a mechanic. I fix fingers as well. I do makeup if I'm going out. You won't even believe that I am a mechanic. That is why at times if we go to customers' house, before putting on my overall, they will say, you come with your wife. If they not say that, no, she's a mechanic, they will say, the women, they love to see me doing the job. They will say, Oga, go and sit down first. Let me see her, the way she's performing the whole things. Even if after everything, if the woman will not say, wow, woman does this one. If my workmanship is 2,000 naira, we say, oh, my dear, let me give her 5,000 naira because she encouraged me.
Sometimes I will tell them that, okay, today we want to go out, we don't do any work, we don't have any customers place today. We are going to dress, wear your dress, do your nails, do everything. I will take him out to go and enjoy ourselves.
As a woman, there is nothing hard. If you have the determination, this thing, I want to lose it. It's almost the same thing, the way we handle our husband and children at home. Any children that's very difficult, you know how to handle those children. That's why the work is.
See people that start before us, that is doing this business, that there is no more again. But we just give the God the glory because we achieved so many things on this work. And we thank God the kind of wife that is given to me. So we achieved so many things.
A work that you are doing, you can be able to train your children's school, and you can be able to cater for your home. Yeah, you can even have a shelter on your head, having your own car. What else someone needs on this earth? Nothing more.
They have also faced challenges working together as a mechanic couple.
If you have a space outside there, people see couples working together, we have more customers. But immediately you go outside there to make your own workshop, government will come and demolish it. It's a big challenge on us, even all mechanics. They see the work as a dirty work and they are going out on their daily basis with their cars. And of which, if the car eventually stopped on the road, they're still going to call we mechanics.
Wale and Tayo believe mono-career couples can emerge strong and fulfilled as long as their values align.
I encourage the people that want to do the business, want to do the work. They should focus on the thing that they want to do. Don't look down on yourself. Maybe you are too big, you are too do this. Just focus on it. And the couples that want to do the business, they have to have trust. Trust your wife. Let wife trust your husband. If you make money today, it's not that the money that you make today, you make sure that you finish all the money. You have to put half for savings or anything. Because like this job that we're doing now, we use some our money to run the business.
If you have passion, you have zeal for your husband's work, and you doesn't have anything doing, it's very advisable to join your husband once you don't have any skeleton in quotes in your cupboard. So you have every right to join your husband just to make the business boom.
Our findings point that some couple craft a way to thrive in love and work by understanding each transition and knowing what questions to ask and what traps to avoid.
Yes! Cheers to life!
Hello. You're welcome to Timeless Conversation. My guest today is a very well-known Nigerian. He's an international figure. He has inspired quite a lot of young Nigerians today to speak out, to be non-conformist when things are going wrong. And at the same time, he's someone who cherishes his culture, his upbringing, the societal value, and the family place. My guest is none other than the man we all call Charlie Boy, but he has the birth name of Charles Oputa.
Charles Chukwemeka Oputa, popularly known as Charlie Boy, was born on the 19th of June 1950. He hails from Oguta in Imo State. Multi-talented political views and media productions, including the iconic Charlie Boy Show. He once served as president of the Performing Musicians Association of Nigeria, PMAN. In 2011, he was also a judge on the Nigerian Idol set.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, good to see you.
Happy to be here as usual.
Indeed, you know, since we've known each other, I'd always looked at you as someone, this man is too different. What's the difference?
How different?
Yeah, what's the difference in you? There's something that
I don't know. I feel very regular and very normal.
Are we going to start to
In fact,
define
over
regular?
normal, they worry me, sir.
You want me to define regular?
I don't know. I don't see anything abnormal or different about
Okay, let's
me.
try this now.
Yeah.
Sometimes they list your birth age as 70. Another set of people will say 71.
Because I've decided not to say anything about my birthday. I
That's
don't know why
irregular.
that one is
That
an
is
issue.
That is irregular.
That is irregular.
Most people your age will talk proudly about their date of birth.
Eh.
Before we start this program now, you know what they talk now.
Waiting at the talk. Remind me.
I know we
You know,
remind
too many spirits they pass. So
no, make one
sometimes.
spirit bow for another spirit. Yeah?
Okay.
Why don't you want to talk about your actual date of birth?
Because, you know, we get football age, we get passport age, we get spiritual age. You can assign any age to any of these different compartments or departments, you know. And because in the beginning, I don't give many dates, so I don't get confused. I know, I don't know really what it is.
But one real age that is there is what?
The real age, the last time I looked, it was 70. That was
last year.
Last year, 2020.
So 19th of June,
But,
1950 led us to 70 in 2020.
That's what they said.
There you go again. That's what is coming up.
Unfortunately, my mom is late now, so we would have asked her. She would have been the only one who would have
To remind you.
specific. Yeah.
To remind you, because
To
I know she
remind
told
me.
you. I, for instance, I know that you were so close to your mom.
Mhm.
Describe your relationship with her.
Oh, it was heavenly. You know, that was what kept me in Abuja for a long time, taking care of my parents. And I'll tell you that that is the proudest job I ever did in my life. And I'm very happy that I had the opportunity to take good care of them, shower them with love, you know, because I'm sure in the beginning they didn't even think that that was possible, that it was going to be me. Because I give those people, I give them a tough time. I show them pepper. Kai, I show them pepper now. You know, as a growing teenager, you know. But I think in a roundabout way, I hold my father responsible because he always taught us to speak up and speak out. You know.
So you got that from him?
Yeah. he will always say things. I remember some of his famous quotes, anywhere you see injustice, you fight it. If you don't fight it, it will come back and chop your head off. Things like that. We always had that in the household. We always had things like, do you know who you are? Do you really know who you are? I'm giving you this name, or don't go and spoil it. You have to preserve it. So after, do you know, every time, do you know who you are? Do you know? I say I know who I am. My name is Charles Chukwuemeka Oputa. I live at number 11 Borokiri, Ahofia Road, Port Harcourt. He said, no, you're an Oputa. I said, so? What does being an Oputa mean?
Well, can I pose his question back to you now? Do you really know who you are?
Yeah.
Or have you found out
It's because of knowing who I am that gives me the confidence in the things that I do, and in being comfortable in my own skin, because I know who I am, I know where I'm coming from, I know where I've been to, and I know exactly what I want to do with my life. And praise the Lord, I've been doing that for the past 70 years.
70 is back.
Sure you wanna test my ride? Power back here. Sure you wanna take a ride? CB, you know me.
Now, the journey to discover yourself, to know who you are, took you out of Nigeria in your teens. And your dad wanted you to be a lawyer.
Not necessarily.
So,
he wasn't fussy about. He wasn't. He would have loved everybody, because he sees anybody, they start talking law, or if you have some love for law and things like that, then he made a friend in my father. But no, we were just allowed to express ourselves, any which way we wanted, because that was the first freedom, to be vocal, to be curious, to ask questions. We were taught that.
Probe your environment.
Yeah, not to. We're not like the kids. Like when you have elders come over to the house, you tell your kids to go to the other room. About those days, yeah. And then from early enough, that kind of made me very comfortable with people who are much older than me.
Yeah, I read somewhere that you studied communication.
Yes, I'm a mass comm major. I did mass comm, radio, TV. I used to run a public relation, outfit. We specialized in TV program, radio program, adverts, stuff like that, the documentaries. We did a lot for state governments, federal governments, back in the days.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
Now, let's relate that to your life as a performer, as an artist. Was your education helpful in putting it on track?
Yeah. It taught me how to look at things from different perspective. It taught me about being open, being my authentic self. My father raised us very well, if I must say, because early enough, I always heard him say, man, know thyself. A person who has a full understanding of him or herself and knows exactly what he's been given grace to do will only find fulfillment in the things that he or she does.
That's deep.
Yes, and I think my parents set us up on that track. Yeah.
So, reading mass comm was very useful to you in your engagements as a performer.
Oh yeah.
As an activist.
Yeah, understanding.
As an activist.
Yeah, understanding the human psyche, understanding, arty people they like to exaggerate a lot, you know. And where you know your stunts, your hypes have become effective is when people start to see you in different lights.
Yes.
Because Charlie Boy means different things to different people. It's only from where you stand. If one stands on the side of ignorance, that's all you think that whatever this brand is doing is just something weird about him. There's nothing weird about it.
Talking about something weird, you know, when you hit the scenes in the 80s,
yeah,
everybody was saying, he's the son of a Supreme Court Justice.
So
how can he dress like that? And you're still dressing like that at 71. Well, almost
no,
71.
I've calmed down a bit.
Calm.
Yeah.
This one is calming.
This one, they come now. I remember when my head used to be red, yellow, green, and all of that.
And you don't get hair again.
Yeah, I don't get hair again.
So it's not calming. You're toning
when I used to wear 2 different shoes on, you know, each leg, my craze that time, computer no reach am.
You even use the word craze.
Yeah.
You have noticed that craze.
Although my mom was very understanding. My father, on the other hand, actually thought I was crazy. I say crazy because a lot of people out there too thought that the flamboyant image I built as Charlie Boy was crazy, weird, too loud, too flamboyant, not acceptable, perceived as not responsible, especially for the family image. You see, it's a different kind of craze because this craze, wait a minute, this craze is organized. It's well.
It's intentional.
It's intentional.
What was the intention about?
You know, when you have a famous father,
good.
It's like a big thing hanging over your head.
A huge umbrella.
No, not an umbrella. It becomes a burden. Like, I like to give you an example.
Yeah.
Like, what's his name? Femi Kuti.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah? Fela's son.
Yeah.
Fela was that big.
Huge.
So can you imagine the struggle Femi at the time was going through to be
Femi?
To be Femi.
Not Fela.
To find his own identity.
Yes.
Because no matter what he will do at the time, he said, you can't be like Fela.
So there you were. There you
were.
Yeah.
I hated to live under anybody's shadow. I didn't want that.
But that man gave you covering.
Say?
Your dad, his name gave you covering. He pushed you to go get education.
No. Yeah. Yes. I mean, from that perspective, sure. He gave me all I required.
Yeah.
And I'm grateful for that.
And then you came back, you rebelled against all that you got. We need to say, I want you to say it.
Yes.
So why?
Yes.
Because you don't want that cover.
Why? Because you can't just call me up one morning and say, here, take a letter, go there, pack your bag, go and start work. No. I'm not going to take that from anybody. I never told anybody, I never had any discussion. Say, I'm going to go into paid employment 9 to 5. Yeah, we not discuss that. So when I got that letter one morning, that was in Owerri. I learned I know they go anywhere. That was when our fight really started.
Okay.
You say, why? Everybody, once they finish university, then find work. We don't find for you, you no one work. I say, I didn't have that discussion with you. Oh yeah, what do you want to do? Because I was tired of living under this shadow. Yeah. I wanted to break away. I wanted to do my own thing.
Not break away, break out.
Break out, yeah. I wanted to do my own thing. So when it came to a head, when they asked me what I wanted to do, and I said, I want to be an entertainer. Of course, now, everybody was disappointed. So that was when I decided I was going to cut the umbilical cord between me and my parents. At that time, we were in Owerri. So luckily for me, he was promoted as a Supreme Court judge. So he went to Lagos. Then me, we from America, come back. Now village I go enter. You don't see that kind of thing.
Yes, sir. You wanted to
For 7 years.
He was hitting the reset button.
Yes. Now village I go start to build the brand Charlie Boy. And for that, those were the darkest 7 years of my life.
Wow.
Because that was when I came to appreciate poverty.
Poverty?
Struggle, yes.
Why?
Why not? Because what grows in the village, really? Villages are where people go, elderly people, senior citizens go to relax and fade out. There's no prospect in the village.
But there's
even though I had a recording studio.
There's rejuvenation.
Rejuvenation?
Yes.
When you are young, you're not talking about rejuvenation. You're talking about your burning ambition.
Hey, but if somebody give you contact, you say you don't want.
Why I go on to 9 to 5 now? I want to do my own thing now. Other people know they succeed when they do their own thing.
They do.
Must I
But that was
going
all
to
he
pay?
knew. That was all he knew. He was offering
Yeah,
what he knew.
no. Well, I don't blame him.
Okay.
You know, parents are usually, sometimes they're overbearing and they worry a lot about their children. I've learned from
That's very true.
my parents to worry less. Because look at how I turned out. I'm sure in my father's wildest dream when I was like 15, 20, he wouldn't have believed it. Because I always said, oh, you just want to throw your life away. But I knew exactly what I wanted. And I wasn't going to throw my life away. But I was going to do it my way.
So after 7 years, what happened?
After 7 years in the village, well, an angel I met in one of my rare trips to Lagos to, scout for a recording company, see who will, take my body of music. And, I met Tina Onwudiwe.
Onwudiwe, yes.
Yeah, the African Oyibo. Yes. She's late now.
Yes, she is.
And that woman did a number on me. She was the one that restored first my confidence, because 7 years in the village robbed me of my confidence. I started to have an inferiority complex. I was avoiding my friends who I thought were doing much better than I was, and I swore never, ever in those 7 years to go back to my father to say, help me out.
I was just going to ask that in those 7 years, what was your relationship like with your dad?
It was really messed up. We weren't talking. In fact, I can boldly say that I disowned my parents. It got to a point where, I couldn't really take care of my family. I was living with my present wife in the village at the time.
Yes.
So you can imagine, from America to the village, no running water, no light, nothing. So we're like stuck. But the beginning seemed all right. I just had some few gadgets and stuff. I did one emergency studio where guys would come patronize me. But after the first year or so, everything dried up. Nobody was coming again. That was when I learned how to chop bread and granite for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
And it's usually very tasty.
It's very tasty, but too much cholesterol and all of that, not healthy. But that was what we could afford at the time.
At that time.
So 3 years, when me and poverty, they do face you challenge, I had to ask my wife to leave, to go back
to the U.S.
And walk and see whether she can send some little monies for us, because we just had our first baby, my last boy, before she traveled. So I think my son was just about 9 months or a year.
Okay, before they both left.
Before, they didn't both leave. My son stayed. I was
stayed. Oh, you were
taking
taking
care
care
of
of him?
my son. Yes. I mean, they change nappy. I mean, they cook within the boy, they chop. Yes. I didn't have a maid. I didn't have anything.
It would be okay to conclude that you're a stubborn man.
Yes. If I want something, I can die for that thing.
And you took after your dad in that stubbornness.
I think it's my mother. I got that from my
both
mother.
of them?
Oh, my mother is. You can't shut my mother up. A big winch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So your wife went back to the US?
Yeah, she went back. She stayed almost 4 years. I didn't see her. She was sending money. God bless that woman. So
You guys are still together, right?
We're still together now. We'll die here.
But after 7 years, you now broke onto the national scene properly then.
Yes, thanks to Tina Onwudiwe. I'll always say you can't talk about the history of the brand Charlie Boy without mentioning that name. That was that time now I was like a mumu now. I was Tina's like pet. She noticed my self-esteem was low. She noticed I didn't have confidence. But she admired me for all the creativity at the time. And she saw in me what at that time I did not see on me. I started to even feel sorry about myself. So she was the one who gave me my confidence back.
Now you got back that confidence and it was easy for you, or wasn't it, to chart a path for yourself, to say, this is where I'm going?
Too easy.
Too easy.
Yes, too
so
easy.
those 7 years were necessary then?
Yeah, you have to go through you have to go through a baptism of fire. I mean, you just don't, things don't just happen like that. You must suffer. You must sweat small.
Okay. In the 80s, you were in your 30s. Now, you're at the beginning of your 70s now. You're 71 in June. Now, what has it been like?
Up and down. Because sometimes I have to be Charlie Boy. Sometimes I am me, Mr. Charles Chukwuemeka Oputa. And all the time that I'm me, sometimes I wake up in the morning, there's one ankle ache, one wrist ache, one headache somewhere.
The body.
So the body is not adjusting to the commands that
But
I'm
the engine
giving.
here is still...
But the engine here and Charlie Boy, they seem all fresh.
They're in
and
sync.
Youthful. Okay? And that is why when I leave the Charlie Boy brand, there's that thing that attracts young people, little kids, that lives in that brand that I don't want to lose, because it is the brand's simplicity, openness, authenticity that also keeps him youthful.
Now, talking about the youth and being youthful, you have been seen as a huge father figure to the younger generation of Nigerians, at least in the last 3 to 4 decades. And to all intents and purposes, you seem to have influenced the flow of their thoughts.
The brand has crisscrossed generations.
But there is a problem in our society today, and it is drug abuse. East, west, north, south, everywhere. What can we do about it?
We just have to keep fighting it.
How?
The people who young people look up to, they need to start to talk about it in a more positive light. For me, like, you know, I'm open, I'm blunt, sometimes I'm wickedly blunt as Charlie Boy. You know, I smoke weed, but I will never advocate that for young people.
Yeah.
I can't, but I'm old enough to know what's good for me and what's not good for me.
Yeah.
So I do my thing. Okay? The drug issue is a scourge as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
And that is why, like with my kids, I want to be in tune with them, that I know everything. I mean, they can come up, they can be as open as I was taught to be with me. And they look upon me as their friend. Okay? Because I've been down that route before.
You said as their friend. That means that you are improving on the perception of the relationship. Because at some point, you didn't see your dad as your friend.
No, every child, you go think say your papa na wicked person, you know. But all the good things that we were taught when we were little, those are the things I've run back to. Those are the things that are helping me in my life, even though that it's not in sync with the environment. But I've had to fall back on the values of the morality, the integrity as handed down by my father. And thank God, I'm not so much in a bad place not to say, I'm not going to do this. Putters don't do that.
Yes.
I'm not going to do this. I'm going to be like this. Even if it kills me, he scared me from learning because he would want us to be cramming things. Cram and come and recite for him. That's not learning. So we're not learning because we had fun learning. We're learning because we're afraid. If you don't get this thing, you say make you go cram. It go whip you. It wasn't till I got to America that I knew that even learning could be fun. And I never looked back since then.
Since then. I was going to say that, you know, you're a very brilliant man.
I don't know about being...
It's me talking now. You don't need to agree.
Okay. If you say so.
I mean, that's something that I needed to say so that I could put you a bit in a position that would be uncomfortable, because you don't like talking so much about what you have achieved.
I don't think I've achieved anything.
Oh, yes, you have.
It just maybe a little.
If you had it, for instance, there was a time you were the one who came out and quelled the uprising that Okada riders were about to embark upon in Lagos about 2-3 years ago. And at that time, you had even stopped riding publicly. That's an achievement. You were a voice, and still you are a voice that people listen to.
Yeah, I know that a lot of millions of youth have been inspired by my lifestyle, by my story. They've been inspired in such a way that they now understand that they can't give up on themselves or their dreams. And it doesn't matter whether it's your father, your uncle, don't let anybody run your life. Live your most authentic life. And I don't know how it sounds now. It may sound too analogish, but hard work does pay.
So, hard work pays. Still on the youth. I don't hammer. I want hammer. That's what you hear. That motor winning they drive. That's what I covet. I claim it. How? What can we do?
Because the young people are looking at the elders. They're copying all these things from their elders. They are not living in isolation. Monkey see, monkey do. They are waiting how Papa live their life. Now then they copy so. How the people who, by God's grace, are in a position of leadership, how they messed up. They messed up our environment, they messed up the system. You can imagine the plight of young people. Government has failed them. Community has failed them. Parents have failed them. Where should they turn to? In our time, in your time, we had support system. If you are naughty, you're not in your neighborhood, and you're in some other neighborhood, and you do something naughty, in our time, somebody could see you and say, who you be? Who be your papa? After you don't ask that question, say, oh, now no, they behave like this for this house. He go correct you, he go send you back, go meet your parents, say, this is what I found your kid doing. Everybody's eye was on the young people, the teachers, the community.
Yes.
Because for my time, when you don't finish like class 5, before you go to the university and you have a good result, before you come back to your house, many people don't call party for your head.
Yes.
It was a thing of pride for parents to say, my son is doing so well in school. It wasn't about the money.
But would you say there's also the part played by population explosion?
It's population explosion, wrong priorities, wrong values. You know, after the war, when we now started to adopt the system, my teeth better pass your teeth. Now there everything crash. Because a thief is a thief. There are consequences of stealing.
Yes.
So all thieves should be prosecuted the same way.
Same way, yes.
No be when your man there for position of power and he's a bloody thief. You say, no, it's okay. But when my own thief come now, it becomes a problem for you. Until we can solve that. It's a mindset thing.
Yeah.
Your thief is better than my thief.
You're saying there must be equality in justice.
Precise now. Precise now. Do A as you take do B. The problem we're having in Nigeria today is because of the too many injustices everywhere. In the north, in the south, in the west, in the east. Injustice everywhere.
Let's evaluate the problem of insecurity in our country. There's so much call for breakup. North wants to go, East wants to go, West wants to go. Where are we going?
We're entering a big dark ditch. We don't know who is flying this plane. This contraption called Nigeria, where is it from? Is it our creation? Or is it the British creation? So, if you have leadership from the 19th century, it can't fit in the 21st century, can it? It can't work.
It can't, yes.
Yeah? If you have a building with a faulty foundation, with the foundation of the building, they not doing well. Then after it don't build like 2 stories, you want to put the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th on a faulty foundation? Will that house stand? My brother, you know go stand now.
Yeah.
So
what's the solution?
The solution, bring down this house. Start again. Because whether we like it or not, what is coming, what is about to happen to us is worse than what we've seen already.
By bring down the house, are you saying restructure?
It could be restructuring if we go agree. Because you see, this is a give and take situation. Husband and wife live together. They no go talk. When they come to the table, if they have differences, they talk it out.
Yeah.
They have equal respect for one another.
Yeah.
If now the husband just they do what you do, na me dey here, na me be Lord and Master, how the marriage go work now? That is it. Because before we used to have this regional system where we made contribution to the center.
Yeah.
Why monkey go to walk about the chop? I don't understand. That is the injustices that I'm talking about. That is why Biafra people want to go their own. Or do why people want to go their own? Arewa people want to go their own. Because they can't stand these injustices. So until we come to the table to have that conversation sincerely and genuinely, I'm sorry, it's going to get worse. Then we now bring down the house. The house will fall, bata, bata. Then we can start from beginning and correct that faulty foundation that we failed to correct in the first instance.
That's your prescription.
That's my prescription.
Talking
And
about,
that's the only way I can see it working.
talking about prescription, have you taken your COVID-19 vaccination?
They were supposed to come. They were supposed to come to the house this morning. I don't know what happened. So I'm hoping that this week, they come to me.
Supposed to come?
Yes.
You're your father?
Yes, sir. I say father now. Hey.
But what would you say to people about the vaccine and being healthy?
Well, how much time remains for me now?
Not to talk like that. Not scare us
No,
now.
I'm just being realistic. How much time remain now? If na poison be the vaccine, they give me that. Man must die. Something killed a man. Yeah, it can't be that bad. Prevention is better than cure. So I rather know that I've done everything to be safe. So whatever happens, happens. So it's a good thing. I think I like to encourage people to go out and have the vaccine. How bad could it be? Yeah.
Yes.
And still wear the face masks and practice good hygiene.
Good hygiene. Now, you don't like being reminded of your age. You love being the one to tell us that you are.
because age. What is age?
Now, I
Age
never
is
finished the
neither-
thing
okay,
now.
sorry,
Make you
sorry.
hear me now. Which
Okay,
one?
Okay.
See, in regular society, everybody will be calling you senior citizen, elder statesman, and all that. But all of those things don't resonate with you. How does it feel to be a grandfather?
I don't feel any different. I feel the same way I felt 30, 40 years ago.
Well, how
It's
do you
not a big
relate
deal.
with your grandchildren?
I have 16. Like my relationship with my children are not like father and son. They're like two adults, two playful, spoiled kids. And that's the way I like it because my children tell me everything. You can't imagine sometimes I'm dazed by what they're saying to me, but I try not to show it so they will always feel that they have a hip father, that I'm with the times, Because the kind things they come out for their mouth, I say, okay, let me bond them anyway. And when I remember as I shake my parents too, I will just laugh. I go calm down for Jesus because what goes around comes around.
It comes around. Yeah. I wish your mom were alive.
No, my mom, I had a good time with my mom after my father left. It was 3 years, so all the love was showered on her. And my mom pulled the biggest trick. I don't think she knew that I would have loved to be with her as she passes along, but she waited till I traveled when I wasn't around and decided to leave. And for a few days I didn't forgive her about that. I thought it was that wasn't the plan. But yes, I had fun with my mother. I always joked about her vision, and that's why I call her a witch, because she was very futuristic in her thinking.
She was like a prophetess to you.
Precise.
So the kind witch where you say your mama carry, you never seen type before. Why?
Simple. She was very futuristic, forward thinking. She held my father. That woman held the house. My father was a player. But my mom tamed him. I'm tamed, all of us, more or less.
But she was also very soft towards you.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Because she was the first to see that boy in me. She used to call me from the very first day I did hear something. I could comprehend things. She used to always call me Charlie Boy. So that name, that's how that name came about. Because that was my pet name.
So the Charlie Boy actually came from her?
Yes. Yeah. That's why they call her witch. Yeah. And when people want to get into issues about how old are you, I say, I beg when I leave that thing. If my mama be winch, waiting it is, I have vampire blood now. What do I have to do with old age?
You had your first child at 17?
At 16.
16?
Yeah. I'm from Bele spoil now.
From Bele?
From Bele.
Tell me.
Now make, if to say all these funny pastors, they for that time, night vigil, them for the carry me go, deliverance. Yeah,
But your mom took care of that's your first child. What's your relationship with him now?
I didn't even agree that it was my child now. Now, when I come, things begin to work out for me, that I became more mature, that I went back to look for him. But then, at that time, we were supposed to be in school, not going around and getting women pregnant.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
But your mom did not, she didn't give up on you.
No, just like I can't give up on my kids. You know, like I told you, children are like monkey see, monkey do. I've always seen my mom and my father together since I was born.
Yes.
Even when they have challenges and issues. Before I turn my head the other way, I see them stealing kisses, holding hands, you know.
And that's why you're still with your wife?
I guess, because I wanted to be better than what I saw. You understand?
Would you give yourself a pass mark now? Or would you grade yourself, looking at their sheet and your sheet?
Yes, I've tried. 45 years is no more now.
Yes.
Staying with somebody. No. The same smell, the same body, the same face, the same routine. I try. Over-try worry me.
Something to say to her?
She's my best friend. She knows that.
Look into the camera and tell her.
I don't have to be looking into the camera to tell her. She knows what she knows, and that's why we're all dying here. Nobody's going anywhere.
All right, we're about to round off this session of talk, but we won't go without talking about how to sustain older people in their old age. You're an old man now. What are your needs? What really are the needs of an older person?
You see, I'm always, like I say, I'm such an exceptionally blessed person. Only God fit understand. Okay? The kind blessing where I get, sometimes I don't think I deserve it because it could have gone the other way.
Yeah.
You understand? But I think that I'm living my life on purpose because I'm doing really what God had always intended for me to do via people.
Yeah.
I love people. I don't like to see suffering, people in agony. So my heart is always going out for the underdogs. And I got that from my mom. My mom was generous to stupidity. And my father had a little bit of that. And I know that I'm not even supposed to be alive as I'm talking to you. No, because my youth was rough. I got into all kinds of things. Okay? Even drugs. But I healed myself. because those were the American years.
Dark days.
Yeah. And I said to myself, this is not how I was brought up. So why are you doing this? I had to even go and see a shrink to figure out, to say something wrong with me or my, only to be told that what activated my misbehavior at the time was the racism I experienced one-on-one in America. At the time, I was with my baby mama. Her sister came to visit. So there were 2 white women. And here I was sandwiched between 2 white women. We're just taking a leisure walk downtown Boston. And then 7 white, excuse my language, white trash comes out of the Cadillac, all with a baseball bat, nigger this, nigger that, just because I was walking with 2 white chicks. One was the mother-to-be of my baby boy. Then beat me that day. I thought I was going to die. The only thing that saved me that day was the police. As police just they go around everywhere and are crime now. So they thought that, the white women I was with had run up to call the police. That's how they let me on. That's how I was saved. And I ended spending almost 5 weeks in the hospital. I never forgot that experience. That was just barely 8 months staying in America. I never thought I had racism in my blood. But then my hatred was potent because I just couldn't figure it out. In our house in Port Harcourt, when my father was a lawyer, he was a legal attorney to Mobile and stuff like that. So when they see Yoruba people, they come house. I didn't think that there were any, I look at them as equals, not as superior to me. Only to go to America, then they ask me where I sabi speak English, whether I live in trees and all that crap, and to call me a nigger. So it wasn't till I saw the shrink when I was now questioning my modus operandi in America. Why am I doing all the stuff that I'm doing? That is kind of alien, that came up.
Okay.
And that was how I was healed, and I said, I'm getting out of this country. I agree now, sir, old. No be lie you talk.
So what does
Charlie
an
boy
old man
can be
mean?
old, now.
Yeah, now.
Me as Charles, but I agree. No be me they talk now. Sometimes I wake up, my knee is not in the right position. Either my neck don't bend, go one side. Little things like that. I'm more into myself, always checking my prostate, checking this, checking that, as a health freak.
What does a man need, an old person need to survive now?
An old person needs a lot of companionship.
Companionship?
If you have children that are good, that are like Charlie Boy, who took care of his parents, you age so gracefully. And because an old person needs to surround himself with family and a lot of love.
Okay.
It can bring sunshine to your life.
Good health?
Good health is a sequence of where you are financially. So if you're a little okay, I think that's the major investment that everybody should make in themselves to make sure all the things are working when they should.
So let me throw you this final one now. All right. Are you okay financially?
Am I okay? Financially. Is Dangote okay financially?
On that note, thank you very much for coming on the program. You didn't disappoint me at all. I was expecting something like that. Thank you so much, Charlie Boy, for coming on the show. That's how we greet now. Eh?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Nice having you. I hope to come back. So we can talk again and look at deeper, other deep stuff.
Hello there, my name is Olusegun Shonubi. Here are the highlights of the stories and events that shaped my growing up years. They were indeed memorable, good old days. I was born at Ikeja General Hospital to the family of Alhaji Yunusa Olabisi and Alhaja Sabitiu Aduni Shonubi. My grandfather was the Olisa of Ijebu Ode, who had to abdicate the throne because he wanted to perform Hajj. Up till now in Ijebu Ode, our family is known and called Abinufoyele, someone who left his position in anger. My dad was a World War II veteran who joined the Federal Ministry of Trade and Industry after his discharge as trade fair officer, which afforded him the opportunity to travel around the world representing Nigeria at trade fairs. I am proudly a Mushin boy. I grew up on Olateju Street, the challenge area of Mushin. Contrary to the general impression of Mushin being a violent area, I found it very peaceful. There were area boys in those days too, and you hear names like Isa Alagbara, Bayo Ogundare alias Bayo Success, the Way Boys, Ojuwoye Boys. But in those days, there was what you could call cooperation among them. Their recalcitrant acts were not without limitations. They were feared, but certainly not bloodthirsty like today's area boys. I recall several times when either my friends, members of my family, or I lose anything, we will simply go to Baba Isa Alagbara, who was staying next to our house, and a notorious area father of the time in Mushin. He will use his network and whatever was lost will be returned. There was also good communal living. Everybody seemed to know everybody in the area, and during celebrations, we were all like one big, happy family. I recall with fond memories the day I saw and met the legendary Ayinla Omowura Egun Mogaji. He had come to play for Bayo Ogundare alias Bayo Success, the first popular NURTW chairman and the henchman of the defunct National Party of Nigeria. Bayo Success had lost his mother and contracted Ayinla Omowura to play for him. Bayo Success, who equally lived in our area, had approached my dad to allow Ayinla Omowura, who came early for the occasion, to stay on our balcony till it was his turn to go on stage. A close encounter that would take a long time to leave one's memory. My growing up was memorable, but being from a polygamous home, my dad was not always at home, so my mom assumed both roles of father and mother. She was a strict disciplinarian. She would regularly search my school bag, and anytime she saw something that did not belong to me, she would start singing, "Ọmọ yín ò ṣàgbàfọ̀, ó ń kájọ wálé, ẹ rójú olè ẹ ò mú. Ọmọ yín ò ṣàgbàfọ̀, ó ń káṣọ wálé, ẹ rójú olè ẹ ò mú." Meaning your son is not a dry cleaner and he brings different clothes home. You did not arrest the thief. So every time I come back from school and I hear that song, I know hell would let loose that night. But she will allow me to eat dinner and sleep. She would then wake me up in the middle of the night, ask where I got the things from, and if not satisfied with my answer, would beat the hell out of me. Nobody taught me to stop putting what did not belong to me in my bag. The story of my education would not be complete without the mention of my elder sister, late Alhaja Busirat Olaide Quadri, and Alhaji Tijani Olatunji Shonubi. Both of them encouraged me to be the best I could be. They sometimes would have paid for my school before my dad would be informed. The quality of education was high in my secondary school days. We had several foreign teachers, such as Indians, who taught us science subjects, and Ghanaian lecturers who taught the arts subjects like English and literature. In fact, it was one of those Indians who made me to like mathematics. It was equally during this period that I was introduced to the culture of reading, and I had read all the James Hadley Chase series and every other novel that I came across. One other thing that shaped my childhood and strengthened our extended family was that we started our family meeting in the 80s. During one of the meetings, we realized that some of my cousins, nieces and nephews were not doing well in their education. I then volunteered to move from house to house and family to family to check their school works. Anytime they know that I was coming, they will be up to date with their homeworks, which I will review. I would then encourage on what to be done going forward and even scolded them where necessary. It got to a stage that most often their parents use me to threaten them if they don't face their academic work. Suffice it to say that the majority of them have become successful and living in the United Kingdom and United States of America. Such is the joy of a motivator and a mentor. We are who we are today because of those strict and controlled upbringing we had. Our levels of morals are what they are today because we were taught of the value of dignity in labor. Whatever we have achieved modestly is as a result of the lessons in contentment ingrained in our subconscious mind. Yes, we have deviance in our time too, but they were not as rampant as what obtains today around us. But all hope is not lost. I am a believer in a Nigeria that will be great again if we all collectively resolve to make the difference. And I believe we can. We can begin to take steps towards changing the narrative. Our children, your children, my children, certainly deserve a better and brighter future, not memories of the good old days. As an ardent believer in this drive, I therefore join Sir Shemore Badejo in this patriotic drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
Nobody go ask if you don't chop. Nobody go send you free money. If you not get now, you sabi. Adulthood na scam.
Adulthood na Scam is a popular song depicting the travails of being an adult and the responsibility that comes with it. There is no time the enormity of the responsibility dawns more than after graduation. After graduation is the time to make use of and put into practice the knowledge gained by students. However, the current higher education system is still struggling to bridge the gap between school and the workplace for students. The needs of the workplace differ, and something as simple as writing a CV is not taught in the classroom. How to apply what you have learned in school in the workplace is usually a knowledge gap that most graduates struggle with after graduation. Studying a particular course and deeply understanding the career paths available, the the jobs available, the way companies and organizations operate, how to get hired, getting the relevant experience needed to get hired, knowing how to sell your skills are all parts of the puzzles that needs to be figured out by the young graduate. Abiola Ogunleye is a final year student of the University of Lagos, and he shares that he expected being in the university to be much more immersive.
I was expecting to, be in a department where, aside theory that I would learn in class, of course I expected to learn theory, history and all of that, and how to go about things, but I expected university to be like how I saw it in the movies, where you'd have real life projects to undo, you do practicals, you do carry out. So for someone that was going to mass comm, I went to mass comm with the mindset of possibly being on radio or TV and also journalism.